Fantastic. I get stronger just by fishing. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 126. Law Incarnation. The battle broke out in an instant. When Qin Wuji took action, it meant that he was unwilling to say anything to Chu Yun. With the means of a strong man in the Nirvana realm, he could kill Chu Yun as long as he wanted. Of course, Qin Wuji knew that Chu Yun must have his own trump card, because as far as Chu Yun, as he knew him, was not a brainless and reckless person. Since Chu Yun dared to appear in the city lord's mansion, Qin Wuji knew that he must have his own trump card. However, Qin Wuji didn't care, because he wanted to prove to Chu Yun with facts that no matter what Chu Yun prepared, it was useless in the face of the huge gap in realm. The strength of the Nirvana realm cannot be resisted by any tricks. The strong who have reached this realm, with every move, uses the power of heaven and earth, and can use the special power of laws for their own use. Boom! The broken walls and broken wood of the windows swept forward, and the obstacles between Qin Wuji and Chu Yun collapsed in an instant. Qin Wuji walked out of the study and came outside. Looking at Chu Yun in the sunlight, he suddenly laughed and said, "You must feel that you are very righteous, but you don't know that it is just stupidity that doesn't know how to adapt. You are still strong after thousands of blows. You are fearless no matter which direction the wind blows." Chu Yun was calm and drew out the Dragon Ancient sword. With a thought, a blazing flame ignited on the blade of the Dragon Ancient sword. At the same time, two soul lights emerged one after another around Chu Yun. One was the scorching sun sky dragon that oppressed all living beings. The other was the ancient fierce ape that roared savagely. The power of the two martial souls was fully unleashed in an instant, increasing Chu Yun's momentum to a level that a mountain and sea realm strongman should never reach. This momentum, in Qin Wuji's eyes, also made him frown. Staring at Chu Yun's two martial souls, his eyes emerged with deep fear and surprise. "These are two Earth-grade martial spirits." Qin Wuji took a deep breath. He was a domain master who had seen the world and had personally experienced the power of a 9th-grade martial spirit. The two martial spirits in front of Chu Yun, without exception, all possessed terrifying powers far beyond the 9th grade. The martial spirit, depending on its grade, can provide different combat power increases for warriors of different realms. For example, martial spirits below the 5th grade are basically useless after a warrior's cultivation reaches the mountain and sea realm. The characteristics they can provide are not as practical as a set of Earth-grade martial arts. Therefore, in actual combat, warriors with lower martial spirits usually do not use their own martial spirits. But this definitely does not mean that martial spirits are useless. In fact, warriors with 6th-grade martial spirits and above have a huge advantage in the battles of the mountain and sea realm. The higher the grade of the martial spirit, the greater the increase in the warrior's power. For example, Chu Yun's previous 6th-grade martial soul Earth Demon Ape can double its strength when stepping on the ground. This powerful effect, although not always effective in the battle of the mountain and sea realm, always has a huge advantage as long as it is fought on the ground. The same is true for Qin Wuji's son Qin Shuangyan, whose martial soul Fierce Wind Spirit Horse. The characteristic of the 6th-grade martial soul is that it can double the speed and potential energy when riding the martial soul to fight. Qin Wuji's own martial soul is barely 7th grade. When he was in the mountain and sea realm, he often used it, but after he broke through to the Nirvana realm, he rarely used it, because the 7th-grade martial soul can only provide a small gain in the battle of the Nirvana realm, and it will also waste the power of one's own soul. However, those Nirvana realm warriors with 8th-grade martial souls can use their own martial souls in battle. Every one of them is extremely envied by Qin Wuji and dare not provoke. In fact, if Qin Wuji could have an 8th-grade martial spirit, he would not have been a small domain master in this remote place. He would have gone to the capital to serve as an official. His future prospects would not be comparable to what he has now. But he is only a 7th-grade martial spirit, which is the regret of Qin Wuji's life. And now, Chu Yun stood in front of him and actually revealed two Earth-grade martial spirits. Two Earth-grade martial spirits. When Qin Wuji recognized this, he was shocked. He felt like a poor boy who had never seen money in his life suddenly broke into a treasure house and was almost blinded. What a terrible talent this is! No wonder Chu Yun dared to come in front of him and threatened to kill him. With an earth-grade martial spirit, he might have been invincible in the battle of the mountain and sea realm. Now, Chu Yun actually has 2 earth-grade martial spirits. With this terrifying combat power, it is not impossible to shake his Nirvana realm, because Qin Wuji has never seen such a person before. This is too abnormal. You really surprised me. Qin Wuji took a deep breath and said, but unfortunately, you are too reckless. If you are willing to wait for another 10 years, wait until you break through to the Nirvana realm before coming to me. I will have no power to fight back when I face you at that time, and can only let you slaughter me. But now, you are delivering yourself to me when you are only in the mountain and sea realm. I have to say that this is extremely stupid. I can't wait for more than 10 years. Chu Yun looked at him coldly and said, you will die here today. Hey, Qin Wuji sneered, waved at Chu Yun, and said, okay, then come on, let me see what kind of means the peerless genius with twin earth-grade martial spirits has. As soon as the voice fell, Chu Yun moved. His figure instantly shot out from the original place and stabbed forward with a sword. Although it was a stab, this simple sword move contained 9 different variations of moves. Qin Wuji frowned for a moment, because he saw the trick in this sword. Immediately, Qin Wuji grabbed with his hand, and a heavy long sword flew out from the study and landed in Qin Wuji's hand. Then he met Chu Yun's dragon ancient sword with a sword. Clang! The 2 swords collided with each other, and a violent recoil force came, causing the 2 to take a step back. What a strong power! Is your ape martial soul the type that enhances power? It can make you, a mere Shanghai realm, have the same power as this old man. The level of this increase is probably more than hundreds of times. Qin Wuji's eyes flashed with a complex light. When he said this, he didn't even realize how sour his voice became. If he had this martial soul, he could increase his own power by hundreds of times. Who else in the Nirvana realm could match him? That's enough power to cross a major realm. At the same time, Qin Wuji lowered his head and looked at the great sun-sealing demon sword in his hand. This was the weapon that had accompanied him in battle for half his life. It was a heavenly spiritual weapon. After a fight with Chu Yun, it was actually burned black. Suddenly, Qin Wuji realized that the flame burning on the long sword in Chu Yun's hand was definitely not ordinary. It could even affect a heavenly spiritual weapon. This time, it didn't have much effect, but if they were in contact for a long time, the extreme temperature and the property of dragon flame burning everything would melt the blade of the great sun-sealing demon sword. Is this the earth-grade martial spirit? It's really enviable, Qin Wuji sneered, but unfortunately, you can't defeat me with just the martial spirit. The strength of the Nirvana realm is not only in strength, but also in the mastery of the power of the law. Now, I will let you know the power of the law. After saying that, Qin Wuji's spiritual power was surging and vast, turning his entire body into an extremely tall giant, linking the power of the surrounding heaven and earth, and suddenly forming rolling wind and clouds. Every Nirvana realm warrior has comprehended different laws of power, and what Qin Wuji has mastered is the power of wind and clouds. Under the blessing of the power of the law, Qin Wuji can control the wind and clouds, and any martial arts and skills related to the wind and clouds can burst out with more terrifying power. Bang! Qin Wuji's giant shadow slapped out with a palm, and a big hand as high as a house slapped towards Chu Yun. This move is just a martial art of the earth grade, called the Cloud Wind and Thunder Palm. Although the grade is not high, it is particularly in line with the power of the law that Qin Wuji has comprehended. Therefore, under the blessing of the power of the law, the power it can burst out is even stronger than when a Nirvana realm warrior performs a heaven-grade martial art. When this palm was slapped out, Chu Yun frowned, because he had seen this move before. At that time, in the Sun Mansion, Qin Wuji used this move to kill all the Sun family's Shanghai realm warriors one by one. And at this moment, Chu Yun stood still, raised the dragon ancient sword in his hand, and stabbed towards the palm of the giant palm, as if he wanted to fight Qin Wuji head-on. Stupid. Kinwuji sneered and slapped down with his palm. The palm force came into contact with Chu Yun's sword edge. He almost didn't feel any obstruction, and directly smashed the dragon ancient sword, and then smashed it into powder together with the figure behind him. Dead? No, it's fake. Kinwuji had rich combat experience, so he naturally realized what was going on at the first time. He heard the movement behind him, so he punched over, feeling very proud. Although Chu Yun used a trick to deceive his first attack, it was not easy for him to sneak here. However, under his quick reaction, Chu Yun was caught in the flaw, and Kinwuji reacted to him before he had a chance to attack. But is it really so? Boom. Kinwuji punched out and smashed it on the empty ground. The terrifying force shook and shattered a section of the house in the city lord's mansion, but there was no figure of Chu Yun under his fist. It's so fast, it can't be a body movement, it's teleportation. Kinwuji's pupils shrank slightly. At the same time, Chu Yun's figure suddenly appeared beside Kinwuji, and under the giant's phantom, he slashed out with a sword. On the sword body, dragon flames burned and turned into a giant sword, which suddenly slashed down. Swish, the sword slashed through, and Kinwuji's giant incarnation of the law was cracked with a fiery red sword mark. As the dazzling red mark burned, the giant incarnation also collapsed. In this short moment of confrontation, Chu Yun used several methods and the trump card at the bottom of the box. The phantom created by the heavenly grade technique SYNOPSIS illusion art was used to confuse Kinwuji to attack. When he was in front of Kinwuji, in order to trick Kinwuji into a self-defense attack, Chu Yun used the instant star of the Tanzing art to teleport instantly, and the last full-strength attack was the heavenly grade martial arts Tanjin 9 swords of the great perfection realm. With the cultivation of the mountain and sea realm, he attacked with one blow and cut off Kinwuji's giant incarnation of the law. What he used was a heavenly grade technique, a heavenly grade martial arts, and a technique of unknown grade, but definitely far beyond the heavenly grade. Each of these luxurious craftsmanship was beyond Kinwuji's expectation, and when they appeared in front of him in combination, they had a terrifying effect of winning by surprise. Boom boom. The surrounding wind and cloud power collapsed, and with the collapse of Kinwuji's giant law incarnation, they were annihilated into nothingness. Puff. Kinwuji's giant incarnation collapsed, revealing his true body hidden inside, but at this moment he was holding his chest, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. This was the backlash brought about by the destruction of the giant incarnation. He slowly stood up, looked at Chu Yun, and said, "It's really unexpected, and it's really amazing. If you didn't hit my law incarnation with this set, but my true body, then this last sword would be enough to kill me. But if I were to say, you should have played all your cards now, right?" Chu Yun didn't answer, but his expression was sudden, because it was indeed the case. In order to break Kinwuji's law incarnation, he had to use all his strength at once. Now that the law incarnation was broken, Chu Yun's means were all used up. The two of them didn't know each other's means, so the deeper they hid, the more likely they were to win by surprise in the fierce battle. Now Chu Yun no longer had a trump card to make the final decision. All his means were revealed in front of Kinwuji. The unknown power is the most terrifying power. When everything is known, the only thing left to compete is the hard power of both sides. And if we compare this, can Chu Yun, whose strength is only at the level of nirvana, beat a real nirvana? Kinwuji's mouth was bleeding, but he showed a ferocious smile on his face. Holding the great sun-sealing demon sword in his hand, he killed Chu Yun and made a move of the heavenly grade sword. As a strong man in the nirvana realm, Kinwuji has no shortage of heavenly martial arts. Over the years, he has mastered as many as 6 heavenly martial arts, 3 of which are entry-level, 2 are minor, and 1 is major. At this moment, the sword technique Kinwuji is using is his major heavenly martial arts, the Hokage Flying Wheel Sword. This sword technique is in line with the power of the Law of Fire, so Kinwuji did not use it in the state of the Law Incarnation, but in the state of the real body. The destructive power that can be brought by using the Great Sun-Sealing Demon Sword to perform this sword move is also extremely terrifying, only slightly worse than the state of the Law Incarnation. Qin Wuji just doesn't believe it. Chu Yun is just a warrior in the mountain and sea realm. At such a young age, it is already very difficult for him to cultivate to this level. How can he be compared with him in terms of martial arts and skills? Yes, even though Chu Yun had just used 3 kinds of heaven grade and beyond heaven grade martial arts, Qin Wuji did not think about it. He was more willing to believe that the phantom and teleportation were the effects of Chu Yun's earth grade martial spirit, and he was unwilling to believe that Chu Yun was so abnormal in martial arts. After all, how could that be possible? Chu Yun was a human, not a god. How could he, so young, cultivate martial arts to that level while ensuring a strong cultivation base? But don't say. It's true. Chapter 127 Fierce Battle. The servants and guards in the city lord's mansion had actually noticed the battle in the study long ago. This was undoubtedly an extremely rare thing for them. Having worked in the city lord's mansion for decades, they had never seen anyone dare to attack the city lord's mansion and go against the city lord. Today's incident was simply a rare sight. Immediately, many smart people were ready to surround him immediately, show their faces in front of the city lord, and express their loyalty, willing to go through fire and water for the city lord, and sacrifice their lives to block the knife, and strive for a good future. But these people soon stopped involuntarily, because they noticed. Today's incident was very unusual. This battle lasted too long. From the time they heard the movement of fighting in the study, it has been nearly half an hour. Everyone present knew what this meant. The guy who came to the door was evenly matched with the city lord. The two sides fought hard and it was hard to tell who was the winner. After half an hour of fighting, no one was able to decide the winner. Starting from the study, with the place as the center, the buildings within a radius of several kilometers were collapsed, as if they had experienced a natural disaster or earthquake. The people in the city lord's mansion could only retreat again and again in extreme astonishment. Who is this person? Many people have such a common question in their hearts. Qin Wuji also has a huge question in his heart. He is now a little doubtful about life. Since fighting with Chu Yun, the young man in front of him, who is not even as old as his grandson, has been subverting his various cognitions and concepts. He feels that every second that passes, his cognition of the world will have some deviations. It's too strange. Qin Wuji has never seen such a strange person. It's okay to have 2 earth-grade martial spirits, but he also has all kinds of strange and bizarre abilities. The only thing Qin Wuji thought was familiar on Chu Yun was the ancient dragon sword in Chu Yun's hand. It was the sword Qin Wuji gave to Chu Yun in order to win him over on his birthday. However, even this sword that was once his own now looked very strange in Chu Yun's hands. It was originally just a ground-grade spiritual weapon, but now, for some reason, it has become a heaven-grade spiritual weapon that is more powerful than his great sun-sealing demon sword. This is simply incredible. What Qin Wuji found most incredible was Chu Yun's martial arts. To be honest, Qin Wuji had no idea what kind of martial arts Chu Yun was mastering now. That was too weird. It could defend against mental attacks, enhance recovery ability, resist water, control wind, create phantoms, and teleport. What the hell? How could there be such a martial arts in this world? Among them, the 2 abilities that Qin Wuji could not accept the most were teleportation and recovery ability. Although Chu Yun's power has reached the level of nirvana, he is still a little worse than his real nirvana in other aspects. After a long fight, he should not be Qin Wuji's opponent, and the fact is indeed so. From the beginning of the battle between the 2 sides, Qin Wuji has always been in an advantageous position, but that advantage is also limited, because Chu Yun has too many means. Whenever Qin Wuji creates an opportunity to attack or seizes an inevitable flaw of Chu Yun after a period of time, Chu Yun can immediately use the teleportation method to complete the reversal of the disadvantage to the advantage, not only resolving his own disadvantageous position, but also posing a huge threat to him in turn. This terrifying ability is simply incredible. With Qin Wuji's limited cognition, he can't even imagine what kind of skill this ability to teleport at will is, because in battle, this ability is simply too abnormal. In addition to this, there is an even more abnormal ability. That is Chu Yun's recovery ability. With Qin Wuji's veteran combat experience, he also seized many opportunities during the battle and used his own Hokage flying wheel sword to cause many injuries to Chu Yun, because the sword move of this Hokage flying wheel sword is that when a sword is slashed out, it can derive dozens or even hundreds of sword chi at the same time, just like the return of all swords, and carry out a group coverage attack. It is difficult for Chu Yun to dodge one by one, and he is often injured by the sword chi, and several holes are pierced in his body. These injuries do not seem to be fatal injuries individually, but when they accumulate, no one can bear it. But Chu Yun can bear it, because Chu Yun's recovery ability is really abnormal. Qin Wuji's sword chi pierced Chu Yun's abdomen, and a blood hole 2 fingers wide appeared. Then Chu Yun didn't even have time to make a muffled sound, and the recovery ability of the Eternal Rejuvenation Art had already taken effect, and the wound was quickly healed, and the speed was faster than blinking an eye. At first, Qin Wuji thought he was dazzled, but later he realized that Chu Yun really had such a terrible recovery ability, which was unreasonable. Qin Wuji panted and took a deep breath. He had been fighting until now, and he had felt a little tired. As the city lord, he had not fought with others like this for a long time. The last time he fought with an equal strength was many years ago, when Qin Wuji had just become the city lord, fighting against the Wolf Demon King outside the Great Walled Defense Line. Although Qin Wuji won that battle, he also knew that the Demon King's strength was not much worse than his. If he had to kill the Demon King, he himself would probably suffer irreversible serious injuries, affecting his foundation. Therefore, in that battle, Qin Wuji let the Wolf Demon King go and let him return to the Evil Spirit Mountains. "Boy, tell me the truth. Are you a human being?" Qin Wuji stared at Chu Yun intently, and such an absurd idea came into his mind. Although he himself found it incredible, the strength shown by Chu Yun and those strange abilities did not look like a human being at all, especially the terrifying recovery ability, which is very similar to the innate talent of some demon races. Although the human race's skills can also achieve such an effect, how could there be any kind of skills that can take into account such a terrifying recovery ability and have other abilities close to omnipotence? This is simply unrealistic. Compared to me, you are even less like a human being, because your heart is black. Chu Yun exhaled deeply, stretched out his hand and grabbed 2 fruits from the system space, threw them into his mouth, and swallowed them into his stomach with a crackling sound. Burning spirit fruit, flowing light fruit. One can burst out potential and allow Chu Yun to show stronger strength in a short period of time. The other can eliminate negative effects, including the backlash caused by the burning of the burning spirit fruit. The two complement each other, and this is the first time Chu Yun has taken them. In previous battles, there has never been a time that can force Chu Yun to this extent. Chapter 128. All crows are black. Qin Wuji stood opposite Chu Yun. After seeing Chu Yun swallow the 2 fruits, his momentum immediately soared. He was immediately shocked and knew that Chu Yun was ready to fight to the death. In this half-hour battle, Qin Wuji had caused Chu Yun dozens of injuries, some of which could even be called serious injuries, but they were all quickly healed by Chu Yun's abnormal recovery ability. Correspondingly, except for a few opportunities that allowed Chu Yun to hurt Qin Wuji, most of the time, Chu Yun could not get into Qin Wuji's body. The reason for this was only one thing. That is, Qin Wuji's swordsmanship was too strong. The Hokage flying wheel sword, when swung, could inspire hundreds of sword chi, each of which was like Qin Wuji's great sun-sealing demon sword, surrounding his body, with both attack and defense. Chu Yun's Sky Mark 9 swords, which combines 9 sword forces with 1 sword, is undoubtedly extremely powerful in close combat. When Qin Wuji realized this, he no longer entangled with Chu Yun in close combat, but used the sword energy of the Hokage flying wheel sword to attack Chu Yun from a distance. In this case, Chu Yun could not get close to Qin Wuji, and the attack distance was not far enough, so it was naturally difficult to pose any threat to Qin Wuji. On the contrary, Qin Wuji's long-range attack could always threaten him. It seems that I have to fight to the death in the end. Chu Yun slowly exhaled, took something from his body, and calmly placed it on the ground. This thing was nothing else but the life substitution stone. When encountering a fatal crisis, the life substitution stone would immediately activate and teleport Chu Yun away. This was Chu Yun's trump card to save his life, but it also became the biggest limitation in this battle, because many times when Chu Yun was ready to exchange injuries for injuries and rushed forward to seize the opportunity, the life substitute stone would react immediately. Chu Yun mastered the teleportation power of the star instant and was particularly sensitive to the teleportation that the life substitute stone was about to launch, so he had to give up the overly radical idea and remain deadlocked until now. If possible, Chu Yun also wanted to defeat Qin Wuji under special circumstances, but the fact is that this is impossible. The Nirvana realm strongman is strong in all aspects and has almost no shortcomings. If you don't fight hard and don't bet everything on yourself, you can't win. Do you know? Chu Yun looked at Qin Wuji and said, in fact, I don't hate you that much, even if you wanted to kill me before. But today, no matter what, you must die. Otherwise, I will let down those people who have risked their lives on the border for decades, but were betrayed by you. This is unforgivable. As soon as the voice fell, Chu Yun's figure instantly disappeared from the spot, and used the power of the star instant to teleport in front of Qin Wuji. After such a long battle, Qin Wuji also found out the upper limit of Chu Yun's ability. He could only teleport once in a short period of time, and he would fall into a period of silence after each time. When Chu Yun's figure disappeared, Qin Wuji had already reacted immediately, that is, to quickly leave the original place and distance himself from Chu Yun who was about to teleport. At the same time, in Qin Wuji's hand, the great sun-sealing demon sword swung a round of sword light, and every trace of the sword body turned into a translucent fire sword mark, shooting towards the surroundings. The next moment, Chu Yun's figure appeared, facing Qin Wuji's retreating figure. A strong force burst out from his feet, and he thrust the sword forward. With this sword, Chu Yun integrated all his own strength together, which is a real sword of death. There is no way out, no life-saving stone. With this sword, it's either you die or I die. Madman. Qin Wuji cursed angrily, seeing Chu Yun ignore the sword lights and let them hurt him. As long as it was not a vital part, he would not even dodge, just to send this sword to him. Immediately, Qin Wuji's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness, and the great sun-sealing demon sword stabbed up, attacking Chu Yun's left chest and piercing his heart. This was a posture of dying together, and this situation had happened many times in the previous half-hour battle. Every time Chu Yun approached him and prepared to fight in close combat, Qin Wuji would put on such a posture of dying together, and Chu Yun would immediately retreat. It happened several times, and every time it was like this. This made Qin Wuji think that he had grasped Chu Yun's weakness, that is, he was too cherishing his life. As long as he held the attitude of exchanging injuries for injuries, Chu Yun would naturally retreat. But this time, Qin Wuji miscalculated. Puff, puff. The sound of two sharp blades piercing flesh rang out almost simultaneously, without any particular order. Qin Wuji's great sun-sealing demon sword pierced Chu Yun's chest, and Chu Yun's dragon ancient sword also pierced Qin Wuji's throat. They were all vital points, but the difference was that Qin Wuji thought that Chu Yun would not take it head-on, so he did not dodge. Chu Yun had already made this preparation, so he was on guard. The great sun-sealing demon sword pierced into his chest and came out from his back. It seemed to be a fatal injury, but in fact, it avoided the position of half an inch from the heart. The restorative power of the eternal rejuvenation technique quickly took effect, and powerful vitality rushed into the ventricle frantically, allowing Chu Yun to maintain the vitality of life in a burst of pain. So, Chu Yun took a step forward, and in Qin Wuji's shocked eyes, he slapped Qin Wuji's chest with one palm. Bang! After this palm strike, Qin Wuji's figure flew backwards. His body was like a cannonball, smashing into the ruins of the city lord's mansion. The sword wound on his neck was covered with dragon flames, burning continuously, and blood gushed out in large quantities, but it had already evaporated before it splashed out. Ugh! Qin Wuji covered his neck with both hands, and his fingers kept shaking. Although he had covered it tightly, the vitality continued to disappear from between his fingers. He knew that he was about to die. On the opposite side, Chu Yun's condition was also not good. The great sun-sealing demon sword was inserted into his chest, and the hilt was already in front of him, and most of the sword body was sticking out from behind. "It's okay as long as you're not dead." Chu Yun grinned and let out a contemptuous laugh. He didn't fight Qin Wuji to death before, not because he didn't dare, but because he couldn't. Before this kind of penetrating wound appeared, the life substitute stone would teleport Chu Yun away. Chu Yun didn't want to fight desperately, but facing Qin Wuji in the Nirvana realm, he couldn't win without fighting desperately. Fortunately, he has won now. "Don't come over." Qin Wuji fell in the ruins, looking at Chu Yun who was walking towards him step by step. His sword was still stuck in Chu Yun's body, but there was no doubt that Chu Yun, who had a strong recovery ability, now had more fighting power than him. A dying man. If Chu Yun planned to take action, he would definitely die. Chu Yun looked at Qin Wuji, stepped forward and said, "When you accepted bribes from demons and betrayed your own people, you should have thought that this day would come. Do you think that all those bribes fell into my hands?" Qin Wuji stared at Chu Yun and roared loudly. "The evil spirit mountains border the entire demon suppression mansion. There are more than a few people guarding a place like mine. Do you think those dignitaries in the court don't know what we are doing? These are all tacitly approved by them, or even promoted by them. Even the formation of the Zihun stone was passed down from the court." Chu Yun's heart was lifted after the words fell. He didn't know whether what Qin Wuji said was true or not, but if it was true, then the court of the Tanji dynasty was too corrupt and dark. However, looking at Qin Wuji, Chu Yun gradually calmed down and said, "I don't know whether what you said is true or not, but even if all the crows in the world are black, it doesn't mean that you are right. You should be killed for following the crowd and helping the tyrants. Madman, do you know what you are doing? Those people will not let you go." Qin Wuji threatened coldly, but his voice was trembling. Chu Yun stepped forward and raised his sword. Crack! A good man's head fell to the ground. Qin Wuji, the lord of Linghai Domain and the lord of Linghai Giant City, died with his eyes open. Chu Yun looked at the head that fell to the ground, exhaled slowly, raised his head and looked into the distance, in the direction of Huangjing Mountain. He closed his eyes and said softly, "Kaiyushan, I have avenged you. Have a safe journey." The movement in the City Lord's Mansion soon spread throughout the Linghai Giant City. Although the City Lord's Mansion is very large, it is difficult to spread ordinary fights, but the fight between Chu Yun and Qin Wuji was too fierce. More than half of the area of the entire City Lord's Mansion was destroyed by the aftermath of the fight between the two. It is impossible not to attract attention. What happened? Who dares to fight in the City Lord's Mansion? Listening to the movement of the battle, is it a fight with the Lord of the City? The heads of the three major families, the Wang family, the Zhuo family, and the Liu family, as well as the big shopkeepers of Yuang Pavilion and Linian Pavilion, and even the owner of the Tanxia Bank, Li Zhuang, all gathered at this moment and gathered outside the City Lord's Mansion. These people had just returned from the Great Walled Defense Line. The beast tide had just receded. They were about to go to the City Lord's Mansion to report the situation of this defense to the City Lord. Unexpectedly, they ran into such a scene. Standing outside the City Lord's Mansion, they heard a fierce fight inside, accompanied by the rumble of the collapse of the building. Everyone wanted to go in to find out what was going on, but the slight fluctuation of spiritual power from the battle was like a basin of cold water, pouring everyone from head to heel. Too strong. That was not a battle between the mountain and sea realm at all, but the Nirvana realm. At this level, everyone dared not enter it at all, because any aftermath of the battle could cause them to be seriously injured or even die on the spot. So everyone could only wait outside and send some men into the City Lord's Mansion to find people in the City Lord's Mansion and find out what happened. After a while, Butler Chi came out with some guards from the City Lord's Mansion. Everyone quickly surrounded him and asked questions, wanting to know what happened. Butler Chi's face was heavy, and he said, "Chu Yun, the chief treasurer of Yuan Pavilion, is committing an insubordination. The lord of the city is suppressing him." Hiss. After the words fell, everyone present couldn't help but gasp in shock, because this news is too incredible, right? Isn't Chu Yun, the chief treasurer of Yuan Pavilion, only at the peak of the Wanchai realm? What's wrong with him to dare to challenge the lord of the city? Only a person with a confused mind can do this. And the key to the problem is not here, but how can he fight with the lord of the city for so long? With the powerful strength of the lord of the city in the Nirvana realm, shouldn't it be easy to suppress Chu Yun? Could it be that the lord of the city is giving Chu Yun some advice? The head of the Yu family asked tentatively. As soon as these words came out, they were agreed by many people, because it was well known that the city lord admired Chu Yun. Because of the poem at the birthday banquet, the city lord was partial to Chu Yun. This was also the case when the beast tide attacked. The city lord also deliberately placed Yuan Pavilion in the safe Huangjing Mountain area. Wait, Huangjing Mountain area, isn't that the place attacked by demons? The head of the Wang family sneered and said, have you ever seen anyone who can give half of his mansion to the younger generation to give advice? The city lord is obviously serious. Hearing this, everyone fell silent, and the two big shopkeepers of Lin Yuan Pavilion and Yuang Pavilion, who were closer to Yuan Pavilion, could not sit still and asked, Butler Chi, what exactly is the reason for the fight? It's hard to say now. Butler Chi coughed twice and did not answer the question directly. On the other side, there was a person in the crowd who remained silent, looking at the city lord's mansion with a complicated and sighing look, and his mood was hard to describe. This person is the owner of Tangxia Money House, Mr. Li. Sure enough, in the end, it has come to this. I have said long ago that the matter of the Zihun stone is not so easy to explore. Mr. Li sighed softly in his heart, recalling Chu Yun's poem Bamboo and Stone, thousands of grindings still strong, no matter the east, west, south, and north winds. The person who can write such a poem should indeed be so upright. However, in the eyes of the city lord, and even in the eyes of many big figures in the court, this Zihun stone is taboo that cannot be touched and no one is allowed to disclose it. The deeper Chu Yun goes in this direction, the deeper the city lord's murderous intention towards him will be, and this situation will eventually occur. However, this shopkeeper Chu, at such a young age, has been able to hold on to the city lord's hands for so long. If possible, Mr. Li's mind was complicated and tangled. He was thinking whether to enter the city lord's mansion and ask Qin Wuji for someone to let Qin Wuji spare Chu Yun's life. Such an outstanding talent is eagerly sought after by any power. If placed in Tangxia Bank, he is definitely qualified, and maybe he can be cultivated by the headquarters. If he speaks out, Qin Wuji will have an 80% chance of letting Chu Yun go for the sake of Tangxia Bank, but in this way, he might offend some people behind Qin Wuji. While he was hesitating and struggling, a burst of exclamations suddenly sounded around. Huh? Master Li frowned, raised his head and looked at the gate of the city lord's mansion. His face changed instantly, and his heart sank to the bottom of the valley instantly, as if falling into a cold pond, icy cold. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129, Fighting the Tiger Without Killing. In front of the gate, there stood a figure in white. He walked slowly but firmly, holding a head in his hand, and walked out of the city lord's mansion slowly. When everyone saw the true face of the head, the crowd that was originally screaming became silent in an instant, and everyone could even hear their own heartbeats, because that head was the head of the city lord Qin Wuji, and the figure in white holding the head was naturally Chu Yun. At this moment, he still had the city lord's great sun-sealing demon sword stuck in his chest, because this heavenly sword had a special sealing effect. After it was inserted into Chu Yun's body, Chu Yun was unable to remove it in a short period of time, otherwise it would cause the injury to worsen, so he could only leave it like this for the time being. And the feeling he brought to everyone when he walked out like this was undoubtedly extremely shocking, which made people's scalps numb and their mouths unable to close. Lord City Lord, Butler Chi's pupils shrank as he stared at the head in Chu Yun's hand. He almost fell down because of a sway. Soon, His heart was filled with great panic. The invincible city lord was dead just like that. His head was separated from his body. A young man walked out with his head and showed it to everyone without any dignity. What have you done? Wang Xiong, the head of the Wang family, turned pale and stepped back several steps. He looked at Chu Yun with fear in his eyes. I eliminated the biggest traitor in Linghai Giant City, Chu Yun said calmly. He looked at everyone. His eyes swept across the faces of these big men in front of him one by one, and finally, he only stayed on the face of Li Xuangzu of Danxia Bank for a moment. The latter was silent for a long time, and finally exhaled deeply, saying, I never thought that you could do this. Take care of yourself. After that, Li Xuangzu turned around and left with the warriors of Danxia Bank, but he didn't get involved in this matter anymore. Chu Yun looked at the back of Li Xuangzu, and he was also moved. He should have understood what Li Xuangzu meant. It turned out that Li Xuangzu had not allowed him to track down the Zihun stone because he admired him and did not want him to be killed by the city lord. At least Danxia Bank knew what the city lord did, but Danxia Bank could not let this matter leak out for some reason, so Li Xuangzu could only help the city lord conceal it. And now, there is no point in saying all this. Chu Yun killed the city lord, which violated the most serious crime of the Tanji dynasty. No matter who it is, no one will dare to have anything to do with him in the future. Why did you do this? Yu Xunf, the head of the Yu family, questioned. Zhuhan Yu, the head shopkeeper of Yuang Pavilion, was also full of disbelief and said, Chu Yun, you said that you just killed the biggest spy in Linghai City. What does that mean? It means that the city lord Qin Wuji is colluding with demons. Chu Yun exhaled slowly. His voice seemed a little weak, but also sonorous and powerful, and said, in the Evil Spirit Mountains, the legend that has lasted for many years is actually false. There are no demons at all that can abduct the warriors of an entire defense area silently. They were just betrayed. And the people who betrayed them include Sun Xiang, the head of the Sun family, but the person who has done it the longest is still Qin Wuji, the city lord of Linghai City. What evidence do you have for saying this? Zhuo Lin, the head of the Zhuo family, said in a deep voice. Chu Yun threw out 2 books and said, this is the secret method I found in the Sun family. By refining the Zihun stone, a hypnotic array can be made. The means of those traitors is to set up a hypnotic array in the defense area in advance. When the demons attack, they only need to activate the array to catch them all. Seeing this, everyone's expression changed. They went forward to pick up the 2 books, gathered together, and read them carefully. I made this secret method public for only one purpose, that is, to make you cautious. In the future, when you go to any defense area, you must first check whether there is a hypnotic array in the area. Chu Yun said, and then said, the city lord cooperated with the demons and used human lives to exchange for benefits. At the same time, it was also to delay the scale of the demon beasts attacking the Linghai area. You can think carefully. Since the appearance of that legend, the frequency and scale of the demons attacking the Linghai area have greatly decreased, and it was from that time that the city lord stopped building the Great Wall defense line. All this has a sign and reason. After the voice fell, everyone fell into silence. Compared to Chu Yun, the latecomer, everyone present has been in Linghai Giant City for a long time, and many people have even personally experienced the changes during that period. In the past, they did not know enough about the inside story, and only thought that the demons had mastered the secret method and kept a low profile, but now it seems that this seems to be the real reason. After all, the city lord has not built the Great Wall defense line for decades, which is itself very suspicious. Almost everything that should be said has been said. Chu Yun looked at the housekeeper Chi and said, Housekeeper Chi, I believe you must be clear about these things, right? Upon hearing this, the housekeeper Chi trembled. Anyone who knew the housekeeper Chi in the past knew that this famous housekeeper of the city lord's mansion was a very arrogant and shrewd person, but from the moment he saw the city lord's head, the inner order of the housekeeper Chi had collapsed. At this moment, his mouth was slightly open, and his lips trembled several times, wanting to say something but stopping. When everyone saw his appearance, although the housekeeper Chi had not said anything yet, Everyone almost believed it in their hearts. What nonsense! At this time, a deafening roar came from outside the crowd. Then, a line of people and horses rushed over with swords and knives like a forest, and surrounded the entire city lord's mansion. Needless to say, the person who came was the son of the city lord, Chu Yun. He was knocked unconscious by Chu Yun on the Great Wall defense line. As soon as he woke up, he immediately led his people back to the city. At this moment, Qin Wuji looked at Chu Yun holding his father's head in his hand, and staggered for a while, but soon, his heart was filled with anger, pointing at Chu Yun's nose and cursing loudly. "You are spreading rumors to confuse the public. Do you think that you can slander my father's reputation with these fabricated and heart-piercing words? You have committed a great crime by trespassing on your superiors and killing the city lord. Everyone in the world can punish you." Qin Wuji pointed at Chu Yun with a big knife in his hand and said, "Everyone present, help me kill this boy together, and you will have made a great contribution. Promotion and honor are just around the corner." After these words, many people present had some changes in their expressions. Some people looked at Chu Yun with a hint of greed in their eyes. From their own interests, it didn't matter whether what Chu Yun said was true or not, whether the city lords really colluded with the demons or not. It was not actually infringing on the interests of those present, because they were the big forces in the Linghai giant city. Those who were abducted by the demons were always some unknown small forces. The city lord would not reach out to them, and the demons would not attack them. In that case, what does it matter whether the city lord colluded with the demons? Even after thinking through these joints, many people even think that the best option is for the city lord to collude with the demons. After all, in cooperating with the demons, the only sacrifices made by the Linghai giant city are the sacrifices of those small families. Their big families can enjoy a safe environment with peace of mind without worrying about the threat of the beast tide. How good is this? It's perfect. And now, everyone's greedy eyes fell on Chu Yun, and the focus of their sight was all on Chu Yun's chest. There was a sword, the city lord's great sun-sealing demon sword. Chu Yun killed the city lord's mansion and cut off the head of the city lord Qin Wuji. This was indeed a shocking thing. Everyone had no idea how Chu Yun could do this at his ancient realm. But now it seems that this is not important, because after killing the city lord, Chu Yun himself was undoubtedly severely injured, and it seemed that he was not far from death. With such a huge sword stuck in his chest, if he could still retain any combat power, that would be the most incredible thing. In other words, if they all rush forward, as long as they decide to take action, Chu Yun will definitely die. What a great contribution! Wang Xiang narrowed his eyes, and his position was slightly shifted to the right side of Chu Yun. The same action was also taken by Zhuo Lin, the head of the Zhuo family, and Liu Xunf, the head of the Liu family. From the standpoint, the four major families in the past and the three major families now have always been together. Zhu Hongyu turned his head and looked at Zhang Shen, the head of Lin Yuan Pavilion. Both of them had complicated eyes, but in the end they all took a step back in unison. In this battle, they would not go along with Wang Xiang and others, but as the heads of their own forces, they also had to be responsible for their own people and could not help Chu Yun. Therefore, they could only choose not to help either side and not to intervene. After all, regardless of whether the city lord is a spy or not, the fact that Chu Yun killed the city lord is a foregone conclusion. According to the laws of the Tangji dynasty, it is natural and reasonable for everyone present to kill Chu Yun. Even if a big figure at the level of a domain lord makes a mistake, he cannot be dealt with by outsiders. Only when the emperor of the Tangji dynasty signs a killing order can the law enforcer have the qualification to kill. Others who dare to cross this rule are considered to have violated the law and taboo. Now, the city lord is not sure whether he is guilty or not, and even if he is guilty, it is not Chu Yun's turn to kill him, so Chu Yun's move is undoubtedly a felony. Kill. Qin Shuangyan's eyes were full of pride, and he raised the big knife in his hand and killed Chu Yun. At the same time, Wang Xiang, the head of the Wang family, Liu Xunf, the head of the Liu family, and Zhuo Lin, the head of the Zhuo family, also attacked Chu Yun in 3 directions. Behind them, there were more than 10 strong men in the mountain and sea realm. who attacked together, following their respective family heads, and launched a siege against Chu Yun. As long as Chu Yun was captured, the credit for avenging the city lord would be in his hands. With the reward from the court, the opportunity to get promoted and make a fortune was just around the corner. A bunch of rats. Chu Yun exhaled slowly, and his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. He used the method of teleportation to flash to an empty house 100 meters away, then put on a phantom cloak and fled away. Under normal circumstances, Chu Yun would have to consider retreating when more than a dozen strong men in the mountain and sea realm attacked together. Now that he was seriously injured, he naturally couldn't resist and could only retreat first. As for Qin Shuangyan and Shi Guanjia, these two people who conspired with the city lord, Chu Yun would definitely not let them go, but there was no need to be so anxious to kill them. When Chu Yun's injuries recovered, it would be as easy as taking something out of a bag. The person is gone? After Chu Yun left, the faces of the people present changed drastically, especially Qin Shuangyan, who took the lead, as well as the four people, the heads of the Wang family, the Liu family and the Zhuo family, all looked extremely ugly and their hearts were cold. Chu Yun was able to kill the city lord, and his means were indeed extraordinary. It was even beyond their understanding. He could disappear in front of so many people. And when Chu Yun left, a huge problem also emerged in everyone's mind. That is, how should they live in the next few days, especially Wang Xiong, Liu Xun, and Zhuo Lin. The three of them were already regretting it at this moment. If you don't kill the tiger, you will be eaten by the tiger. If Chu Yun came to seek revenge on them, how could they stop him? On the other side, Zhu Hongyu and Zhang Shaoan looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. Unlike the others, the two of them had completely believed what Chu Yun said, because apart from this, they could not think of any reason why Chu Yun would risk this great worldly outrage. Seeing injustice on the road, he drew his sword. Chu Yun had such courage and ability, and they envied and respected him very much. Now, seeing Chu Yun successfully escape, they were also very happy in their hearts, and when they stood beside several grieving family heads, they looked particularly different. Search. He must not be able to go far. Dig 3 feet into the ground, and we must find him. Take his life while he is sick. If we can't kill him at this opportunity, there will be endless troubles. Qin Shuangyan's eyes were also bloodshot. After being dazed for a while, he immediately resumed his fierce style and immediately took charge of the overall situation and issued orders. Right. The three family heads heard the words and immediately came back to their senses, and a hint of fierceness burst out in their eyes. It has been done, and the person has been offended. There is no way out at this time. It is either you or me. We must take advantage of Chu Yun's serious injury to catch him and kill him on the spot. Otherwise, after they go back, they may not be able to sleep and do nothing. The days of fear and anxiety are so painful that they feel that they have no desire to live. Just when everyone was preparing to recruit people and search for Chu Yun's whereabouts, bursts of exclamations suddenly rang out in the crowd. What are you yelling about? Did he come back to die? Qin Shuangyan was extremely angry. He turned his head, but he was stunned for a moment. Looking at the sky in the north, his whole body and mind trembled. I saw that in the distant sky, the smoke of war rose again, from left to right. It was shocking. 9. Chapter 130. Completely give up. At this moment, countless people inside and outside the Linghai giant city looked up at the sky in the north. Their hearts were shaken, and they suddenly felt as if the end of the world had come. 9. Wolf smoke. This represents the highest level of beast-tide attack, and it also means that the demons will be fully mobilized. Even if the entire Linghai giant city is exhausted, it may not be able to stop it. In the history of Linghai giant city, in the past 500 or 600 years, there have only been 2 recorded 9 wolf smoke beast tides. The first one was 476 years ago. The city lord at that time led his subordinates and united with all the forces in the city. After a bloody battle of 37 days, they finally drove back the beast tide. In that battle, the city lord was seriously injured and died within 2 years. The number of warriors from various forces in the city who died even exceeded 40% of the total, which was close to half of the war losses. The last time the 9 wolf smoke beast tide appeared more than 200 years ago. It was also extremely tragic, since Qin Wuji became the city lord of Linghai Giant City. The entire generation has never seen such a large-scale beast tide. How could it be at this time? Wang Xiang trembled in his heart and couldn't help turning his head to look at the door of the city lord's mansion. There was originally Chu Yun standing there, but now, there was only a head left. That was the head of the city lord Qin Wuji. No matter what attitude the people in Linghai Giant City have towards the city lord, whether they are in awe or fear, when they encounter large-scale dangers, the first person they think of will definitely be the city lord. But now, the city lord is dead, killed by Chu Yun, and his head was cut off. At the same time, the beast tide of 9 wolf smokes rolled in, which made everyone fall into a mood close to despair in an instant. There must be spies and eyes of the demons in this city. They know that the city lord is dead, so they think they have found our weakness and launched a large-scale attack, Zhuo Lin said with a pale face. But after the voice fell, there was no reaction from the surroundings, because no matter what the reason for the beast tide's attack was, the fact had already happened. 9 wolf smokes rose, and the beast tide army had already attacked the Linghai area. No matter what the reason was, it was meaningless at this time. It's all the fault of that damn Chu Yun. If the city lord hadn't died, we wouldn't be so passive. Wang Xiang punched the stone lion in front of the city lord's mansion with an angry fist, and the majestic and tall stone pillar was instantly smashed into a piece of rubble. Qin Shuangyan looked up blankly, looking at the 9 smokes in the sky. His expression was also an unacceptable despair. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. How can this be? How can you do this? He didn't say it out loud, but what he was thinking in his heart was that he and his father usually satisfied the appetite of those demons so much, and now that Qin Wuji had just died, these former partners actually came to add insult to injury. General Qin, what should we do? At this time, Zhu Hongyu took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice. The city lord was gone, and the only person who could manage things was naturally Qin Shuangyan. At this time, he had no choice but to obey Qin Shuangyan's orders. Qin Shuangyan didn't say anything, because at this time, he actually had the idea of retreating in his heart. He had never experienced a beast tide of this scale in his life. After Qin Wuji's death, he didn't know whether he could stop it. If he went to the front line, he would probably die there. But, Qin Shuangyan didn't dare to say number, because, deserting the battlefield is a capital crime. Especially in this critical situation, abandoning the city and fleeing is even more of a capital crime. Qin Shuangyan is not sure whether the monster will kill him, but if he escapes, he will never be able to escape the court's wanted order in this life. Let's go to the Great Walled Defense Line. Qin Shuangyan took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and said, all forces, all warriors, no matter what level of cultivation, even if they are in the physical realm, must all be present, go up together, and all go to the Great Walled Defense Line. After the voice fell, the heads of the forces present looked at each other and nodded silently. They all knew that they could not leave. They had responsibilities on their shoulders, and leaving would be a dead end. So, all the forces in Linghai Giant City started to move at this moment, and almost all the troops and warriors were mobilized to go to the Great Walled Defense Line together. At this extremely urgent speed, the forces in Linghai City quickly gathered in the Great Walled Defense Line. In the military camp, the leaders of various forces gathered together, just like they had obeyed Qin Wuji's orders at the beginning, and obeyed Qin Shuangyan's orders and combat arrangements. General Qin, this beast tide is coming in a large scale, and the scale is more terrifying than the beast tide of the 7 wolf smokes that just ended. It is also a full-scale invasion, attacking from the entire border line, with great momentum and speed. Fortunately, we still have a lot of people who have stayed in the last defense area and have not returned to the city. The monsters are coming, and this first wave of attack can still be resisted, but the masters present need to go back immediately to support. On the Great Walled Defense Line, Lieutenant General Zhu Guangyi had a heavy face and bowed to Qin Shuangyan and suggested, no. Qin Shuangyan shook his head and said, everyone present must not leave. All of you must stick to the Great Walled Defense Line and abandon all the surrounding defense areas. As soon as the voice fell, the whole audience was in an uproar. Those small forces, as well as those forces whose warriors still stayed in the surrounding defense areas, were even more furious. The invasion of monsters is a full-scale invasion from the 3,000-mile borderline, and the Great Wall defense line is only more than 1,000 miles, which can only block less than half of the distance. If no support is provided to the surrounding defense areas, the remaining places will almost be trampled by the beast tide, allowing them to invade the Linghai giant city at will. How can everyone accept this? But, among the people present, the three family heads were silent one after another. It was rare that they did not express any opinions and acquiesced to Qin Shi Huangyin's decision. They were all old foxes who were shrewd and calculating. When they heard Qin Shi Huangyin's order, they immediately understood what Qin Shi Huangyin was thinking. Qin Shi Huangyin had no determination to stop the beast tide of the 9 wolf smokes. His original intention was to escape, but the court's rules were there, and Qin Shi Huangyin was not allowed to escape, so he had to go on. So at this time, Qin Shi Huangyin's first goal became how to survive safely on the front line, the Linghai giant city behind him, the city, the home, the people. All of these were out of his mind. Qin Shi Huangyin's approach was to keep all his strength by his side, on the Great Wall defense line, and to hand over the entire Linghai giant city behind to the demons of the evil spirit mountains to protect himself. Doing so was certainly unscrupulous, but it could not be said that he had left his post without permission, and when the army of the demon suppression mansion came to support the rebellion, Qin Shi Huangyin had enough excuses, because he was indeed at the forefront, but his strength was too weak to stop the beast tide army. Moreover, the death of the city lord is also a perfect reason and excuse. Qin Shi Huangyin can take advantage of the situation and throw all the responsibility to Chu Yun, who has already escaped, so as to avoid his own responsibility and trouble. All of this, Wang Xiong, Zhuo Lin, and Liu Xunf, the three heads of the family, all saw it and guessed it, and their position at this moment is the same as Qin Shi Huangyin. If they keep the Great Walled defense line, they can hold their own lives. At least from this point of view, the interests of both parties are exactly the same, which is equivalent to grasshoppers standing on the same boat. Silence. Qin Shi Huangyin saw that the military camp was like a pot of boiling water, and his face was immediately full of anger. He slapped the table and said, "In wartime, military orders are like mountains. What I say is what it is. If you want to disobey orders, just stand up and let me deal with you by military law." After the voice fell, the crowd, which was originally excited, suddenly became much quieter. After all, during this long period of time, the Qin father and son had accumulated enough prestige in Linghai giant city. Even though the city lord had been killed by Chu Yun, Qin Shi Huangyin could still say what he meant. "General Qin, your arrangement of the transfer order is equivalent to handing over the more than 1,000-mile defense area to the beast tide army. At that time, it will be easy for them to break through the defense line and invade Linghai. At this moment, Linghai giant city is equivalent to having no defenses." Zhu Hongyu took a deep breath, stood up, and said, as the shopkeeper of Yuang Pavilion, Zhu Hongyu standing up also had enough weight. Qin Shi Huangyin glanced at her and said lightly, "Who said I gave up completely? Didn't the lieutenant general say that there are still some warriors in those defense areas who have not yet evacuated? They can be stationed there, and I haven't transferred them all back. How can I have completely given up? What's the difference between this and completely giving up? Those who remain in those defense areas and have not left are just logistics personnel responsible for collecting supplies. They don't have real combat power at all. What can they use to resist the beast tide of the 9 wolf smokes?" Zhu Hongyu laughed out loud in anger and questioned. "It's funny." Qin Shi Huangyin was not afraid at all. He sneered twice and said, "You also know that this is the beast tide of the 9 wolf smokes. Those defensive areas are not easy to resist. Is it easy for me to defend the Great Wall? Now that the city lord is dead, we probably can't stop this beast tide. Before the arrival of the reinforcements from the demon suppression mansion, if the Great Wall defense line is lost, that will be a real big problem. If the Great Wall defense line is destroyed, how can the people of Linghai City fight against the beast tide in the future? Therefore, We must put all our strength on the Great Wall defense line and do our best to protect this place. If all the people in Linghai City are slaughtered by monsters, what future will there be? You said you would do your best to protect the Great Wall defense line, but I think you are going to do your best to protect yourself. Zhu Hongyu was so angry that she was shaking all over, pointing at Qin Shuangyan and scolded, Asshole. Qin Shuangyan's face turned pale, being scolded by a woman in front of so many people. As a general, he couldn't hold his face. The most important thing was that his thoughts were completely revealed by Zhu Hongyu, so he was a little angry at the moment. Just as the atmosphere was getting more and more tense, a row of armored soldiers suddenly rushed in from outside a military tent and said, General Qin, it's bad, the beast tide is coming, and now it has completely surrounded the Great Wall defense line. What? After the voice fell, the faces of everyone present changed. Qin Shuangyan's head buzzed, and he didn't bother to argue with Zhu Hongyu anymore. He stepped forward and grabbed the collar of the messenger soldier, lifted him up, and said, What did you say? Say it again. They surrounded the Great Wall defense line? Are you sure they surrounded it, not just walked past it? Yes, I'm sure. The soldier also panicked and said quickly, Not only did they come from the front, but there were also monsters from both sides of the Great Wall defense line that went around behind us, surrounding the entire Great Wall defense line from all directions. Qin Shuangyan's hand seemed to lose strength all of a sudden, and the soldier fell down and fell on the ground with a big buttock. He grimaced in pain, but dared not make any sound, because the soldiers who were familiar with Qin Shuangyan knew that at this time, they should never show their presence in front of General Qin, lest the other party pour out his anger on themselves. And at this moment, Qin Shuangyan was indeed very angry. He clenched his hands into fists and his face flushed. Why? Why not go to Linghai Giant City, but surround the Great Wall defense line? Why? I have already given up the entire Linghai Giant City. Why? Qin Shuangyan waved his fists and whistled wildly beside his head. He could no longer calm down and felt hysterical. In fact, it is easy to understand from another angle. The monsters in the beast tide want to eat people, but compared to ordinary people in Linghai Giant City, they prefer to eat places full of warriors. Now, almost 90% of the warriors in the entire Linghai Giant City have been transferred by Qin Shuangyan to the Great Wall defense line to protect themselves. Then, the Great Wall defense line has naturally changed from the safest place to the most attractive place for monsters, exuding tempting fragrance everywhere. This is Cleverness Backfires. Chapter 131. Wolf King. Figures rushed out from the military camp. Each of them was a big shot on the Great Wall defense line. They controlled various forces in the Linghai Giant City and were well-deserved superiors. Each of them had been in a high position for a long time and was intimidating without anger. But now, when they left the tent, their posture was full of panic and fear. Those figures left the camp and flew straight to the city wall. Before they rose too high, they saw that the outer edge of the Great Wall defense line around them, whether in the direction of the Evil Spirit Mountains or the direction of the Linghai Giant City, and even on both sides of the Great Wall, was surrounded by dense groups of beasts. It could be said that water could not get in and the wind could not get through. 9 wolf smoke sounded terrifying. But when you really see this scene, it is not something that can be described by these 4 short words. It was a feeling close to despair. Qin Shuangyan flew and landed on the city wall. His body was a little stiff. He looked into the distance, in the direction of the center of the beast tide. A giant wolf, which was extremely large and could swallow an adult directly with its mouth open, was walking towards the Great Wall defense line from the beast tide with a domineering step. As soon as Qin Shuangyan saw that figure, his eyes went dark, because that giant wolf was the overlord of the southwest area of the Evil Spirit Mountains, a shadow wolf clan demon king comparable to the Nirvana realm. Originally, Qin Shuangyan still had a glimmer of luck in his heart, but now that he saw the Wolf King, all his hopes were shattered in an instant. And around the Wolf King, there were dozens of smaller giant wolves. Although their momentum was not as terrible as the Wolf King, they were also something that ordinary people dared not to look at easily. Needless to say, These smaller giant wolves were all 4th-level demon beasts comparable to the mountain and sea realm, and the Shadow Wolf clan had deployed this lineup, which obviously meant that they had already come out in full force. The quality of these giant wolves has long passed the stage of being able to transform, but at this moment, they still proudly came to the Great Walled Defense Line in their original posture. Man-eating demons are like this. Even if they can transform into humans, they will not show themselves in human form unless they have to. Otherwise, how can they show themselves in the form of food in front of the world? What is the purpose of Wolf King's visit? Qin Shi Huangyan took a deep breath, and he didn't realize that his voice was already trembling. Hee. The giant wolf grinned, staring at Qin Shi Huangyan on the top of the city with its huge eyes, and a terrifying voice came out of its mouth, the kind of voice that would scare a child to tears immediately, saying, "After your father died, you can't even speak?" The king brought all the people to the city. "What do you think I am doing?" Qin Shi Huangyan's face was ugly, and he said, "You know that's not what I mean." What he meant was that the Wolf King could obviously go straight to the Linghai giant city, which was already in a state of no defense, so why did he have to bite the hard bone of the Great Walled Defense Line? "What do you mean, my king?" the giant wolf sneered, making its voice, which was already very different from that of humans, even more gloomy and terrifying. At the same time, a huge momentum emanated from its majestic body. Its already huge body was now almost as big as the city wall. When the strong men of the demon race reached the stage of nirvana, they would also master the power of laws like human warriors, but they did not focus on it. The power of laws was just an extra for them. What was really important was the more terrifying strong body after changing the life form. For example, at this moment, the Wolf King's body became huge, as tall as the wall of the Great Wall Defense Line, and its momentum and strength also increased accordingly. Its huge body seemed to be able to jump into the clouds and bite off the moon. Awu! The Wolf King raised his head and let out an excited howl. In the beast tide below, all the wolves howled together. The terrifying wolf howls were connected, but they immediately formed a strange position of demon spirit power. In this stance, all the howling wolves, their own blood power, were inspired by the blood of the Wolf King, and became stronger one by one. Suddenly, each shadow wolf in the wolf pack became several times larger, and its momentum also increased, as if it had received a very strong group gain. Attack! Qin Shi Huangyan's pupils shrank, and he subconsciously shouted, "Immediately activate the formation, at all costs. You must maintain the power of the formation, attack the Wolf King, and don't let it howl again." As soon as the voice fell, tens of thousands of soldiers on the Great Walled Defense Line were well trained to operate and charge various formations. Even under this huge mental pressure, they still maintained a considerable level. After all, in the past few decades or even hundreds of years, the soldiers on the Great Walled Defense Line would face a beast tide attack every short period of time. Although the scale was relatively small, they were very familiar with various forms of dealing with the beast tide and would not make any mistakes. But the current situation cannot be saved simply by not making mistakes. With the howl of the Wolf King, the beast tide's attack officially began, rushing towards the Great Walled Defense Line from all directions. Buzz buzz buzz, the sound of the first array activation sounded, and a bright halo lit up on the city wall. Then, the halos on the city wall were connected into one piece, and a series of lights lit up, covering the entire Great Walled Defense Line. These array lights reflected each other, forming a continuous huge protective shield, protecting the Great Walled Defense Line inside. When the beast tide rushed to the bottom of the city, the power of the array was activated, and it could directly block the monsters outside. But just blocking is not enough, so Qin Shi Huangyan immediately ordered the soldiers to control the power of the array and fight back. For a time, all kinds of crossbows, artillery shells, and fire rain type defensive attacks were sprinkled out from the array base on the top of the city like they were free, and the heat of the war reached its peak in an instant. Boom boom boom, at the edge of the protective shield under the city wall, fierce explosions raised dust and sounded continuously. One explosion was followed by another explosion, so it was almost impossible to hear the end. Everyone could only hear a series of booms, and all other sounds were covered. Under the defense of the formation and the counterattack, the siege began. However, no matter how powerful the formation of the Great Wall defense line was, it could not be impeccable. Under the amplification of the Wolf King's howl, countless shadow wolves of the Shadow Wolf tribe kept attacking the protective formation like crazy, almost stepping on the corpses of their own tribe, and constantly advancing. Finally, a Shadow Wolf squeezed into the protective shield. Although it took only 2 steps, it was quickly blasted into slag by the quick-eyed and quick-handed soldiers guarding the city with a crossbow. But after it, there were other Shadow Wolves who rushed into the protective shield one after another and rushed towards the base of the city wall together. Boom boom boom, the dense array of power covered the attack, and the monsters that rushed into the array were attacked. At the same time, Qin Shi Huangdi also roared, "What are you all standing there for? Go and eliminate those monsters that broke through," he roared to the people of various forces. After the voice fell, Wang Xiang, Liu Xun, and Zhuo Lin looked at each other, and they were still hesitant. To be honest, at this point, they were basically desperate in their hearts. Seeing the terrifying figure outside the city, they had already had various thoughts of retreating before the battle started. Now, the fierce battle began, and seeing those Shadow Wolves become so ferocious under the blessing of the Wolf King, they were even more hesitant in their hearts, thinking that surrender was impossible, but finding a chance to slip away would be okay. When Qin Shi Huangdi's order was issued, the 3 looked at each other, and their hearts were full of hesitation. And at this moment, "Let's go!" Zhu Hongyu snorted coldly, and flew down the wall with Zhang Shen, the head shopkeeper of Lin Yuan Pavilion, and launched a series of counterattacks against the Shadow Wolves that broke into the formation. Before leaving, he didn't say anything else, just left a sentence, "They are all cowards who are afraid of death." After the voice fell, Wang Xiang and others looked extremely ugly, but they didn't do anything. Now, they are still thinking about how to evacuate this place most conveniently. The formation of the Great Wall defense line is indeed very strong, but it is not invincible at all. At present, a large number of monsters have broken in from outside the formation. If the formation is completely broken and the beast-tide army completely presses over, the scene will not be a joke. I am afraid that no one in the entire Great Wall defense line will be spared, and with a 5th-level Demon King sitting on the other side, it is only a matter of time before the defense formation is broken. When the Wolf King intends to take action, they will be close to death. In this situation, it was naturally difficult for Wang Xiang and others who were like fence-sitters to keep their composure. They had been trying to find a way to escape, but at the moment they were surrounded by the tide of beasts on all sides and there was nowhere to escape. "You old guys, put away those evil thoughts. This place has been completely surrounded by the tide of beasts. The high-level forces of the Demon Clan are all here. If you can escape, that would be a miracle. Now we have only one chance to survive, and that is to defend the Great Wall defense line and wait for reinforcements from the Demon Suppression Mansion." Qin Shi Huangdi also saw that these old guys were unreliable and did not intend to risk their lives, so he immediately raised his voice and said, "If you dare to disobey orders again, I will execute you before the demons enter the city." After the words fell, the faces of the 3 family heads became even uglier, but they had no way to argue. When they thought about it carefully, they found that in the current situation, they could only defend. Without the Great Wall defense, they wanted to escape from this heavy siege, which was completely a dream. It would be better to pin their hopes on the reinforcements of the Demon Suppression Mansion, which was more reliable. But of course, it was also limited. No matter how fast the reinforcements of the Demon Suppression Mansion came, it would take at least a day to arrive from receiving the news to setting off, including the journey in between. And can the Great Wall defense line survive a day under the large-scale attack of the 9 beast tides? This was too difficult to think about, so that people could not see any hope at all. Under the city wall, those monsters that broke through the formation of defense were wiped out by the 2 pavilions led by Zhu Hongyu and Zhang Shen. Under the leadership of several Shanghai realm warriors, ordinary small monsters were no match at all and could not play any role. All along, among the 3 pavilions in the Linghai giant city, Yuan Pavilion was the most special and weakest one. There was never even a Shanghai realm warrior sitting in it. because this Yuan Pavilion was once the private property of the Li family. However, Lin Yuan Pavilion and Yuan Pavilion are different. These two pavilions can be regarded as a small branch of Lin Yuan sect and Yuan sect. The mountain and sea realm masters in the sect will take turns to go there and serve as the chief treasurer, so the defense force has always been strong. When dealing with the masters that broke in, Qin Shuangyan saw this and ordered to reduce part of the defense force and pour more array power into the attack, so that the array power charged for counterattack became more active to attack the Wolf King who commanded the Wolf Pack. It's ridiculous. The huge body of the Wolf King stood there, and the array power on the city wall turned into a series of bright streams of light to attack. When it fell on it, nothing happened. After a burst of boom boom boom, the Wolf King didn't even lose a few hairs, let alone be injured. The demons mainly cultivate the power of the flesh. Although their law power is weak, their flesh power is extremely strong, their defense ability is extremely terrible, and their recovery ability is also quite terrible. Therefore, even if they resist the attack of the formation, they have no pressure. Damn it! Qin Shuangyan cursed angrily, his face turned blue, and he hurriedly said, "Don't attack the Wolf King anymore. Focus on improving the defense power of the formation, and clear the beast tied below." The Wolf King sneered disdainfully, and gave orders to the various fourth-level monsters in a small circle around him, saying, "Go, turn the people in that city into our food." A woo, roar, various beast roars, one after another, rang continuously. Immediately afterwards, those fourth-level monsters launched a fierce attack on the Great Wall defense line, and together they tried their best to attack the protective formation. Under the joint attack of a group of fourth-level monsters, the protective shield was subjected to violent fluctuations and its defense was greatly reduced. Although it had not yet shown any tendency to collapse, it had already begun to shake, and the light pattern of the formation below also became unstable, and a large number of low-level monsters took advantage of the situation to squeeze in. For a moment, Zhu Hongyu and Zhang Shen, who were clearing the invading monsters below, naturally felt a great deal of pressure. They looked up at the top of the city several times, but did not see anyone coming down to support them. As for the mountain and sea realm masters of the Wang family, the Liu family, and the Zhuo family, no one was seen. A bunch of beasts. Zhu Hongyu gritted his teeth, feeling angry. Chapter 132, Death. As those fourth-level monsters joined the battle, the Great Wall defense line immediately came under tremendous pressure. Boom boom boom. Fierce explosions sounded almost every moment, and the protective shield of the entire Great Wall defense line began to shake violently, with a shaky feeling. Countless attacks hit the barrier like a violent storm. Soon, the first fourth-level monster squeezed into the protective formation and killed at the foot of the city wall, fighting with the two big shopkeepers who came to meet them head-on. But after them, there was the second, third, and fourth. The number of fourth-level monsters in the entire Evil Spirit Mountains was simply countless. Even in the Shadow Wolf clan territory in this remote place, there were more than 30 or 40 of them. These monsters killed their way into the protective shield, and not all of them stayed under the city. A large part of them passed Zhu Hongyu and Zhang Shen under the city, climbed the city wall and killed directly towards the top of the city. After Zhang Shen and Zhu Hongyu looked at each other, they did not do anything to stop these monsters. One reason was that they could not stop them. With the manpower of their two pavilions, how could they stop these 30 or 40 fourth-level monsters? That was 30 or 40 beings comparable to the mountain and sea realm. Fight with all your strength. Qin Shuangyan saw this scene, and the bloodshot in his eyes was about to explode. After a roar, he raised his long knife and killed the fourth-level monsters that rushed to the top of the city. The purpose of these fourth-level monsters climbing to the top of the city was very clear, that is, to go to the formation base of the Great Walled Defense Line. Once they succeeded in destroying the formation base, the people present would really have only one way to die. As the saying goes, only the old Yinbi knows the old Yinbi best. When those fourth-level monsters rushed to the top of the city, The heads of the three major families on the top of the city changed their faces and were about to find an opportunity to run away. But King Chu Yun was quick-witted and had the masters of the mountain and sea realm in the city lords mansion and other small forces in the Linghai giant city surround the masters of the three major families. When they all rushed to the top of the city to fight against those fourth-level monsters, the warriors of the three major families were caught in the middle. Unless they dared to draw their swords, they could only charge together. In this way, a group of people fought fiercely with dozens of fourth-level monsters on the top of the city. The scene was extremely fierce in an instant. Although there were more monsters, when they passed through the formation, they were backlashed and damaged by the power of the formation, and their combat power was reduced. In addition, the warriors guarding the city on the top of the city, and a small part of the power of the formation assisted, so when the two sides fought, they were still evenly matched. But no one could ignore that outside the Great Walled Defense Line, there was a terrible giant wolf, staring at all the humans on the top of the city with a playful look. How ridiculous! Compared to dealing with our noble demon race, you humans prefer to fight each other. Qin Wuji, who was experienced all his life, died in the hands of an unknown boy today. Your entire Linghai area will fall into the bloody mouth of this king. The Wolf King's half-smile sounded very playful. From his ferocious beast face, a humanized mockery was revealed, which brought great psychological pressure to many people. This king has seen enough. This great walled defense line should have been destroyed in one fell swoop. As soon as the voice fell, the giant wolf suddenly moved forward, and its bloody mouth opened. Each of its sharp teeth was thicker than two people stacked together, and extremely sharp. This terrible mouth bit the protective shield of the formation. Immediately, the energy of the formation fluctuated rapidly in those places that came into contact with the Wolf King's teeth, and a large amount of energy was mobilized from all directions to resist the Wolf King's attack. But unfortunately the result was ineffective, and the power of the formation was rapidly exhausted. Fire! Fire! On the top of the city wall, the lieutenant general who was in charge of the command roared and pointed at the Wolf King's bloody mouth, saying, "Everyone, attack the Wolf King." Upon hearing this, the soldiers did the same thing. No one wanted to see the city defense formation being bitten by the Wolf King, so they attacked the Wolf King's mouth like crazy. Countless streams of light, crossbows, and shells sprayed towards the Wolf King's bloody mouth. Unlike the previous attacks on the Wolf King, these attacks landed in the Wolf King's mouth and did cause some damage. The upper jaw of the Wolf King was a bit bloody and all kinds of blood splattered everywhere. Its internal defense is not as strong as its external defense. The mouth is its weakness. Increase the strength and continue to attack. Seeing this, the lieutenant general's eyes lit up instantly and shouted loudly. Suddenly, the attack on the city wall became more fierce. One after another, the attacks fell into the Wolf King's mouth, causing continuous damage, and blood flowers continued to splatter. But a few breaths passed, but it was useless, because the Wolf King's recovery ability was too strong. The damage on the mouth was healed by the Wolf King's demonic power in the blink of an eye. The physical strength and recovery ability of demons above the 5th level are far superior to those of human warriors. In this way, the Wolf King bit down hard against the bombardment from the top of the city. Not long after, he bit a big hole in the protective shield of the formation. Poor food, run away. The Wolf King sneered, and his two wolf claws suddenly grabbed forward and passed through the wound, completely tearing the formation of the entire Great Walled Defense Line apart. Roar! The roar of beasts rose everywhere. When the demon beasts saw this scene, they rushed into the gap torn by the Wolf King like crazy. The scene was really like a wave, one wave after another, and there was no end in sight. On the city wall, countless people's eyes fell on the protective shield torn by the Wolf King, and their eyes were filled with despair. Some people even gave up resistance immediately and chose to turn around and run. However, in this rolling beast tide, even if you want to run, it is not so easy. After all, there are still dozens of 4th level monsters fighting with them on the top of the city. Wang Xiong, Liu Xunf, Zhuo Lin, and the mountain and sea realm warriors and their family were the first to prepare to escape. As soon as the formation barrier was broken, the three of them took the lead in flying into the air and prepared to flee. However, The surrounding 4th-level demons also chased and intercepted them. In the eyes of these demons, every human mountain and sea realm warrior in front of them is a piece of tender and delicious fat meat that has been delivered to their mouths. How can they run away? Therefore, not long after, the warriors of the 3 major families, Wang, Liu, and Zhuo, were stopped by the demons. Moreover, because they lost the initiative, they were injured when they stopped. The situation became worse and worse, and everyone was more and more desperate. It's all the fault of that damn Chu Yun. I won't let him go even if I become a ghost. And elder of the mountain and sea realm of the Liu family roared, and then rushed towards the 2 demons with red eyes, launching a fearless attack. Everyone knows what will happen if they fall into the hands of demons. Those who are not of our race must have different hearts. There is no possibility of mediation between 2 races that feed on each other. If they are caught, they will be eaten. Therefore, they would rather die in this desperate moment. At least they will die with dignity. After this elder Liu cursed this sentence, he was immediately echoed by many people. In their hearts, if Chu Yun had not killed the city lord, this beast tide would not have appeared. Those demons were afraid of the city lord sitting in the city. How could they dare to attack in a big way? Of course, at this time, they all chose to forget the truth. That is, when Qin Wuji was still there, the demons would not attack in large numbers, because there was no need. Even if there was no need to attack, Qin Wuji would send out his people in waves for the demons to enjoy. Compared with this, for everyone present, whether Qin Wuji was there or not was just the difference between dying faster and neater and dying slower and more tedious. Soon, the elder of the Liu family died under the sneak attack of 2 4th-level demons and another 4th-level demon. The body was immediately swallowed by the demons present and eaten. This way of eating is naturally much worse than the delicate method of swallowing blood, but fortunately the amount is large enough, so the demons present are not picky, but are very excited and happy to eat it. One after another, the mountain and sea realm masters fell on the top of the city. The warriors of the 3 families, Wang, Liu, and Zhuo, were targeted by the demons because they wanted to escape at the beginning, and they died the fastest. The first one to be killed was Wang Xiong, the head of the Wang family. His death was not entirely due to the demons. At that time, the one fighting with the demons behind him was Zhuo Lin, the head of the Zhuo family. The latter made a mistake in his positioning and hit Wang Xiong's back. The situation was critical at that time. In order to avoid the strong attack of the demons in front of him, Zhuo Lin decisively pulled Wang Xiong behind him and used him as a meat shield to block in front of him. Wang Xiong never expected that in this melee, he would be attacked by his own people. He was not prepared for a moment and was pushed out like a meat shield. When the 4th-level demon of the Shadow Wolf clan opened its bloody mouth and bit at him, Wang Xiong was pushed out, and was bitten off by the demon on the spot. Starting from the waist, his 2 legs and upper body were separated from his body. At that moment, Wang Xiong was not dead yet. When his upper body fell down, he looked at Zhuo Lin with a cold face and opened his mouth to curse, but before he could make a sound, his upper body was swallowed by another demon that was galloping over, and it could be said that he was torn into pieces by 5 horses. In the crowd, Qin Shuangyan let out a howl, and with red eyes, he launched a crazy attack, riding his fierce wind spirit horse and waving a big knife, killing all the demons around him. As the son of the city lord, Qin Shuangyan's own talent is also excellent. Now he has a peak cultivation in the mountain and sea realm. He can be said to be one of the strongest people under the city lord. And now, his desperate outburst also showed his extraordinary combat power. A demon that showed his back to him only heard the sound of wind from behind, and before he could react, his body was split open by Qin Shuangyan's knife and died on the spot. This was already the 3rd 4th-level demon that Qin Shuangyan had killed personally. In this chaotic battle, as long as he caught the enemy's back and launched a sneak attack, he could achieve extraordinary results. Qin Shuangyan was proficient in the ways of the battlefield and naturally understood this very well. But his good days did not last too long. Just before he had completely put away his sword, a huge sense of oppression suddenly enveloped him. Qin Shuangyan looked up and saw a pair of eyes that were bigger than his, staring at him playfully. The eyes were not looking at an equal person or any other existence, but simply looking at a piece of delicious cake, fresh and delicious food. Under such a terrifying gaze, Qin Shuangyan shuddered on the spot. There was no doubt that the only one who could look at him like this was the Wolf King. "Let me go." Qin Shuangyan wanted to raise his knife and chop him, but what he said in the end turned into a plea for mercy. He gritted his teeth and said, "Although the Linghai area has been breached, the army of the Demon Suppression Mansion will soon come to suppress it. If you are willing to let me go, I am willing to continue our cooperation like my father did before." The Wolf King looked at him and said nothing. Qin Shuangyan continued hurriedly, "You need me, you know this. I can reveal the information in the Demon Suppression Mansion to you. I am very valuable as an insider of your Shadow Wolf clan, so you can't kill me. This king does need you." The Wolf King put his huge head close to Qin Shuangyan, but a sneer came out of his mouth. "But unfortunately, I need you to fill my stomach and cooperate with me. Your father is worthy, but you are not worthy." As soon as the voice fell, the Wolf King opened his bloody mouth and bit forward fiercely. The speed was so fast that the naked eye could not catch it at all, and Qin Shuangyan had no chance to dodge. Immediately, there was a sound of crackling, and Qin Shuangyan's body was swallowed directly into the mouth of the Wolf King. The sharp fangs chewed twice, and then swallowed it into the stomach. "Kill as much as you want, the spiritual sea is ours. Ha 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 ha." The Wolf King laughed wildly. The laughter was like thunder and wind, sweeping over the top of the city, bringing waves of deep despair. The warriors of various families on the top of the city died one after another under the siege of the beast tide and became food for the monsters. The scene was extremely bloody, and at the foot of the city, Zhu Hongyu and Zhang Shaoan worked together to kill the monsters stranded below. They looked up at the top of the city, and their hearts were also filled with despair. "What should I do? I can't stop it." Zhu Hongyu pursed his lips tightly and said in a trembling voice. Zhang Shaoan sighed and threw down the wine gourd. This drunkard who loved drinking like his life, now there was no drop of wine in the gourd, just as there was no hope in his heart. He looked up at the terrifying giant wolf on the top of the city wall, shook his head and whispered, "Let's go. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. Linghai district is over. Linghai district is over." When Zhu Hongyu heard this, he clenched his fists tightly, full of reluctance and despair. But there was nothing he could do. At this moment, in the distant sky, a figure flew in the air, not flying outside, but against the tide, killing all the way in from the outside of the beast tide, and directly came to the top of the city wall of the Great Walled Defense Line. It was a very young boy, wearing a blood-stained white shirt. On his chest, the clothes were torn and there was an extremely hideous wound on the skin that was exposed. Although it had scabbed, it could still be seen how dangerous it was, and it had not healed at this moment. At this moment, the boy flew from outside the Great Wall and stood in the air opposite the giant wolf. The man and the wolf looked at each other at this moment, and their eyes collided. "This is the spiritual sea. You demons and monsters who dare to cross the line will be killed." The young man spoke each word with sonorous and powerful voice. Chapter 133 Wolf Fang and Dragon Fang. Chu Yun. Inside and outside the Great Wall, there was a burst of exclamations, and everyone looked at the figure standing in the air with extremely astonished eyes. Ever since Chu Yun came to Linghai Giant City, he has never stopped shocking everyone, so much so that everyone has forgotten that Chu Yun is actually just a young boy. At this moment, this boy, dressed in white, with a hideous wound exposed on his chest, just experienced a crisis of almost dying. He actually went against the tide and came to the defense line of the Great Wall at the most critical moment in Linghai. You know, not long ago, many people in Linghai Giant City were planning to kill Chu Yun to get credit and promotion because he killed the city lord. The giant wolf stared at the figure that suddenly appeared in front of him, and his eyes stayed on the wound on Chu Yun's chest for a long time. As an old rival who had dealt with Qin Wuji for decades, the Wolf King was naturally very familiar with this wound. The penetrating wound of the Great Sun Demon Sealing Sword is placed at this position, not far from the heart. "It's a good thing that you are still alive." The giant wolf showed an interested look, looked at Chu Yun, and said, "Young human boy, it was you who rushed into the city lord's mansion and cut off Qin Wuji's head?" "Yes." Chu Yun spoke in a deep voice, looked at the Wolf King, and said, "And if you don't retreat, the ending will be the same." "Ha ha ha ha." The giant wolf laughed and said, "How arrogant. Although I don't know how that cunning old guy Qin Wuji fell into your hands, you have been seriously injured now, and even your wounds have not healed. Not only did you not find a place to hide and recuperate, but you even dared to come in front of me and speak nonsense. You really don't know how to write the word death. Do you want me to teach you?" Why did you come back?" Under the city wall, Zhu Hongyu and Zhang Shun both had heavy and regretful expressions on their faces, looking at Chu Yun in the sky from afar. They are the few people in the city who can understand Chu Yun. They also know that the city lord colluded with demons and betrayed the entire Linghai giant city. He deserves to die. Chu Yun killed him and did the right thing. But now, Chu Yun had just killed the city lord and was seriously injured, but he immediately came to the Great Wall defense line, trying to save the building from collapse by himself. This is also the right thing to do, but how can he do it? If it was Chu Yun in his prime, it would be fine. The blood from the penetrating wound left by the great sun-sealing demon sword has not dried yet. It has come to this point. Why did he come back? Chu Yun did not hear their questions, but if he heard, Chu Yun would answer them with a few words, that is, one person does the work, one person takes the blame. Chu Yun was the one who killed the city lord. After the death of the city lord, the Linghai area fell into emptiness, leading to the invasion of demons. Chu Yun also admitted these subsequent actions. When 9 smokes rose from the horizon, Chu Yun had just pulled out the great sun-sealing demon sword from his chest, and then, without much hesitation, he rushed to the Great Walled defense line. Chu Yun knew that after the death of the city lord, it was impossible for the remaining power of the Linghai giant city to resist the full-scale attack of the beast tide. In the Evil Spirit Mountains, there was a demon in the Nirvana realm, and he was the only one in the entire Linghai area who could fight against this Nirvana realm demon. At this time, Chu Yun had to stand up. Even if he was severely injured, even if his injuries had not healed, even if he might die from it, he had to stand up, because Chu Yun stood up to block the demons, and behind him were millions of living beings in the Linghai area, tens of millions of living lives. What the heart desires, it is an obligation. So, Chu Yun came, just when the Great Walled defense line was about to collapse. He arrived. It can be seen that you came here this time with the intention of dying. This king is curious. Why do you have to go to this extreme? Don't you know that the beast tied with 7 wolf smokes was sent by Qin Wuji to this king, asking him to send people to Huangjing Mountain to kill you? The people in the Linghai area treated you like this, but you risked your life to protect them? Is it worth it? The Wolf King spoke human words, and every word was heart-piercing. Chu Yun was silent for a moment, and looked back at the remaining people on the city wall. Many of them were opportunists who were ready to kill him in front of the city lord's mansion not long ago to take credit. Shaking his head, Chu Yun said, "If it was for these people below, I wouldn't even look at them. But there are more ordinary people in the Linghai area who are powerless. If this line of defense is broken, all of them will die. Do you think you can stop this king?" The Wolf King laughed. "Try it." Chu Yun slowly exhaled. Then you come and try." The giant wolf's voice suddenly became cold, and there was no smile in the voice. Instead, there was an extremely murderous aura. At the moment when the voice fell, its bloody mouth suddenly opened and bit towards Chu Yun. In an instant, the suffocating blood rushed in his face, and he could hardly open his eyes. Chu Yun didn't even look at it. The dragon flames on the ancient dragon sword in his hand were burning fiercely, and he stabbed it with a sword. Swish! A sword light accompanied by the fire of dragon flames shot into the giant wolf's mouth. The Wolf King had no weapons, but the flesh of the monster was the best weapon. Facing Chu Yun's sword light, the Wolf King bit his teeth, and the sharp and thick teeth collided with Chu Yun's sword light. Clang! A fierce metal clang sounded. The ancient dragon sword pierced a small part of the Wolf King's teeth, and immediately there were fine particles that fell from the Wolf King's solid teeth, and some cracks were also produced. The dragon flame on the ancient dragon sword also instantly fell into the Wolf King's mouth. Originally, in this humid environment, The dragon flame should not cause any harm, but the dragon is the overlord of all beasts and the top existence of all living beings. It has a strong ability to restrain any race, especially the beast race. The dragon flame fell into the mouth, just like eating a ball of fire. The giant wolf was burned and shook its head. It finally spit out the flame, but white smoke began to come out of its mouth. What kind of sword is this? It's so sharp that it can be harder than my teeth. What is that flame? Boy, what means did you use? The Wolf King was very frustrated in the first round of the confrontation. He was embarrassed in front of Chu Yun, a seriously injured boy. The reason is not because Chu Yun is so strong, but because the ancient dragon sword in Chu Yun's hand is extremely sharp and has a terrifying dragon flame that can restrain it. If these are excluded, Chu Yun will definitely not get any benefits in front of the Wolf King. On the surface, the sword strike just now seemed to be a collision between the wolf's fang and the ancient dragon sword, but in fact, it was a collision between the wolf's fang and the dragon's fang. The ancient dragon sword was the tooth of an ancient dragon. No matter how hard the wolf's fang was, how could it be compared with the dragon's fang? It's not too late to leave now, Chu Yun said in a low voice. If you attack again, I will kill you. Haha. You are still panting when I say you are fat. Do you think you can show off in front of me with this broken sword? It's ridiculous. The Wolf King seemed to be irritated and immediately let out an angry roar. Then, his body suddenly swelled again and soon became larger than the entire city wall. Chu Yun flew in front of it like a small sesame seed. Logically speaking, the Wolf King should be at a great disadvantage with such a huge body to deal with a tiny person like Chu Yun. After all, the bigger the body, the bigger the target, and the harder it is to avoid damage. Chu Yun's body was so small that he was more flexible in dodging. When the Wolf King attacked, the pressure Chu Yun could receive was much smaller, so he could break through the Wolf King with a single point and take advantage. But in fact, it was not the case. Chu Yun swung his sword and slashed at the Wolf King with the sword art of the Heavenly Mark 9 swords, a top-grade martial art. He slashed at the Wolf King with full force, but he only heard the sound of metal and stone colliding. The Wolf King's skin was as stiff as thick iron, and it was difficult to cause any substantial damage. Although his swords cut through the Wolf King's defense, they only injured the epidermis and could not hurt the Wolf King's bones. Even the dragon flame, which was the most restraining monster, could only burn a small area on the Wolf King's body. The Wolf King turned around and slapped it out. The Wolf King's pursuit of physical size was naturally justified. As the body expanded, the power of the Wolf King also increased. Originally, demons mainly cultivated their physique, so their strength was stronger than that of ordinary Nirvana realm warriors. In the previous state, the power of the Wolf King had already surpassed Kinwuji, and now, as the body expanded further, the power of the Wolf King had even crushed Kinwuji several times. With this level of power and physique, any attack below the Nirvana realm was like a tickle in front of the Wolf King, and even if it was an attack at the Nirvana realm, if the force was not particularly strong and did not touch the vital parts, it would have no effect. The Wolf King's recovery ability was also increasing. A little bit of injury would not delay anything, and it was directly recovered by the Wolf King's self-healing ability. Die for me, bug! The Wolf King shouted angrily, raised a wolf claw, and slapped Chu Yun. This claw was bigger than a whole house. When such a huge claw was swung, the power was naturally extremely terrifying, and there was also a special power that concentrated all the pressure in this claw on Chu Yun. In this situation, it is impossible to break through the hole with a single point, because no matter where Chu Yun receives the attack from the Wolf King, he will bear the full force of the attack. If he did not have the ability to concentrate all his strength on one point, the Wolf King would not have become so huge, and that would not be much of a benefit to the battle. Swish! Chu Yun's figure was under the giant claws, and he did not choose to resist. He immediately teleported and disappeared at the first moment, and his figure could no longer be found. Huh? The Wolf King looked around, and was in doubt, because at this moment, he suddenly lost all traces of the little bug, and even the breath that was the most difficult to hide disappeared at this moment, as if the whole person suddenly evaporated from the world. On this great walled defense line, not only did the Wolf King lose the trace of Chu Yun, But the people and demons watching the battle below also did not find where Chu Yun was now. Did he leave? Zhu Hongyu frowned, but quickly denied his thoughts and said, although he has this extremely strange teleportation ability, the distance of teleportation is definitely not that far. It is impossible for him to leave the field of vision of all of us at once. Ah, could it be? Could it be? Suddenly, Zhu Hongyu seemed to realize something and became extremely excited. He stared at the huge body of the Wolf King, and his heart was full of doubts. The next moment, the howling of the Wolf King suddenly sounded. Damn bug, you are in my body. Get out of here. Ah, I will kill you. Amid the painful howling of the Wolf King, there was a sound of sharp sword energy cutting through flesh and blood in his body. The crowd of onlookers exclaimed continuously, and then they realized that Chu Yun's teleportation just now not only did not leave, but actually teleported into the body of the Wolf King. Chapter 134 Breaking out of the body. The Wolf King's body is strong, and its defense can almost ignore the attacks of others. This is not only known by the garrison soldiers in the city, but also by Chu Yun. But at the same time, the defense inside the Wolf King's mouth is not that strong. Chu Yun realized this key point at the first moment of the fight between the two sides. So, at the first moment of the fight, Chu Yun immediately adjusted his own tactics and adopted an extremely bold method, that is, to use the power of teleportation to directly teleport into the body of the Wolf King. To be honest, this move shocked not only the Wolf King, but everyone else. What kind of brain circuit and what kind of means are needed to make such a shocking move? However, Chu Yun only wanted to say that the people in the fantasy world, who are very lacking in spiritual world, have never read the great literary work Journey to the West. In this masterpiece, Monkey King likes to do such things as getting into other people's bodies when they disagree with each other. At this moment, the Wolf King's body trembled, not because of fear, but because of pain. After Chu Yun was teleported into the Wolf King's body, he seemed to have entered its stomach. Looking at the dim and constantly moving environment around him, Chu Yun felt nauseous, and then he immediately took out the Dragon Ancient Sword and attacked everything around him indiscriminately, starting to turn the tide. The Wolf King's external defense is indeed extremely terrifying. It is also difficult for the Nirvana realm of the same realm to break through with brute force. Perhaps Qin Wuji was still okay, but many years later, the Wolf King has been needing human warriors non-stop to improve his own strength, and the two sides have already opened up the gap. However, no matter how powerful the external defense is, the Wolf King still has huge weaknesses and flaws in his body, and at this moment, it has been completely exposed to Chu Yun. Stop! Stop! The Wolf King let out a painful wail. The severe pain in his body has made him feel miserable at this moment, but the most fatal thing is that under this situation, the Wolf King can't make any effective counterattack against Chu Yun. No matter how sharp his teeth and claws are, what can he do? It's impossible to stab into his own body, cut himself open first, and then dig Chu Yun out, right? But if he doesn't do this, what method should the Wolf King use to deal with Chu Yun, who has already entered his body? Soon, Chu Yun had pierced through the Wolf King's stomach, making a huge hole in the stomach wall, and blood was squeezed in from the outside. To be honest, the scene was really terrifying. Ordinary people couldn't imagine what it felt like to be in the stomach of a huge creature and watch the blood pouring in, especially when the entire stomach was still wriggling and trembling. The scene was really too terrifying and disgusting, but whether it was disgusting or whatever, it didn't affect Chu Yun at all. He went out through the wound in the stomach and shuttled back and forth between various organs in the Wolf King's body. The Wolf King kept roaring, and finally fell into despair, saying, "Come out quickly, I am willing to surrender. I am willing to take my people back to the evil spirit mountains and never step into the spirit sea for the rest of my life." Even though he made such a promise, Chu Yun in the Wolf King's body did not stop at all, but rushed all the way to the Wolf King's heart. After the Wolf King realized this, he was so scared that he didn't care about anything and begged for mercy. "Please, let me go quickly. I am willing to serve you as my master and never betray you. Stop quickly." Too late. Chu Yun's voice came from the Wolf King's body in a dull voice. Then, A sword light accompanied by a blazing dragon flame pierced into the Wolf King's heart first. Bang! The dragon flame exploded inside the heart, and the Wolf King's entire huge heart was also exploded. At this most critical moment, Chu Yun did not hold back and directly shattered the Wolf King's heart. Ugh! The Wolf King howled miserably. His two eyes, which were larger than a human's, widened to their maximum. His huge body fell to the ground with a rumble, unwillingly, and never got up again, losing all his life force. All the demons above level 4 around the battlefield stared at this scene with wide eyes, and then they saw with their own eyes that a figure covered in blood stabbed out of the Wolf King's stomach. He was still dressed in white, still that handsome young man, holding a blazing dragon ancient sword, exuding a kingly aura, and after going in and out of the body of this level 5 beast king and easily ending the Wolf King's life, he unexpectedly walked out again without a speck of dust. Retreat, or die, Chu Yun said in a deep voice. As soon as the voice fell, all the 4th level demons present fled in panic, fleeing back to the Evil Spirit Mountains. The speed and momentum were not much different from when they first rushed over, driving millions of demon beasts around them to flee back to the Evil Spirit Mountains. Seeing this scene, Chu Yun finally let out a long breath, and his breath suddenly became much weaker. His condition was indeed very bad. He had just fought a battle with the city lord Qin Wuji and was seriously injured. He came here immediately to fight against this terrifying Wolf King. In fact, the tactic of teleporting into the body of the Wolf King seemed to be a fantastic move, but in fact, it was also a desperate struggle under helplessness. Chu Yun had never used the star instant before, teleporting into the body of a creature. He had no idea whether it would succeed. What would happen if his body and the Wolf King's body interpenetrated when he teleported? He had no idea at all. However, Chu Yun carried the life-saving stone with him, thinking that if such a situation really happened, the life-saving stone should be able to teleport immediately and save his life. So, he went, and in this attempt, Chu Yun really gained some valuable experience. When he just teleported into the Wolf King's body, the position Chu Yun chose at the beginning was indeed a very awkward place. The lower body overlapped with the Wolf King's stomach wall for a distance. When Chu Yun sensed this, he was extremely scared, because he didn't know what would happen next. When the teleportation was completed, would his body and the Wolf King's body be stuck together? If so, would his body be inserted into the Wolf King's stomach wall, or would the intersection of the two be completely combined and overlapped? If it was the first case, the situation would be fine, but if it was the second case, wouldn't his own legs be useless? In this huge panic, the final situation made Chu Yun's eyes light up, because neither of these two situations happened. Chu Yun's body, wrapped in the power of space, slid a distance in the opposite direction of the stomach wall. It was as if Chu Yun's body was thrown into the water, but was pushed out of the water by the buoyancy of the water, and bounced above the stomach wall of the Wolf King, and then completed the transmission. That kind of spatial force, without a doubt, was the unique role played by the Tanchen Xingju, which enabled Chu Yun to shuttle into the Wolf King's body in a safe state. After reaching this conclusion, Chu Yun's evaluation of the Tanchen Xingju in his heart immediately took a huge step up. Originally thought, this might be a peak heavenly grade or slightly higher martial arts, but now it seems that even the grade of the holy grade martial arts can't resist it, because the Tanchen Xingju with this characteristic can almost be regarded as the natural enemy of the demon race. When fighting with it, without saying a word, it will be directly teleported into the opponent's body and attack from the inside of the opponent's huge body. How can those demons who specialize in physical training resist this? Perhaps some demons who specialize in body training can cultivate their bodies to the same degree of hardness as their bodies after reaching a higher grade, but at least for the demon beasts in the Nirvana realm, they cannot do this at all. When they encounter a warrior with the ability to teleport, they can only wait for death. Even if the demon beast has the ability to change its size, it cannot fight against the enemy inside its body. If the Wolf King intends to change its body shape and shrink its body, it will not be able to change the defense strength of the demon beast, and it may even reduce it. Chu Yun, who is in the Wolf King's body, will not shrink with the Wolf King, He will only break through the Wolf King, whose defense is reduced after shrinking faster, and complete the lore. On the city wall, countless people watched helplessly. After the Wolf King's body fell, the beast tide receded like a tide. Not long after, the dark beast group disappeared in the distance and disappeared into the Evil Spirit Mountains. This huge crisis was resolved just like that, and the person who saved the Great Walled Defense Line and the entire Linghai area turned out to be the murderer who killed the city lord. Not long ago, under the instigation of King Chu Yun, many people were greedy and planned to kill Chu Yun first, regardless of whether what Chu Yun said about the city lord colluding with demons was true or false, so that they could receive a huge reward. And now, those who followed King Chu Yun to attack, such as Wang Xiong, the head of the Wang family, Liu Xunf, the head of the Liu family, and Zhuo Lin, the head of the Zhuo family, have all died in the beast tide. The city lord's mansion, major families, and warriors of various small and medium forces have suffered extremely heavy losses, and their combat effectiveness is only about half. However, the expression on the faces of the survivors is close to tranquility. Everyone knew that after the death of the Wolf King, the spiritual sea region would not be attacked for a long time. The demons were frightened in the Evil Spirit Mountains and would fall into a fight without a leader. For a long time, the spiritual sea region would be safe. And all this was the credit of the young man in white holding a sword. Chapter 135. See you later, Chu Yun. A shout came from the base of the Great Walled Defense Line. Then, two figures rushed straight to the giant wolf's body. They were Zhu Hongyu and Zhang Shen. They came to Chu Yun and stopped not far away. Are you okay? Zhu Hongyu looked at Chu Yun with some concern. After a moment of silence, he asked. Zhang Shen didn't know what to say. He hesitated for a moment, scratched his head, and said, "If you are still in pain, I have some precious wines. Thank you for your concern." Chu Yun smiled faintly, put away the dragon ancient sword, and said, "I'm fine." As soon as these words came out, in Chu Yun's mind, they were just stating the facts, because with the powerful effect of the eternal rejuvenation technique, the injuries he suffered on his body would not have any great impact as long as they did not touch the origin of martial arts. After a long time, they would be able to recover. However, it became not so simple when it fell into the ears of others. Anyone who saw the hideous wound on Chu Yun's chest would not think that Chu Yun was fine. I think it's best that you don't stay in Linghai region. Although you did the right things, you killed the city lord, which is an unforgivable crime in the Tanji dynasty. If the people from the Demon Suppression Mansion come, they will not let you go and will capture you. Zhu Hongyu bit her lip and spoke. Zhang Shen, who was standing beside her, nodded in agreement and sighed. I never expected that Qin Wuji would actually collude with demons, and I never expected that you would dare to kill him. You actually killed him. Just for this reason alone, you are the person I admire most in my life. No one else. He. Chu Yun heard this and smiled with mixed feelings. I had already made plans to leave Linghai. The matter of killing the city lord just made my plan a little earlier, but it was just what I wanted. After a pause, Chu Yun slowly exhaled, bowed to the two of them, and said, "Then, the mountains and rivers remain unchanged, and the green waters flow forever. See you later, both of you. See you later." This beast tide came quickly and went quickly. For the people in the giant city of Linghai, this day was undoubtedly a day of ups and downs. Just heard that the city lord Qin Wuji died at the hands of Chu Yun, the chief manager of Yuan Pavilion, and heard rumors that the city lord was actually a traitor who colluded with demons. Before the public could confirm the truth, the terrifying 9 wolf smokes had already risen from the horizon, bringing great despair to everyone in the entire Linghai giant city. When the wolf smoke rose, many families had already taken action, taking the most valuable things and fleeing out of the city. In the past, Linghai giant city was a very safe place, but after the death of the city lord, no one thought that the Great Wall defense line could still stop the beast tide of the 9 wolf smokes. So many people had foresight and had already begun to flee. Danxia Bank was among them. When the wolf smoke rose, Master Li decisively ordered to take all the valuable assets in the bank and immediately move to the demon suppression mansion. Master Li was clear-headed and had a clear judgment of the situation. He knew that the cooperation between Qin Wuji and the Wolf King was a fart, a complete interest relationship. Now that Qin Wuji was dead, the Wolf King would definitely invade in a large scale and spare no effort, and Linghai Giant City, which had lost its city lord, would definitely not be able to stop the invasion of the Beast Tide. But they had just packed up their things and hadn't walked far when they received news that the Beast Tide had receded. After asking carefully, they found out that the terrible Shadow Wolf Tribe Demon King was dead, and the one who killed him was Chu Yun. Upon hearing the news, Master Li was stunned and looked at the direction of the distant horizon. He was silent for a long time, and finally his face straightened, clasped his hands, and bowed down. After the Beast Tide receded, the only person who could give orders on the Great Walled Defense Line was a general in the City Lord's mansion. On the Linghai Giant City side, except for the two chief shopkeepers of Yuang Pavilion and Lin Yuan Pavilion who went down the city wall at the beginning and did not suffer much damage, the leaders of the other major forces were basically dead. So, at this moment, Zhu Hongyu and Zhang Shaoan took over the command as they should. After Chu Yun left, the two issued an order to let some people stay to clean up the battlefield and continue to beware of the Beast Tide that might return. The rest of the people immediately went to search for the monsters that had entered the Linghai area. Although under the order of the Wolf King, almost the vast majority of the monsters surrounded the Great Walled Defense Line and left together. However, such a large-scale Beast Tide suppressed the Linghai area when it was almost undefended. If it was said that there were no monsters from outside the Great Walled Defense Line into the hinterland of the Linghai area, no one would believe it. Therefore, at the first time, Zhu Hongyu and Zhang Shaoan led people to search and capture them, and they must kill all of them before these monsters cause trouble. On the other side, in the defense of Fengku, when Chu Yun came back, he saw Yang Zhangyi, Liu Chang and others helping the soldiers to defend the city. The big shopkeeper is back. Great. Shopkeeper Yang was sharp-eyed and saw Chu Yun flying over at a glance. His eyes were full of surprise. Then he saw Chu Yun landed on the base of the city wall and slashed out with a sword, smashing the monster that was attacking the city. Then several skilled moves were made to defeat the glacier and submerge all the monsters in the Beast Tide behind. The Yuan Pavilion warriors on the city wall, including Captain Lin, were very familiar with this scene and were not surprised. They all looked at Chu Yun's back with a relieved expression. But, when Chu Yun turned around, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Shopkeeper Yang's eyes suddenly turned red and he looked at Chu Yun's chest. "Boss, who dares to hurt you?" He clenched his fists. His anger was beyond words. His face flushed with excitement, and the veins on his neck were exposed, as if Chu Yun would rush up to fight him as soon as he said a name, no matter who the other party was. It was the city lord. Chu Yun paused and shook his head. "But it's okay, he has died under my sword." As soon as these words came out, everyone present was frightened and pale, looking at each other, with shocked expressions on their faces, and even unable to speak. Captain Lin, who was standing by, was also stunned immediately. Then, with an extremely embarrassed expression, he said, "Master Chu, you'd better stop joking." "I'm not joking." Chu Yun shook his head, then sighed, looked at shopkeeper Yang and others, and said, "Old Yang, this time I have to let you and the brothers in the pavilion down." As he spoke, Chu Yun recounted everything he encountered and what happened after he left the Fengku defense line from beginning to end. Every time he came to an extremely important key point, he would stop for a while to give the listeners some time to recover. When he talked about the 9 wolf smokes rising, the Wolf King invaded in large numbers, and then he killed him with one sword. The guys in Yuan Pavilion couldn't help but have red eyes and clenched their fists. Some people even couldn't help but wet their eyes. In Yuan Pavilion, everyone respected Chu Yun's ability, character and fair attitude, but in fact, if you think about it carefully, Chu Yun is not very old. He is even the youngest among all the shopkeepers, stewards and even clerks of Yuan Pavilion. When everyone puts themselves in Chu Yun's shoes, it is really hard to imagine how much pressure Chu Yun is under. The city lord is a traitor. Only Chu Yun knows this. Others who know the inside story, such as Li Yuangzu, will only choose to help Li Yuangzu conceal it. In the Tangji dynasty, many people in high positions in the huge court acquiesce to such things, because this can maintain the surface of peace, but the price is only a small number of lives. Chu Yun felt sorry for that small group of people, for the dead Liang Qiushan, and for the Liang family warriors. He knew the truth, but he also knew that if he told this kind of thing, no one would believe it. And the fact was indeed so. Even if Chu Yun put all the evidence in front of everyone, the heads of the three major families still chose to stand on the side of interests and wanted to kill Chu Yun and take his head to receive the reward. In this case, what can Chu Yun do? If this option is placed in front of the ordinary guys, they may choose to give up and escape from Linghai Giant City, or they may choose to give in and beg for mercy from the city lord, or simply surrender to the city lord and go along with the crowd. However, Chu Yun chose the most difficult one. He took up his sword and killed his way into the city lord's mansion to seek justice for those who died in the mouths of demons due to betrayal. That's the city lord, the strongest person in Linghai domain, the top powerhouse in Nirvana realm. Everyone could not imagine how difficult that process would be, nor could they imagine what Chu Yun had endured to be able to kill the city lord. However, judging from the hideous wound on Chu Yun's chest, this battle was definitely a lose-lose situation. Even if Chu Yun won, that sword almost took his life. After that, the beast tide rose again, and the entire Linghai area was in great crisis. Millions of lives could be drowned under the impact of the beast tide at any time. Faced with such a situation, Chu Yun, who was seriously injured and not yet healed, did not need to get involved. But he still chose to go to the Great Walled defense line and resolutely fight with the Wolf King. Plop! Captain Lin knelt on one knee on the ground, took a deep breath and said, "Lord Chu, on behalf of my mother who is in the Linghai Giant City, thank you for your great kindness. Thank you Lord Chu for your great kindness." Crash! A group of people knelt down on the wall, and the black mass spread all the way to the corner of the wall. Most of the soldiers who could hold on to this line of defense day and night, year after year, had their families in the city. So when facing the beast tide, they never dared to retreat half a step, because their families were behind them. When the 9 wolf smokes rose, many soldiers present, including Captain Lin, fell into despair. They didn't know whether they could hold on, nor did they know whether the Great Wall defense line could be held. If they couldn't hold on, their homes in the rear would be gone. And now, they finally learned that when the sky was about to fall and the earth was about to collapse, a person stood up, killed the Wolf King, and prevented the disaster. For them, this was tantamount to saving their lives. Chu Yun was so shocked when he saw this scene that he was in a trance for a moment. After a pause, he patted Captain Lin on the shoulder and said, "Get up, I don't have much time to stay here, and I have something to say." Yes, Captain Lin's eyes were also a little red, and he slowly got up. He was a soldier, and he was familiar with all military rules and regulations. Naturally, he knew what Chu Yun's killing of the city lord Qin Wuji meant. Chu Yun slowly exhaled, looked at shopkeeper Yang and the many guys in Yuan Pavilion, and sighed. "I'll say it again, I'm sorry for you all this time. I killed the city lord. Although it has nothing to do with you, I am the shopkeeper of Yuan Pavilion, and you will be implicated by me to some extent." "Don't say that, shopkeeper. We are not afraid." "Yes, we are not afraid, for those who are lucky enough to follow the shopkeeper in this life, even if they die, they are willing." The guys in Yuan Pavilion raised their hands and shouted, and their faces were flushed with excitement. Chu Yun was touched, but he still raised his hands and pressed them down. His voice soon quieted down. He said, "I know that you brothers are all great. I am also honored to work with you. Now, this Linghai area, and even the entire Zhenyao mansion, can no longer accommodate me, but before I leave, I must settle all the brothers." As he said that, Chu Yun waved his hands, and a pile of things like a small mountain suddenly appeared in front of everyone. There were all kinds of elixirs, spiritual herbs, monster crystal cores, martial arts, and exercises, etc. on it. Seeing this, everyone was immediately surprised. They had no idea how Chu Yun did this. Did he make it out of thin air? Old Yang, Come here and distribute these things to the brothers later. It's my little thought and a way out for the brothers. Chu Yun patted the shoulder of shopkeeper Yang and said. These things were some cultivation resources that Chu Yun had caught before using ordinary baits and spiritual baits. They were completely useless to Chu Yun now. He had originally planned to use them himself when Yuan Pavilion was short of supplies, but now he had no need for them. Big boss. Boss Yang looked at Chu Yun. His emotions couldn't be restrained. He couldn't help but burst into tears. He said, "If you are willing, I would like to continue to stay with you." "I understand." Chu Yun smiled, patted Boss Yang on the shoulder, and said, "But you are different from me. I can leave." "But how can you leave with your family?" "I have committed a serious crime today. Linghai City can no longer accommodate our Yuan Pavilion, so from now on, Yuan Pavilion will be disbanded on the spot." As he said, Chu Yun took out a few more letters, handed them to Boss Yang, and said, "These letters, send them out immediately after you go back." The recipients are several young generals of the 12 demon-suppressing armies of the demon-suppressing mansion. I saved their lives in the ruins of the Evil Spirit Mountains. For this reason, they will be willing to take you in, even if the brothers don't want to go to the demon-suppressing mansion. They can guarantee that they will not let others cause trouble for you. Shopkeeper Yang was even more shocked when he read the letters. Even though it had come to this, Chu Yun had still arranged their escape route. "Don't be sad, everyone. The world is big and I really want to see it. The sea is wide enough for fish to leap and the sky is high enough for birds to fly. I, Chu Yun, am leaving." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136 Afterglow. What happened in the Linghai giant city spread rapidly in the following few days and soon spread throughout the Linghai area. Whether it was the killing of the city lord or the rising of the 9 smoke signals, it was a crucial event for everyone in the entire Linghai area. And now, these two things happened at the same time, and the shock they caused was no less than a landslide and tsunami. Everyone who heard the news was deeply shocked. No one's name has ever been spread throughout the Linghai area in such a short time, but now, Chu Yun, these two words are already known to everyone. Even a deaf person would be familiar with this person who killed the city lord and repelled the beast tide. This deed is unprecedented and unparalleled, which is what it means, and in this extremely shocking event, for ordinary people, a more important thing is the reason why Chu Yun killed the city lord Qin Wuji. The public does not know whether this matter is true or false. If it was false, it would mean that Chu Yun lied and was throwing dirty water on the city lord. But if so, how to explain that he later risked his life to fight against the Wolf King alone? Would a despicable, filthy person who threw dirty water on the city lord and then cruelly killed him risk his life to fight the Wolf King to death with a seriously injured body? Is this reasonable? But if what Chu Yun said was true, then this matter was really terrible. Qin Wuji, as the domain lord of the Linghai domain and the city lord of the Linghai giant city, should have been the guardian of millions of people, but he secretly colluded with the demons, and after receiving benefits from the demons, sold those warriors who resisted the beast tied to the demons in the Evil Spirit Mountains like selling meat for livestock. Just thinking about this matter makes people feel chilling, too gloomy, and too dark. However, when someone reviewed Qin Wuji's attitude towards the construction of the Great Wall defense line after he became the city lord, everything seemed to become very clear again. In the first few years when Qin Wuji became the city lord, the fight against the beast tide was also very fierce. During that period, there was a large-scale beast tide invasion with 8 wolf smokes, which was the time when Qin Wuji fought against the Wolf King and won slightly. However, just after that time, the scale and frequency of the beast tide invasions changed dramatically compared to before. Not only was the scale smaller, but the number of times was also much less. At that time, everyone in the Linghai giant city thought that the Wolf King was scared after being defeated by the city lord and dared not invade the Linghai area again. This view was indeed a very reasonable guess at the time, and it also brought a very high reputation to Qin Wuji, the newly appointed city lord, and laid the foundation for his later rule. However, a problem also arises. That is, since the frequency of monster invasions has been reduced and the monsters in the Evil Spirit Mountains have been scared, why doesn't the Linghai Giant City take advantage of the situation to build a large-scale construction and complete the Great Walled Defense Line? You know, the formation running on the complete Great Walled Defense Line can span 3,000 miles of territory. The strength of its formation is so strong that even the Wolf King, who is comparable to the Nirvana realm, cannot easily break it. If there is a complete Great Walled Defense Line, the threat of the Beast Tide in the Linghai area can be greatly reduced. However, Qin Wuji at that time did not choose to continue the construction, but remained silent in the face of various obstacles. He did not push forward firmly and even seemed very negative. He said that he had no money, no resources, and no people, and forcibly blocked the construction from entering the city. This decision was controversial at the time. More than one person believed that the city lord should go against all odds and firmly push forward the construction of the defense line. This is the long-term way. But Qin Wuji did not listen. Since the scale of the monster invasion has not been large, the existing conditions of Linghai Giant City can indeed stop it, so this matter has been shelved, as if it has been forgotten. At that time, many people did not understand this matter, and could not guess why Qin Wuji would succumb to this small difficulty. But now, everything seems to have a reasonable answer. That is, even if Qin Wuji wants to build a Great Walled Defense Line, the monsters will not allow it. The relationship between the two sides is not only a cooperative relationship of interest transfer, but also a tit-for-tat game relationship. The monsters use resources to buy human flesh, which is based on the premise that the monsters have the ability to invade the Linghai area. If the Great Walled Defense Line is fully established, the threat of the monsters themselves will be greatly reduced, and there will even be no chance to attack the Linghai area. So at this time, building the Great Walled Defense Line is the bottom line that the monsters cannot be crossed, and it is also a lifeline that cannot be touched. If Qin Wuji dared to build the Great Walled Defense Line, it would be equivalent to tearing his face with the demons directly, which would inevitably lead to the failure of cooperation, and the situation would immediately return to the previous situation. Therefore, this Great Walled Defense Line is not so easy to build, and Qin Wuji did not want to build it. After all, in Qin Wuji's view, the establishment of the Great Walled Defense Line is to prevent monsters, and now that he has reached a cooperation with monsters, what monsters do he need to prevent? If he has the energy, wouldn't it be better to sell more human flesh in exchange for more benefits? Moreover, some people have also discovered that the strange magic that appeared in the Evil Spirit Mountains and the means to silently abduct the warriors of an entire camp did indeed appear in the Linghai Giant City during this period of time. Everything seemed to be connected together, and everything made sense. Therefore, after such a review, the people in the Linghai area cursed Qin Wuji, the dead city lord, in an instant. Especially those forces that were abducted by demons in the defensive area stood up at the first time and complained to the Demon Suppression Mansion. 10,000 people signed in blood and demanded a thorough investigation. In the past few decades, at least thousands of human warriors have been abducted by demons on the border of the Evil Spirit Mountains. If these people were killed in battle, no one would say anything about it. But now it has been confirmed that they were betrayed by the city lord. How can people accept this? On the third day after the incident, the envoys of the Demon Suppression Mansion came to the Linghai Giant City. The leader was Zhu Wenkai, the strongest commander of the 12 Demon Suppression armies. In addition to Zhu Wenkai, many people from the 12 Demon Suppression armies also came to the Linghai Giant City, including several young army masters who had entered the palace ruins in the Evil Spirit Mountains when they were opened last time. Lin Nuer of the Yoguang army, Li Gaiong of the Huoxing army, Qiao Wo of the Zixian army, Chang Yuan of the Killing Ghost army, and Zhang Tan of the Shaoyang army, and Yi Kan Yun, the son of the Mansion Lord. After the envoys arrived at the Linghai Giant City, they immediately entered the city lord's mansion and announced to the public that they were conducting an investigation. But in fact, It was just a formality. Investigation? What is there to investigate? The real high-level officials of the Demon Suppression Mansion knew all about Kinwuji's little things. It's not just the Linghai area. There are also several other areas bordering the Evil Spirit Mountains, and the situation is similar. The bigwigs in the court don't want the Demon Suppression Mansion to offend the one in the Evil Spirit Mountains, so they tacitly agreed and even encouraged the lower domain lords to adopt such a defensive strategy. Send out a wanted order. We will stay here for 2 days, and after 2 days, we will leave the Linghai area and return to the Demon Suppression Mansion to let the higher-ups appoint a new domain lord, Zhu Wenkai said to Yi Kan-yun. In addition to issuing a wanted order to search for Chu Yun, he didn't plan to do anything else. Understood. Yi Kan-yun nodded. As the son of the palace lord, he also knew the inside story. He knew that there were many people in the Demon Suppression Mansion who were extremely dissatisfied with the current situation, but under the pressure from above, there was nothing he could do. The leaders of the 12 demon-suppressing armies in the demon-suppressing mansion despised Kinwuji, and even wished that this villain would die quickly. Now that Kinwuji had fallen into an abyss and was really killed, they were secretly delighted. How could they expect Zhu Wenkai to avenge Kinwuji? In addition, the public opinion in Linghai Giant City also needs to be suppressed. Didn't Chu Yun run away? Just throw all the responsibility on him, and at the same time deny all his accusations against Kinwuji. Zhu Wenkai said lightly. Will anyone believe it? Yi Kan-yun raised his eyebrows. It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. The important thing is that we must say this. Kinwuji's affairs cannot be put in the open. Otherwise where will those bigwigs in the court put their faces? Zhu Wenkai glanced at him, waved his hand, and ordered Yi Kan-yun to go out to do things. This is how it is in the army. Even if the son of the mansion lord is placed in the hands of the commander-in-chief for training, he can come and go at will without so many twists and turns. When Yi Kan-yun walked out of the room, he happened to see a soldier leading a middle-aged man who looked very terrified, coming to the outside of Zhu Wenkai's study. Sir, the leader of Yuan sect, Shang-Yuan Zenren, comes to apologize. The soldier reported. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Wenkai's voice came from the study. Come in. At the door, Shang-Yuan Zenren forced a smile to the soldier who led the way, and then walked into the study. During the process, he kept his eyes down and bent over. After entering the door and seeing Zhu Wenkai, he bowed deeply. Shang-Yuan Z of Yuan sect, I meet the commander-in-chief. Shang-Yuan Zenren said humbly. Yeah. Zhu Wenkai squeezed out a faint response from his nose and said, You come to plead guilty? Yes. Shang-Yuan Zenren sighed and said, Chu Yun was born in the Zhuoqingfeng lineage of Yuan sect and is a member of my Yuan sect. Although Zhuoqingfeng is in decline and the sect has neglected to discipline him, he has committed such a big mistake, and my Yuan sect is also responsible. So I came to plead guilty to the commander-in-chief. Now, my Yuan sect has deprived Chu Yun of all his identities and expelled him from Yuan sect. Even his Zhuoqingfeng lineage has been completely cut off by the sect. At the same time, we have also joined forces with Yuan sect and Lin Yuan sect to launch a wanted and reward for Chu Yun throughout the Linghai area, and cooperated with Zhengyao Mansion to bring this traitor to justice. It's a pity that Chu Yun's master went out for training many years ago and has no news. Otherwise, we must bring his master here to take the blame for him. After saying this, Zhu Wenkai raised his eyebrows slightly and paused for a long time. He raised his head, stared at Shang-Yuan Zenren for a long time, then nodded slowly and said, It is indeed your misfortune that such a perverse person appeared in the sect. It is enough to do this. What the commander-in-chief said is. Shang-Yuan Zenren was obviously relieved. After hearing what Zhu Wenkai said, the Yuan sect had passed this level. Okay, get out. Zhu Wenkai waved his hand. Shang-Yuan Zenren bowed, took 2 steps back, and then turned and left. After leaving the city lord's mansion, Immortal Yuan came up to him, looked at Immortal Shang-Yuan nervously, and asked, What's wrong? It's okay. Immortal Shang-Yuan exhaled slowly, sighed sadly, and said, I did the right thing, but ended up like this. It's sad and lamentable. Upon hearing this, Immortal Yuan also sighed and said, Chu Yun is also thinking about the sect, otherwise he would not have specially written to us to expel him from the sect. If the sect doesn't do something ruthless, others will very likely seize this opportunity to attack our Yuan sect. He, Immortal Shang Yuan smiled bitterly twice, shook his head and said, he is not an ordinary person. He can change into a dragon when encountering wind and clouds. I originally hoped to rely on him to revitalize Yuan sect, but now it seems that he is just like Junior Brother Zhu 3 years ago and Junior Uncle Song Dashin 20 years ago. They are all unreliable people. In the history of Yuan sect for nearly 100 years, there have been a total of 3 amazing people. The first 2 were Song Dashin, the junior uncle of Yuan sect who had comprehended the heavenly grade finger technique on Lingzi Mountain, and the other was Chu Yun's master Zhu Jinsong. As for now, the third person, who is also the most amazing person, is undoubtedly Chu Yun today. It's a pity that these amazing geniuses are often very passionate, just like a strange flower ready to bloom at any time, but the moment they bloom is also the moment they leave this small flower pot. The small Yuan sect cannot accommodate such a real dragon. If it is a dragon, it will either go up to the sky or be like the sea. How can it stay in the shallows? On the other side, the former side of Yuan Pavilion. The reason why it is called the former side is naturally because Yuan sect had been disbanded a few days ago. The former shopkeeper of Yuan Pavilion took Chu Yun's handwriting and announced the dissolution of Yuan Pavilion. Then the members of the pavilion scattered like birds and beasts, and disappeared in a few days. The former side of Yuan Pavilion was also sealed up at the first time. Now the envoys of Zhenyao Mansion came to Linghai Giant City, and several young military leaders headed by Lin Yuer came here directly. Yi Kanyun looked up at the H-story attic, and after entering, he climbed up the stairs all the way, and soon came to the 8th floor, and walked into the largest study. Pushing the door in, he saw Lin Yuer, Chang Yuan and others in the study, looking at the various objects inside, with a very sighing look. Young mansion master, why are you here? Chang Yuan was a little surprised. I should be the one asking you this. Yi Kanyun rolled his eyes and said, the investigation of Linghai Giant City was entrusted to my master by my father. What does it have to do with you guys? Why do you have to follow me? It's just a revisit to the old place. Isn't it okay? Lin Yuer's eyes were red. She sat on Chu Yun's office chair, holding the pair of chopsticks that Chu Yun often used when eating here, as if she was thinking of someone. Okay, who said no? Yi Kanyun's head hurt when he saw the other parties look as if he would lose his temper at any time and have a big quarrel with him. But he didn't want to argue on this topic anymore. He walked into the study and took a look at the large table. He knew that this was where Chu Yun used to sit, so he walked forward and sat on the desk. You should have known that the person who made me suffer a great loss in the ruins was Chu Yun, right? Yi Kanyun suddenly asked. After the voice fell, the people in the room looked at each other and laughed. Don't hide it from me. By now, I have guessed it. Yi Kanyun shook his head and said, in a remote place like Linghai Giant City, there is still someone who can make me suffer. Apart from him, there will be no one else. I heard that your military camps have recently recruited a lot of new people. They are all added from the people who disbanded from Yuan Pavilion, right? Chang Yuan and the others looked at each other and did not answer. Lin Yuer said, he saved our lives in the ruins. We will definitely protect those people from Yuan Pavilion. Okay, if you want to protect them, then do it. It's just a few more mouths to feed. With your wealth, you can still afford it. Yi Kanyun nodded. From what you said, it seems that you don't intend to report this matter. Chang Yuan was a little surprised and asked, aren't you very angry at the guy who made you lose? Very angry. Yi Kanyun nodded, and after a long silence, he slowly exhaled and said, but, he can kill the city lord and stop the beast tide. These are things I can't do, and they are also what I admire. People like him are worthy of my respect. As he said, Yi Kanyun stood up from the desk, knocked on the table in front of Lin Yuer, and smiled. Don't be red-eyed, you will have a chance to see each other again. This world is indeed big for mediocre people, but for a dragon like him, it is a perfect stage. It won't be long before we see him again. But when that time comes, I will definitely get back at him. Haha. Chapter 137 Oxcart, Daming Prefecture, outside Jinxia City. Early in the morning, The sky had just lightened up a little. On the official road outside the city, an old ox cart, driven by an old man, creaked and rushed towards the city. On the ox cart, there was a cart of fresh fruits and vegetables, and a little girl who was sleeping soundly. The old man looked back at his granddaughter from time to time while driving the cart. Seeing her sleeping soundly, he felt at ease and smiled more unconsciously. Daming Prefecture is the inland prefecture of the Tangji dynasty. As the former imperial capital, it has an extremely advantageous geographical location and is flat. Not many people who live here have seen monsters in their lives, let alone beast tides. The ox cart moved forward slowly. Not long after, the old man seemed to find something in the bushes in front of him. He immediately stopped and pulled his old yellow ox to a stop. "Young man, wake up, why did you fall asleep here?" The old man walked forward and saw a thin young man lying in the bushes in front of him. He was not very old, but his face was very ugly, with unshaven beard, decadent face, extremely pale face, and bloodless lips. Looking down, there were many gray marks on the young man's not-so-clean clothes, which looked like shoe prints of various sizes. There were also some unusual depressions in the young man's ribs, which were obviously broken by someone. The old man was startled and reached out to feel his breath. He found that the man was still breathing, but it was very weak, like a candle in the wind, and it seemed that it would go out at any time. He quickly patted the young man's cheek, pressed on his chest several times, took out the kettle, poured it into his mouth and fed him some water. The old man was a vegetable farmer who had little experience in his life. He had learned these methods from the barefoot doctor in the village. He did not expect them to work, but after pressing the chest a few times, the young man actually coughed twice and coughed out the water the old man had fed him. "Where am I?" The young man woke up suddenly. His consciousness was blurred, and he was a little panicked. "Don't panic, young man, I'm not a bad person." The old man laughed when he saw that the man woke up. He was very happy. As the saying goes, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. He did a good thing. As he spoke, the old man helped the man up and said, "It's just dawn, the ground is very cold, and there's dew all over. Be careful not to get cold. Come on, get on my cart and rest. I'll take you to the city." Perhaps realizing that the old man had no ill intentions, the young man took the initiative to follow the old man after a moment of confusion and went to the direction of the ox cart. After walking for a distance, he regained some strength. When he got to the side of the ox cart, he no longer needed the old man's help and got on the cart by himself. Grandpa, are we there yet?" On the ox cart, a 5 or 6-year-old girl was awakened by the noise of the man getting on the cart. She rubbed her eyes and asked in a daze, "We haven't arrived yet, Niu. You can continue to sleep. Go to the side and make room for the uncle." The old man smiled kindly and pinched the little girl's face. Then, he led the old ox, pulled his granddaughter and a cart of vegetables, and the young man he had just picked up, and continued to rush towards Jinxia city. "What happened to you, young man? Why did you fall asleep alone in the suburbs?" the old man asked as he hurried on his way. The young man was silent for a moment, as if he remembered something in the past that he couldn't bear to look back on. His originally calm or dull expression suddenly became intense, and his breathing became much heavier. On his pale face, a pair of narrow eyes showed abrupt bloodshot. He glanced around and his sight fell on the old yellow cow. There was a cart hanging on the yellow cow, and there were several small cloth bags. One of them had a hole. Under the reflection of the sun, a yellow-orange light fell into the young man's eyes. Suddenly, the young man rushed forward and pulled off the small cloth bag. Hey, what are you doing?" The old man was startled by the movement. He looked back and was shocked, because the small cloth bag contained all the belongings that the old man had saved from working hard and selling vegetables from dawn to dusk in the past few years. The young man grabbed the bag, opened it roughly, and found many things inside. Finally, he saw what he wanted: a few pieces of silver and 2 strings of copper coins. The reflected light he saw just now was caused by the 2 strings of copper coins. "You young man, why are you robbing my things? Put the money down quickly." The old man was anxious, and his dry face turned red. He pulled the old yellow cow to stop it, and then he wanted to get on the car and snatch the money back from the young man. "Don't move, old man." The young man picked up the sleeping little girl Nayuniu, and fumbled around with his other hand. Soon he grabbed a short knife for cutting fruit and put it on the little girl's neck. The appearance of this scene made the old man's sky almost collapse. His whole mind was almost blank. The hand holding the whip trembled twice, and even the whip fell to the ground. "You, what are you doing? I, an old man, saved you out of kindness. Why are you doing this?" The old man's lips trembled, his hands trembled in front of his chest, and he hunched over, looking helpless. In the simple mind of the old vegetable farmer, he could never understand why the young man would repay kindness with enmity and put a knife on his granddaughter's neck. Woo woo woo. The little girl Nayuniu was awakened again, and this time, as soon as she opened her eyes, she saw a shiny knife on her neck, and the uncle who got on the car strangled her tightly with his arm, making the little girl almost unable to breathe. She was shocked and scared, and she cried at that time. "Stop making noise!" The young man yelled at the little girl, and the little girl was immediately frightened. She stood there with a pale face, not daring to make any sound, but her little body was still twitching. The young man took a few deep breaths to calm his trembling fingers. Then he looked at the old man and said in a low voice, "I don't want to do this either, but I'm in trouble, a big trouble. I need money. Give me all the money you have, quickly." "I don't have any money anymore. It's all with you." The old man saw the little girl crying, and he cried with heartache, and more of the fear in his emotions. "You are lying." The young man suddenly raised his voice and shouted at the old man in a voice that was almost roaring, "Don't you want your granddaughter's life?" The old man trembled, and saw that the young man was holding the little girl's hand harder, and immediately remembered that his neck was red. In order to prove his innocence, he even took off his clothes and said, "No, no, really no, I don't have a penny, it's all with you." The young man fell silent, and seeing that the old man really had no money, he let go of the little girl, put her behind him, and then put the money in the cloth bag. He took a deep breath, and considering the aftermath, he said, "I was forced to do this. Don't blame me, and don't report it to the police. If I knew, I would." Before he could finish his threat, a faint voice rang out from the roadside. "Will you come to take revenge?" "Who is it?" The young man was startled, and he looked in the direction of the voice, and saw a figure in white clothes walking towards him. Although the young man didn't know martial arts, he could tell from the body shape that he couldn't beat the strong figure, so he immediately picked up a knife and prepared to kidnap the little girl behind him. Although this might not threaten others, at least he felt at ease. But, for some reason, the young man suddenly found that his body was out of control. It seemed that there was some invisible force in the air around him, binding him. The air seemed to have turned into an invisible big hand, holding him tightly in the palm of his hand. He couldn't do anything he wanted to do at this moment. "Warrior, that's a warrior." The young man's heart suddenly fell to the bottom of the valley, and he felt cold, and his eyes showed despair. In this world, the gap between ordinary people and warriors is like the difference between heaven and earth. Even if it is just the lowest level warrior, it is not something that an ordinary person like him can fight. What's more, the figure in white has an extraordinary demeanor. It is not ordinary at first glance. Who knows how high his martial arts skills will be? Chu Yun walked to the front of the carriage, glanced at the young man lightly, picked up the little girl who was scared and didn't know what to do, and gently rubbed her hair. "It's okay, don't be afraid," Chu Yun comforted softly, and then carried the little girl to the old man. The old man opened his mouth in surprise and joy, but he didn't make a sound for a long time. He trembled and reached out to take his granddaughter. He immediately cried excitedly, hugging his granddaughter with tears. Seeing this scene, "Don't you feel guilty?" Chu Yun looked at the young man and asked lightly. The young man's body trembled, and his expression became extremely complicated in an instant. He laughed bitterly and said, "I have also read the books of sages for several years. If I was not really forced, how could I do such a thing? This unfair world, this thief god." As he said this, the young man's emotions collapsed all of a sudden, and he cried and cried with tears all over his face. His face was mixed with snot and tears, and he looked extremely embarrassed. Chu Yun frowned slightly. Before he could react, the young man cried and told his experience. It turned out that the young man's name was Zhao Zi, a scholar in Jingxia City. His family conditions were not good, but they were enough to make ends meet. He just married a wife the year before last, and his life was quite warm. But, just a few months ago, Zhao Zi met some out and about people outside. The reason was that he and a street thug had a conflict because they bumped into each other while walking. At that time, a big thug stepped forward and rescued Zhao Zi. In order to thank the big gangster, Zhao Zi invited him to drink a cup of tea. After a few visits, the two sides knew each other. After that, the big gangster would often go to Zhao Zi to play. Then, Zhao Zi became addicted to gambling. At first, he and the big gangster just played a few hands at the street stall. As a scholar, Zhao Zi was unwilling to touch these things that were insulting to the gentleman, but he could not resist the enthusiastic invitation of his gangster friend. Zhao Zi played a few hands casually and won several games in a row. He grabbed the cards and touched the cards. Whatever he wanted came. He got it. His luck was so good that he, who was new to gambling, became addicted at the time. And his gangster friend also followed him and won a lot of money from the street stall owner. When he went back, the gangster friend called him Brother Zhao and said that he must help his younger brother make some money tomorrow. All kinds of false flattery came out one after another, and Zhao Zi was directly flattered and his heart was inflated. In the next few days, although there were wins and losses, he still won the most, and his idiot friends also worshipped him more, which greatly satisfied Zhao Zi's vanity. Later, the idiot friend seemed to look down on the small money on the street stalls, so he dragged Zhao Zi to a very large gambling house. Zhao Zi played for so many days and won so many days, and he thought he was the god of gambling in the world. Naturally, he accepted the invitation of his idiot friend. After they went to the gambling house together, they also had wins and losses. At first, they won more, then gradually less, and then they almost lost every time they went. But the weird thing is here. When he won, Zhao Zi felt very addicted and very exciting, and he wanted to come again next time. Even if he lost, Zhao Zi was still very addicted, and even felt that the addiction was even greater, because he knew what it felt like to win. After losing, he became more and more unwilling in his heart, and wanted to regain his face in front of his idiot friends, so he brought money again and again, and lost everything again and again. Suddenly one day, Zhao Zi came home in a daze, and felt that something was wrong. He couldn't find his wife. Thinking carefully, he vaguely remembered that he lost the last copper coin in the gambling game last night. In order to turn the tables, he put his wife on top. Then, when he realized this, Zhao Zi wailed like crazy. He rushed out of the house and went to the gambling house to ask for his wife. The result was naturally predictable. He was beaten and seriously injured and thrown out of the city. The other party held the words he had pressed his handprint last night. It said that he used 50 taels of silver to use his wife as a bargaining chip, and then lost. It was written in black and white. Even if he took it to the government, he would not win. And the person who beat him severely was the friend who called him a brother and often shouted, "Brother Zhao is awesome." At this moment, Zhao Zi realized that it was a trap to lure him in from the beginning. Chapter 138 Jingxia City. Now, the owner of the gambling house has taken my wife and made her a slave. If I can't take out the 50 taels of silver, I can't save her. If it weren't for this, I wouldn't have been so blinded by greed and made such a mistake. Zhao Zi cried and regretted it. After listening to his story, the old man hugged his granddaughter and let out a long sigh. After all, he was simple and honest. Even if he had just encountered such a thing of repaying kindness with enmity, the old man forgave Zhao Zi in his heart. After all, they all had their own difficulties. I didn't expect you to have such an experience. If you had told me earlier, I could have helped you a little, but no matter what, you shouldn't have done this. You shouldn't have hurt my Na Yunyu. The old man sighed. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I regret it so much. Old man, please forgive me. I was really wrong. I regret it so much. Zhao Zi cried again and again, repeating his apology. But Chu Yun, who was standing aside, always had a calm face and was not affected by any emotion. You don't really realize your mistakes. You are just forced by the situation to use your experience to gain sympathy. Chu Yun shook his head. His body trembled, and he raised his head with tears in his eyes, but he didn't say anything, just staring at Chu Yun with such an expression. The old man hesitated for a while, and seemed to think that Chu Yun should not use such a cold attitude to face such a pitiful person. I believe your story is true. Chu Yun looked at Elsie and said lightly, but, in this story, you are not innocent. You fell into the quagmire of gambling. Of course, it was because of external temptation, but when you lost all your belongings and signed the contract to sell your wife, you were no longer a person. At this moment, you are just a devil. To your wife, you are a person more terrible than the devil. When you lost everything, you could have withdrawn, but you still responded to the curse of gambling and gambled on things you shouldn't touch. The momentary lard-fat blindness at that time did not only appear at that time, it will always entangle you, because some bottom lines must not be broken. If you break it for the first time, there will be countless times afterwards. No. Zi was angry. He pulled his neck and roared at Chu Yun. You don't understand me at all. What right do you have to say that? I was just impulsive at that time. If I were to choose again now, I would never press that handprint. I already know I was wrong. How could I make it again? No, you will make it again. Chu Yun shook his head coldly. You're talking nonsense. Zi was completely enraged. Even though he knew that he was no match for Chu Yun, he still exploded. Recalling his previous life with his wife, and the sweet warmth in the silence, he was immediately extremely excited. He pointed at Chu Yun and said loudly, a gentleman can be killed but not humiliated. I did make a big mistake, but I regret it now. No one is perfect. Can't you give me a chance to correct it? If you insist that I will definitely give in, then you might as well just kill me. After saying that, Zi raised his head and exposed his neck to Chu Yun, looking like he was waiting to be killed. In his thin and weak body, extremely intense emotions broke out. Young master, the old man watching from the side also felt sorry for it and opened his mouth to say something. No, you will do it again. Chu Yun was not moved at all. He repeated his previous judgment in a firm tone. After a pause, he said, take what happened just now for example. What are you going to do? What would you do if I hadn't shown up? Zi's emotions paused. He found this question a little difficult to answer. Chu Yun said, although the old man's savings are not small, it is only about 10 taels of silver at most, and the contract you signed to sell your wife is priced at 50 taels of silver. If you want to redeem her, the number will only be more than this, perhaps 100 taels, or perhaps 200 taels. But, even if it is only 50 taels, what will you do? What can you do? Where can you get these 50 taels of silver? Ask friends for help. You have lost all your belongings and your wife. I believe you have no friends anymore. If someone is willing to help you, you will not end up in this situation. Then, you are left with only yourself. If you want to save your wife, how are you going to make money? Without this kind-hearted old man, who can you get money from with that knife? Then, for you, there is only one way to make money, right? That way is to take the 10 taels of silver robbed from the old man, go to the gambling house again, and gamble again. Am I right? Zi's lips moved. His body was trembling. He lowered his head, and couldn't say a word for a long time. His self-esteem, his passion, the sage books, and the great principles of dying rather than surrendering were shattered by the cold reality at this moment. He thought back to when he saw the 10 taels of silver. The first thought that came to his mind was that he had the money again and could go gamble again. With 10 taels of silver, if you don't play big, you can play at the card table for 2 hours. If you are lucky enough, after a few rounds, you can double your money. Then you can go to the second floor to play a few big games. If you are lucky enough. Suddenly, he fell into a state of numbness, as if he had recognized something. Chu Yun looked at him with pity and said, I believe your story is true, and I believe your regret is real. In fact, if you don't regret it after experiencing such a thing, then there is a real problem. However, as I said just now, there are some things that cannot be done, and some bottom lines cannot be crossed. Let's not talk about winning or losing at the poker table. Is it luck? Even if it is, how can you guarantee that you can always win? What will happen if you lose? Let's take a step back and say that even if you take these 10 taels of silver today and win your wife back, what about in the future? Will you never gamble again from now on? You won't. Maybe in the first 1 or 2 days, you will have a firm attitude, but people always change. Life is long, and you will always encounter times when you need money. At this time, you will recall that you once took 10 taels of silver and won 50 taels, or even 100 taels or 200 taels, and you will think you can win. And what if you lose again at that time? You have already sold your wife once. In your eyes, she has become a commodity. Will you let her go when you want to gamble in the future? You can sell her for 50 taels of silver, which is enough for you to turn the tables 5 times. Do you think you can resist the temptation? I don't believe it, Chu Yun said, and paused for a long time. He looked at Zhao, who was already dazed, and said, I know you have a miserable life, but these experiences have made you no longer a person. In order to raise capital for another gamble, you can show a knife to a kind old man who has helped you. There is nothing that crosses the bottom line. You will not do it in the future, but no matter how tragic you have encountered, it can never be a reason for you to hurt others. As soon as the voice fell, Zhao's chest rose and fell violently. His expression became more and more excited, but he finally closed his eyes. Just kill me. Zhao sat on the ground dejectedly, laughing at himself, tears slowly falling from the corners of his eyes, and the whole person fell on the ox cart like a piece of wood, saying, living like this, I have no reason to continue to live. Alas! Seeing this scene, the old man couldn't help but let out a long sigh, covered the little girl's eyes, and turned away. I won't kill you. Chu Yun shook his head and said, but, I won't let you go just like that. According to the laws of the Tangji dynasty, you will be imprisoned for more than 10 years for highway robbery. When you enter the city later, I will send you to the government. As for your wife and the gambling house, I will solve these problems. Zhao's cheek twitched, and there was a light of disbelief in his eyes. He raised his head tremblingly and looked at Chu Yun. Are you willing to save my wife? Yes. Chu Yun nodded calmly, and what he had to do was more than that. What the gambling house did was extremely dirty. For example, the friend who seduced Zhao into the quagmire was actually some water ghosts raised by the casino. They only had one job, which was to lure those who lived on clean land into the dark quagmire and squeeze out every bit of value. Since Chu Yun knew about this kind of unscrupulous thing, he would never let it go. But Chu Yun himself did not expect that the first thing he encountered after traveling thousands of miles from Zhenyao Mansion to Daming Mansion was so dark and so dirty. This made him feel a different kind of irony about the 3 words Daming Mansion. Qin Wuji said that all crows are black. Now it seems that these crows are indeed flying everywhere. There are in Linghai Giant City, and there are also in Jingxia City of Daming Mansion. Not long after, the old man drove a bullock cart and came to the outside of a prosperous giant city. Following the official road, the ox cart drove into the city from the north gate. After entering the city, the old man pulled the 3 people in the cart and came to the government office in the north city. As a simple farmer, the old man was extremely nervous when he came to the government office for the first time. Relax. Chu Yun patted the old man's shoulder gently and said, you are a kind old man. You should know that at this time, letting this lost young man be isolated from the world in prison and reflect on himself for a period of time is the best antidote for him. This is the right thing to do. The old man sighed, nodded, walked to the gate of the government office, and said to a yeoman runner at the gate, Sir, I want to report to the authorities. After a long time, around noon, Chu Yun and the old man walked out of the government office together. This is a very simple case. The old man picked up a young man on the road and rescued him, but the young man turned his kindness into enmity and threatened to rob him, and then got help from a passerby. The whole process, there are witnesses and evidence, and the logic is clear. Even the criminal Zhao himself admitted everything, so the verdict is also very simple. Zhao needs to stay in this prison for 12 years. After hearing the judge's decision, Zhao took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and seemed to feel a sense of relief from atonement. However, before being taken away by the yeoman runners, he turned his head and looked at Chu Yun with expectant and burning eyes, and the latter nodded slightly. When leaving the yeoman gate, Chu Yun and the old man waved goodbye. The old man thanked Chu Yun for saving his life again, and then took his granddaughter to continue selling vegetables, without noticing that Chu Yun put more than a dozen taels of silver in his cloth bag. In this world where crows are as black as crows, kindness is a very rare quality. Chu Yun feels that people with this quality should be treated better. Then, Chu Yun slowly exhaled and looked in the direction of West City. His former home was in the direction of West City, and the gambling house called Ruai Casino was also in West City. Chu Yun walked towards West City while observing the customs and habits of Jingxia City. This is a very large city. It is larger and more prosperous than Linghai Giant City. The two are not on the same level at all. The Tangji dynasty divides the region by prefecture. There are different numbers of domains in the prefecture. For example, Linghai Giant City is just the main city of Linghai domain, but Jingxia City is different. There is no Jingxia domain here. Jingxia City is the prefecture city of Daming Prefecture, and it is also the most core area of the entire Daming Prefecture. Moreover, there is something unusual about Jingxia City. That is, more than 600 years ago, Jingxia City was once the capital of the entire Tangji dynasty and the former imperial city. Although the royal family moved the capital to another place for some reasons, Jingxia City is different after all, and it is more superior than other prefecture cities. The reason why Chu Yun came to Jingxia City in Daming Prefecture was naturally for only one reason, that is, there was a relic that was about to be opened here. Chu Yun once used a piece of earth-grade bait to fish up a relic map, on which all the situations and various information in the relic were marked. It can be said that with this map, Chu Yun's exploration of the relic was exactly the same as returning to his own backyard. He could take whatever he wanted in the relic. Therefore, after deciding to leave the Linghai area, Chu Yun immediately headed for Jingxia City in Daming Prefecture. After more than 10 days of travel, he finally arrived in Jingxia City on the 4th day before the relic was opened. In other words, Chu Yun now has 4 full days to play in Jingxia City, and the first stop he is going to is Ruai Casino in Zai. Chapter 139. Jingxia City is divided into 2 parts, the inner city and the outer city. The inner city is the former imperial city. The big figures in Jingxia City, including the lord of the palace, the commanders of various armies, several major families, and even the royal family, all live there. The outer city was expanded after the royal family moved the capital. Since it was built later, although it is large in scale, most of the people living in it are from the lower class in Jingxia City. Ruai Casino is a casino built in the west of the outer city. It is easy to tell that a place that can cheat a poor scholar like us is not a high-end place. Chu Yun came to the XC area. After many inquiries, he finally found out the location of Ruai Casino. From the reactions of passers-by, it is not difficult to see that Ruai Casino has a bad reputation in the local area. In the past few years, things like what happened to Zhangzi have actually happened many times. Sure, old drug addict. Chu Yun looked at the 3-story building in front of him. Although the number of floors was not high, the area was very large. In addition to the main building, there were many courtyards behind it. At this moment, there were also people coming out. It was expected that they were also relatively private gambling places. It was just afternoon. The scorching sun hung in the sky, making people drowsy. But in front of the Ruai Casino, there was a constant stream of people. Some people called their friends and laughed loudly, while others were full of sorrow, unwilling, and crying in pain. These 2 types of people were frequent visitors here, and they often switched to each other. Chu Yun shook his head and stepped into the casino. As soon as he entered the door, the inside of the casino was a different scene. The noise was like a dense rain, and it was noisy. "This guest, is this your first time here?" At this time, a smiling waiter came forward. Judging from the clothes he was wearing, he should be the receptionist of Ruai Casino, who is responsible for guiding new guests. Of course, they did not welcome everyone, and they also had to identify them. Those new guests who obviously did not have much money to be exploited would naturally not be taken care of. However, not all those who were dressed in a more wealthy manner could be exploited. The most important thing for opening a casino is to have a good eye and know when to order. When a rich fat sheep comes, it is natural to make some money, But not everyone can do it. Even if the fat sheep with status and background came to the door voluntarily, the casino would not dare to take action, fearing that it would cause trouble for a little money. Therefore, for a guest as extraordinary as Chu Yun, the casino would have a special waiter come forward to observe him in the name of guidance. The main purpose was to test the waters and find out Chu Yun's background before deciding whether to take action against him. "Yes, just strolling around," Chu Yun said lightly. The servant had a friendly smile on his face. If he hadn't said that this was a gambling house, Chu Yun would have thought that this person worked in a place like a charity. "If this is your first time here, let me introduce it to you. In addition to the traditional mahjong, dice, and pai gao, our Ruai gambling house also has gambling on stones, cricket fighting, cockfighting, dog fighting, etc. There are many categories and they are interesting. What do you want to see?" the servant asked with a smile. Chu Yun didn't know much about these projects, so he chose the simplest one and said, "Play dice, take me there." "Okay, please come this way," the servant said, making a gesture of invitation, and led Chu Yun to the central area of the first floor hall. The dice are simple to play, and they are also very common in gambling houses. There are many people watching the fun. At this moment, in front of a huge square table, there are 5 people who are responsible for shaking the dice, shaking the dice once per round. The table in front of them was divided into different areas, marked with big and small. Before buying each round, the casual customers around had to place their bets on the big or small side. If they bet correctly, they would win and get half of their bets. The way to play dice is very simple. Just guess the size. There will be 3 dice in each round. The largest number of a dice is 6 points, and the smallest is 1 point. So 3 points is the smallest and 18 points is the largest, with a total of 16 points. Among them, 3 to 9 points are small, and 10 to 18 points are big. If you guess correctly, you will win, and the return is half of your bet. For example, if you put 2 taels of silver, you can win 1 tael of silver, and get back 3 taels of silver in total, the servant explained to Chu Yun. Chu Yun nodded. This rule is easy to understand. He looked at the table and found that under the options of big and small, there are 2 special options, both with the word extreme. "What does that mean?" Chu Yun asked. The servant explained. The 2 extreme points represent the specific number of points. The smallest extreme is 3 points, and the largest extreme is 18 points. Only when you guess the exact number of points can you win, because the probability of this game is too low. If you guess it right, you can get 5 times the reward. In other words, if you put 1 tael of silver, you can win 5 taels of silver if you guess it right. Chu Yun nodded knowingly after hearing this, and then he reached out from his arms, took out a silver ingot of 10 taels of silver, and put it on the position of the largest extreme. Wow! The gamblers around saw this and looked at him sideways. Dice is just the most basic game. There are not many people in this gambling house who are willing to put 10 taels of silver at once, and there are even fewer people who put their money on the extreme points right away. Many people looked at Chu Yun, their eyes were filled with strange mockery, and seeing the servant behind Chu Yun, many experienced old gamblers seemed to have realized what would happen next. And when they looked at Chu Yun again, their eyes were like looking at a lamb about to be slaughtered, full of pity and amusement. The sturdy man who was shaking the dice also raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw this scene. Chu Yun was undoubtedly a stranger to him. Seeing that he was playing so big right from the start, he didn't know how to deal with him. So, the sturdy man looked at the servant behind Chu Yun. The servant hesitated for a moment and nodded to the sturdy man, meaning that he could do it. He chatted with Chu Yun for a few words, and he didn't feel that Chu Yun had any airs, nor did he feel the nobility of a big man. He thought that Chu Yun should not have any background, and should be the kind of fat sheep that could be slaughtered with a knife. "Hey, buy and leave, ready to open." The strong man smiled and threw 3 dice into the tea bowl, then covered it and began to shake it. Ding ding dong. The 3 dice rolled and jumped quickly in the tea bowl. Many old gamblers closed their eyes at this moment and listened attentively to the movement in the tea bowl. But in fact, it was meaningless. When the tea bowl was placed on the table with a bang, although the strong man's hands left the tea bowl, His spiritual power was barely detectable, and he gently fiddled with the dice inside. It is not difficult to control the dice with spiritual power, but the real difficulty is how to do it secretly so that people can't detect it at all. Those who can have this ability are either true masters who can control their own spiritual power to an extremely high and exquisite level, or those who are gifted and can do it after a long period of training. This sturdy man, and the other 4 people at the same table, are all such craftsmen. Ordinary warriors, even those at the Wanshai realm, may not be able to see it without special abilities. The original dice showed 3, 6, 5, and 4 points, but because there were more people betting on big, the sturdy man moved the dice on the 6 sides to one side, so that the final result would be 3, 1, 5, and 9 points, which would be small. More people would lose, and the gambling house would make more money. Opening, the sturdy man looked around, focusing on Chu Yun's face for a moment, and then he grabbed the lid of the tea bowl with his big hand, revealing the 3 dice inside. Wow! In an instant, there was an incredible exclamation around, because the 3 dice were exactly the same at this moment, showing the same number, all 6 points facing up. 6, 6, 6, 6, 18 points, the maximum number. The strong man's eyes were full of shock, his pupils shrank, and he spoke with a trembling voice. He had no idea what was going on, not to mention 666, he didn't even think about big. He was clearly going to open small before, but now, what's going on? Beside Chu Yun, the servant was also shocked. He looked at the strong man with a strange look, thinking that I nodded to you just now, which meant that this fat sheep could be slaughtered, not that I wanted you to give him money. What is he doing? The strong man looked innocent and confused, because he really didn't know what was going on. It seems that I am lucky. Chu Yun shrugged. The strong man took a deep breath and looked at Chu Yun with a serious look. He knew in his heart that he had met a tough guy this time. He pointed at 50 taels of silver and pushed it in front of Chu Yun. The bet was a 5-fold return. Chu Yun won the bet with 10 taels of silver, so naturally it was 50 taels of silver. Seeing this, the gamblers around were envious and jealous, thinking that Chu Yun, a rookie who had just arrived, was really lucky. He was so lucky in the first bet and earned 50 taels of silver. The old birds thought more, thinking that this might be the gambling house playing a long game to catch big fish, using a few victories to make Chu Yun addicted. If this is the case, then Chu Yun should win the next few bets, and what they are considering now is whether to follow Chu Yun to bet and make some extra money. Continue. Chu Yun did not take the money, but put the 10 taels of silver, together with the 50 taels of silver he had just won, all in one place, causing a burst of exclamations from all around, because the place where Chu Yun put it was exactly the same as the previous game, and he still bet on the big number. The number was extremely high. "You're just in time." The strong man was almost laughing when he saw this. He thought it was a provocation to him, and he immediately blamed Chu Yun for the unexpected number 666. In fact, his intuition was right. No one else would do such a thing except Chu Yun, and no one else could do such a thing. The strong man's spiritual power control was very delicate, and he could hide it from the Wanshai realm warrior at the same table. But unfortunately, Chu Yun's cultivation had reached the Shanghai realm, and it was not an ordinary Shanghai realm, but a Shanghai realm that was enough to fight across levels and kill Nirvana realm warriors. Such a strong man, let alone this strong man, even if the boss of the gambling house came in person, he would still be helpless. After all, those who can reach this Shanghai realm cultivation are considered to be the top figures in the city. No matter which force they join, they will not lack money. How could they condescend to come to a small gambling house in the outer city to gamble with others? Who would do such a thing? Chu Yun would. The silent duel between Chu Yun and the strong man was not noticed by ordinary gamblers. Ordinary gamblers just thought Chu Yun was crazy and was betting with hard-earned huge sums of money. You were lucky to guess it the first time. How could it be so lucky the second time? And those old birds were also hesitant. Although they thought that the gambling house deliberately let Chu Yun win the first time, they should let Chu Yun win a few more times in the future. But if it was a continuous extreme number, then the gambling house would be too much, and it would not be so in the eyes of others. The occasional extreme number can be said to be a coincidence, but if it is twice in a row, wouldn't it make people think that there is something wrong? So, after some hesitation, many old birds made their own judgments. Some chose big, some chose small, and no one followed Chu Yun. Open. Chu Yun didn't care. He continued to stand there with a calm face waiting for the opening. The strong man looked serious, picked up the tea bowl, covered it, and began to shake it vigorously. Although the final key point lies in the last flick, the process of shaking the dice in the front is also very impressive. Chu Yun quietly watched him do all these fancy moves, and then when the strong man opened the lid, the exclamations around him rang again. The strong man widened his eyes and opened his mouth. It seemed that something in his throat blocked him, and he couldn't say a word for a long time. The gamblers around him shouted excitedly, 6,668 points, and 18 points are the highest. This is too coincidental. Coincidence? Chu Yun heard the shouts of the people around him and showed a strange smile on his face. These idiots who love gambling really classified the results of this gambling game into coincidence and luck. No wonder. If they didn't believe in luck at the gambling table, how could they be addicted to it? After all, they don't believe in strength, and luck will occasionally come to them. Sad, but not pitiful. Chapter 140 continue. The whole place was in uproar. No one thought that Chu Yun could win the bet the second time he made such a great bet. The one who couldn't accept all this was naturally the sturdy man who was shaking the dice, because until the last second of the opening, he was still staring at the dice in the tea bowl with all his heart and soul, and arranged a small amount of spiritual power around the tea bowl for protection. If Chu Yun intended to use the same method as him to change the points on the dice, he would inevitably have to use spiritual power to touch the dice, and what he did was equivalent to sealing the dice. But, even so, at the moment of the opening, the points on the 3 dice still turned into 3 sixes and sixes, full of numbers, as if silently mocking him. There were boos all around, and the gamblers who lost money grinned and cursed, not noticing that the sturdy man who was shaking the dice was already sweating coldly at this moment. If at this time, he still didn't know that he had hit a tough guy, then he might as well dig out his eyes and throw them on the ground to stomp them, because there was no use keeping them anyway. Continue. Chu Yun spoke calmly, and put the 300 taels of silver he had just won, plus the 60 taels of capital from the previous game, a total of 360 taels, all in a familiar old place, betting on a very large number. The strong man wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, looked at Chu Yun, and said, "This guest." "What?" Chu Yun glanced at him and said, "Open for business, not accepting my bet?" The strong man looked tangled, and his eyes fell on the servant behind Chu Yun, and he quickly winked at him, indicating that he should go and call someone quickly. Seeing this, the servant also understood, and looked at Chu Yun's back carefully, then hurriedly left from the side and went to the second floor of the gambling house to call people. Continue. Chu Yun did not stop the servant's actions, and his eyes still fell on the strong man calmly, saying, "Don't make me say it for the 3rd time." Hearing this, the strong man's anger also rose in his heart, and said, "Okay, then continue." As he said, he picked up the tea bowl and continued to shake the dice. He knew that he had run into a tough guy today, but just because he couldn't beat Chu Yun didn't mean that the other masters in the Ruai casino couldn't beat him either. Now the servant had gone to call for people. When the masters of the Ruai casino arrived, Chu Yun would have to give back as much money as he took from him. Even more. This is how it is to run a casino. From time to time, you will run into some tough guys. And for such a river dragon, the casino has only one way to deal with it, that is, let the most skilled old cheater in the casino come out, gamble with him, and win the money back. Of course, this is only limited to casinos in such big cities. After all, they have to consider the rules of Jinxia City. If it is opened in a place with a little less security, people are usually driven away directly or even beaten up. So the strong man knew in his heart that he was useless at this moment. All he could do was to delay time and wait for the masters in the casino to settle things. Before that, if Chu Yun wants to win, then let him win. At the beginning of the 3rd round, although the strong man already knew that Chu Yun's methods were not ordinary, he still did not give up resistance. Instead, He used more intensive spiritual power than the last time to protect the dice. But, when he opened the lid of the teacup, the 3 dice inside still made his eyes black. 666, 18 points, the strong man said weakly. The tragic expression was as if he had just experienced the death of his son, the affair of his wife, and the death of both parents. He was twisted and terrified. There was an uproar again around. In this third round, there were obviously many more people betting on the big number. Only a very few stubborn people were still betting on the small number. Most gamblers thought that Chu Yun had some tricks and wanted to follow him to take a ride and make some money. Among them, the brave ones even followed and bet on the extreme number. And Chu Yun's 360 taels of silver had now become 2,160 taels of silver. Continue. Chu Yun pushed all the silver to the old place and continued in a calm voice. And this light word, falling into the ears of the strong man, was like a life-demanding Buddhist chant. Looking at the pile of more than 2,000 taels of silver, the tea bowl and dice in his hand could not shake at all. Because, after Chu Yun won the third round, he had already won all his profits here. The profit of the entire dice area today was almost the same, and now, all of them were vomited out by Chu Yun. You go down, let me play a few hands with this little brother. At this time, a voice came from the second floor. Then, a middle-aged man with a goatee and a gray gown, under the guidance of the servant, came down from the second floor of Ruai Casino. During this process, the goatee's eyes were always on Chu Yun. Seeing this goatee, the gamblers around him made a commotion. Obviously, in this Ruai Casino, this goatee's status is not low, and many people know him. Everyone, please give me, old song, a favor. Let me play alone with this little brother today. The man with the goatee came to the opposite side of Chu Yun and bowed behind the table. Okay. The gamblers echoed one after another, because many years ago, this man with the goatee was a famous gambling monster. He was very skilled and always won every time he gambled. He was an idol in the hearts of many gamblers. Since he moved into Ruai Casino, he has not made a bet for many years. Now that he is making a bet, it is natural to give him face. Old Song laughed and raised his hand slightly amid the flattering words of the gamblers. He bowed to Chu Yun and said, "Little brother, since you're here at my Ruai Casino, let's just play casually and have fun. I, Old Song, have prepared 10,000 taels of silver. Whether we win or lose today, let's just treat it as making friends. How about it?" What he meant was that the bet with Chu Yun today set a stop-loss limit of 10,000 taels. If Chu Yun could win 10,000 taels of silver from him, then he would admit defeat. Chu Yun could take the money and leave, and the two sides would become friends. However, this friendship was not made casually. After taking the 10,000 taels of silver, Chu Yun could no longer come to Ruai Casino. It was equivalent to the protection fee that Ruai Casino paid to Chu Yun in one lump sum. It admitted that you are good at gambling, but if you still come to cause trouble after taking the money, the casino will no longer abide by the rules and indulge you. 10,000 taels. I can't have fun. Chu Yun shook his head. As soon as he said this, the kind smile on Lao Song's face quickly turned cold, and the speed of his expression change was jaw-dropping. Lao Song stared at Chu Yun coldly and said, "Little brother, young people should not be too angry. Be careful that steel is easily broken. 10,000 taels of silver is already a lot." "Not enough." Chu Yun shook his head again. "Hey, from what you said, you don't give me any face at all?" Old Song sneered, looked at Chu Yun and said, "Do you want to fight to the death with my Ruai Casino? You don't deserve my face." Chu Yun tapped the table with his fingers, pointed at the more than 2,000 taels of silver on the top of the number, and said, "Continue." Humphrey. Hearing this, Old Song snorted coldly, and didn't want to waste any more words with this ignorant kid. He picked up the tea bowl and dice on the table and began to shake them quickly. Although Old Song's cultivation level was not high, only the peak of the Wanchai realm, it was not low in the gambling industry. Moreover, gambling was not purely based on cultivation. While shaking the dice, Old Song had been urging his own spiritual power, gradually surrounding all three dice, as if a layer of spiritual power membrane was passed to the dice. In this way, when others want to use spiritual power to influence the number of dice, The first thing they touch is Lao Song's spiritual power. This delicate method is much more sophisticated than that of the strong man I. When Lao Song was young, he became famous in the gambling house in the outer city because of this unique skill. Even the strong men in the mountain and sea realm who were far superior to him could not beat him in the gambling game. After all, the time left for the opponent to influence the dice is very short. It is only the moment before he puts down the tea bowl and opens the lid. If he cannot defeat his spiritual defense and change the number of dice in such a short time, then the opponent will definitely lose this game. Such harsh conditions cannot be easily achieved even by the mountain and sea realm. Perhaps the strong men in the Nirvana realm can do it, but how could there be a Nirvana realm who would come to this small gambling house in the outer city to gamble with him? It's not realistic at all. Bang! Lao Song was very proud and sneered, and put the tea bowl on the table. Chu Yun stood opposite him. His expression did not fluctuate at all, just quietly watching the lid being opened. Then, familiar exclamations rose from all directions. In the tea bowl, 3 dice were quietly facing upward in a shape of a Chinese character comma, and the points displayed were surprisingly consistent, with 6 black dots arranged in a round and full circle. 666, 18 points. The number is extremely high. The gamblers were instantly excited. This was the 4th incredible gambling game they had seen today, and it was impossible to do it again and again. And the same scene appeared on one person, and it appeared 4 times. At this moment, many people remembered scratching their heads, staring at the 3 dice in the tea bowl with wide eyes, breathing heavily. Although they did not participate in this gambling game, the scene in front of them still made them feel unacceptable, because even the dumbest gambler knows that there is no such a coincidence in the world. A person may be able to win 4 games in a row, but he cannot win 4 games in a row. The only explanation for this is that he cheated. But the most bizarre part of the problem is that from beginning to end, Chu Yun has never touched the tea bowl or the 3 dice. If he wants to cheat, how can he cheat? They encountered something they couldn't understand, and their own values and worldviews fluctuated violently, and they felt close to collapse. Similarly, Old Song, who was gambling with Chu Yun, should have used some means, but the gamblers present also didn't see anything. They were completely unaware of this, and the unknown would cause panic. They couldn't help but imagine that if the person standing there shaking the dice was Chu Yun, would they still have a chance to win? That extraordinary young man had some means that they didn't know about, and he could easily shake out any points he wanted, even 4 consecutive games of 666. Whoever he wanted to win would definitely not lose. Is this still a gamble? What's the point? The most addictive thing about gambling is that its result is unknown and uncertain. If there is a button, food will fall out when you press it, and you will get a portion of food when you press it. This thing will not make people addicted, but will only make people press it when they need it. If there is another button, pressing it may give you a reward. Sometimes there is, sometimes not. Then this button is a button that is addictive enough, because when you press it, the uncertainty will derive a kind of expectation, and when the expectation is met, people will feel happy and become addicted. But now, Chu Yun used these 4 gambling games to completely erase the second button. He used facts to prove to everyone that there is actually a force hidden behind the button. If that force wants to give you a reward, it will give you a reward. If it doesn't want to give you a reward, you will get nothing. This is difficult for gamblers to accept. Even many people looked at the 3 dice in the tea bowl, and suddenly a strange feeling emerged in their hearts. They pressed their heads blankly, not knowing what they were doing here. Old Song didn't know what he was doing now. He looked at the 3 dice with 666, and his breathing stopped, but his heartbeat was getting faster and faster. He experienced the feeling of the strong man before, and did not notice anything. The 666 coins appeared in front of him, and the 10,000 taels of silver that Lao Song brought with him were now lost to Chu Yun in this short game. Chu Yun did not take the money, but put it in the old place. Continue, he spoke again in an extremely calm voice. Chapter 141. Closing the door. As soon as the words fell, Old Song, who was standing opposite Chu Yun, breathed a lot heavier. He took 2 deep breaths, and his fists clenched, but he quickly suppressed his anger. looked at Chu Yun, and said, "Brother, that's enough. 10,000 taels of silver is not a small amount." Chu Yun was naturally considerate when he heard this, and said, "If you can't come up with the money to gamble with me, just close the door. Are you going to do it to the extreme?" Old Song stared. "I said, continue." Chu Yun knocked on the table, his eyes firm and calm, and he looked at Old Song without showing any weakness. The latter's spirit seemed to be aroused all of a sudden, and he grinned twice, saying, "Okay, the tiger doesn't show its power, and you really treat me, Old Song, as a sick cat. Come on, let's gamble again." As he said that, Old Song slapped the table and said, "Bring the money." As soon as the words fell, the people in the surrounding gambling houses looked at each other, but they still turned around to get their money. After a while, 50,000 taels of silver were placed on Lao Song's table. If Chu Yun guessed right again this time and opened another 18 points of 666, the loss of Ruai Casino would be huge. Although it is well known that opening a casino is a huge profit, if the background is not strong enough, the usual expenses are also inevitable. The obvious expenses are secondary. A little money is not worth mentioning. The important thing is to be able to take both black and white, settle various problems and smooth relations. That is the most important cost. Other places can be short of money, but here it must not be short of money, otherwise the casino will not be able to operate if there is any small disturbance. There are many people who are greedy for this piece of cake. Therefore, 50,000 taels of silver, plus the 10,000 taels in front of Chu Yun, are close to the total profit of Ruai Casino in a month. This gambling game is not only a gamble for the onlookers, but also a gamble for Ruai Casino itself. Old Song took a deep breath, staring at Chu Yun intently. Bloodshot eyes appeared in his eyes, adding a few traces of ferocity to his skinny face. Then, he picked up the tea bowl and dice quickly, shook them in the air at a very fast speed, and then without any hesitation, he pressed them directly on the table and opened them. During the whole process, only the sound of the dice hitting each other could be heard, and there was no other sound. From the time the tea bowl and dice were picked up to the time they were put down, it only took a blink of an eye. Old Song didn't think about any delicate operations at this moment. He also realized that he couldn't compare with Chu Yun in delicate work, and the only way to do it was to catch Chu Yun by surprise. Therefore, during this shaking, Old Song did not move his hands or feet except trapping the tea bowl with spiritual power throughout the whole process, because it was too late and unnecessary. After all, Chu Yun can only win when the number is 6,668. If Old Song shakes it casually, as long as Chu Yun has no time to make any changes, the result of the random shake will definitely not be this number. The probability is too small. And what Old Song is betting on is such a pure probability. There are 3 dice with a total of 16 numbers. He has only a 1/16th chance of losing. Compared with the various skills and means before, Old Song, who has been a cheater all his life, really leaves everything to luck. But, when the lid of the tea bowl was opened, Old Song's heart still sank, because the 3 dice in the tea bowl were exactly the same as the results when he opened the lid last time, without any difference. "It seems that you are not lucky." Chu Yun smiled. He walked forward slowly and pushed the 50,000 taels of silver that Old Song had just placed on the table to the old place, where a full 60,000 taels were already piled up. With the odds of 5 times, when Chu Yun wins next time, Ruai Casino will have to pay Chu Yun a full 300,000 taels of silver. Old Song's expression was complicated. When he recovered a little from his daze, he clenched his teeth, looked at Chu Yun, and said, "How did you do it? Don't ask questions like this that no one will answer you." Chu Yun shook his head, pointed to the 60,000 taels of silver piled up on his desk, and said, "Continue." Old Song's breathing became heavier. He clenched his fists and knocked on the table, saying, "You've won so much, don't you think it's enough? You'll only be satisfied if I can't run this gambling house?" After the words fell, Chu Yun said calmly, "Why do you say such things? It makes you, the owners of the gambling house, seem very weak and pitiful. If you can't afford to lose, don't gamble. If you can't afford to gamble, just close it. It's that simple. Just like after you win all other people's wealth, You force them to sell their wives and children. Isn't this your rule of the trade? Why, when it's your turn, you can't accept it. Hearing this, Old Song looked at Chu Yun in front of him, and the killing intent in his heart gradually roused, and it became stronger and stronger. He really wanted to give an order right now and chop Chu Yun off on the spot, but he didn't do it, because there were so many people watching at the scene. They opened a gambling house to do business, and it was impossible for them to kill customers after they won money. That was not doing business, that was robbing money. Therefore, even if Chu Yun won so much money today, Old Song could do nothing about him. At least when people were still in the gambling house, Old Song could not do anything to threaten Chu Yun's life. Dear guests, Old Song took a deep breath, looked around, and said, "I'm very sorry, our Ruai gambling house is temporarily closed today, please come early tomorrow." After saying that, Old Song turned around immediately, and didn't even look at Chu Yun again, and took a step to the second floor with his people. Chu Yun didn't care, and just said lightly, "I will come again." Old Song paused, turned his head and looked at Chu Yun, with extreme anger in his eyes. After Chu Yun finished speaking, he took the money and walked away slowly. Along the way, the eyes of the gamblers gathered around Chu Yun. Some of them were envious, some were eager to make a move, some wanted to come up to learn the craft, and some kept a distance from Chu Yun. Those old gamblers could see that Chu Yun would not live long. Although he was very capable, his temper was too hard. He didn't know how to compromise or adapt at all. He won so much money from Ruai Casino and threatened to come again in the future. Isn't this blocking the way to wealth for others and putting two big stones under pressure? Cutting off someone's wealth is like killing their parents. In order to ensure that Ruai Casino can open normally tomorrow, Old Song will never allow Chu Yun to live to see the sun the next day. Chapter 142. Qianli. After leaving Ruai Casino, Chu Yun did not hide his whereabouts. He went out with more than 60,000 taels of silver, and wandered leisurely in the XC area. Not long after walking, Chu Yun realized that someone was following him. Moreover, the strength of the person who came was unexpectedly good, at the level of Shanghai realm. This surprised Chu Yun. No matter where they are, warriors in Shanghai realm can be regarded as the backbone of the society. Even in those big forces, they are absolutely middle level or even high level. This Ruai Casino is just a small casino in the inner and outer urban areas of Jingxia City. It can actually drive such a master. It really makes people sigh that the place of the capital city is different. However, accidents are accidents, and it would be too funny to say that the stalker can pose any threat to Chu Yun. Chu Yun walked through a few streets, and his figure accelerated, and he disappeared from the stalker's sight. Run away? The stalker hid behind a street corner and saw Chu Yun suddenly disappear in front of him, and his face changed all of a sudden. It was not surprising that he could detect his tracking. In fact, he did not need a strong cultivation. He knew that Ruai Casino would definitely send someone to follow him. However, knowing was one thing, and disappearing suddenly under his nose was another matter. He had no idea how he did it. "Hey!" At this time, someone patted his shoulder from behind. The tracker shuddered suddenly, and his hair stood on end. The strong sense of crisis made him react in the most intense way in an instant, mobilizing all the power in his body. The soul light of his martial spirit was about to burst out at this moment, and the most violent attack was directed to the back. But, with the hand gently touching his forehead, all the storm suddenly disappeared in the brewing. When the slender and powerful finger moved away from the tracker's head, a blood hole had appeared on the top of his head between his eyebrows, and the transparent finger force penetrated his brain. Before the man fell to the ground with a thump, Chu Yun pressed against his chest and helped him sit on the ground, letting him lower his head and pretend to be asleep. Then, Chu Yun placed the 60,000 taels of silver, which were like bait, in the storage space of the system, patted his empty hands, and twisted his neck. "Since you have decided to kill me, you should be prepared to welcome me, right?" Chu Yun raised a slight arc at the corner of his lips, looking at the corpse sitting on the ground, and asked as if talking to himself. Later, the sky gradually darkened, and the Ruai Casino in the XC area opened its doors again. Not long after Chu Yun left the casino, Lao Song ordered people to open the door again, and continued to welcome guests as usual, as if nothing had happened. In Lao Song's opinion, the casino had already sent out the strongest masters to assassinate Chu Yun, and even the strong men of the mountain and sea realm had personally come out. How could a young man like Chu Yun survive? Moreover, if Ruai Casino was really closed for a day, not to mention the loss of profits, it would not be good for the casino's name if it was spread out. But what annoyed Lao Song was that what happened today still had a big impact on Ruai Casino. Among the guests, about 30% of the regular customers did not come. You know, gamblers who can be considered as regular customers are basically guys who are addicted to gambling and wish they could live in the casino every day. But when the door opened again this afternoon, these people did not come back. It's not that they don't know, but that they didn't come. Lao Song understood that this was because the gambling game between Chu Yun and him had caused many gamblers' beliefs to collapse. When they saw that someone could manipulate the results of the gambling game at will, the gambling game itself lost its meaning. Many people therefore woke up and would not come again. But, although it was a pity, Lao Song was not desperate, because only 30%, the remaining 70% of regular customers, knowing all this, would still choose to deceive themselves and continue to gamble. This is where the fun begins. For these gamblers, they often do things that make them addicted, even if they know they are harmful. People's thinking is not always dominated by rationality. More often than not, desires and the dark side of human nature will easily devour them. Let Ma San come over. Old Song glanced at the not-so-full hall and said to a servant. The servant immediately agreed, and soon after, he brought a sturdy bastard to Old Song. Mr. Song, are you looking for me? Ma San nodded and flattered with a smile on his face. Old Song glanced at him and said, tell your people to move and attract more customers recently. He, got it. Ma San nodded, then paused, and suddenly said, Master Song, do you still remember the poor scholar I brought last time? After he lost all his belongings, he sold his wife to the gambling house for 50 taels of silver. That little woman tasted very good. If she hadn't been sold to the brothel, I think ... Oh, you little bastard, you know how to bargain with me. How can I let you do things for me without any benefits? But you won't be able to see that woman. Old Song shook his head. Ma San looked regretful, smacked his lips, as if savoring the past, and said, has she been sold? Ran away. Old Song was a little angry when he said this, and cursed in a low voice. What a bunch of rubbish, they let a powerless woman run away, and now they haven't found her yet. Ma San was surprised when he heard this, wondering what kind of means the young lady had to escape from the hands of the people in the gambling house. Don't be angry, Mr. Song, this matter is up to me. Ma San, I will definitely get that woman back. Ma San immediately patted his chest and made a promise. Get out of here quickly, you can find someone, but don't delay my business, otherwise you know the consequences. Old Song waved his hand, and Ma San immediately nodded with a smile and walked away. Ma San was not a member of the gambling house. In fact, the relationship between him and the gambling house was a kind of cooperation relationship, specializing in helping the gambling house to do some shady work. Under Ma San's command, there are many people like him. These people have only one characteristic, that is, they all lost everything in the gambling house and ruined their lives, just like the poor scholar Zhaozi. However, there is another difference between these people and Zhaozi, that is, they are considered by Ma San to be promising talents, with sharp tongues and some cleverness. With a little training, they can become qualified water ghosts to lure people into the gambling house to make money. Whenever the gambling house needs it, it will let people like Ma San come out to seduce others to fall into the abyss of gambling and drain all their money and even their families. Because this kind of work is too dirty, the gambling house is also afraid that it will be implicated after the incident is exposed. So they never admit the relationship between Ma San and others and Ruai gambling house. Although everyone knows who Ma San and others are doing things for, at least there is not enough evidence to prove this when it comes to the government. When Chu Yun came to the XC area and saw the brightly lit gambling house from a distance, his eyebrows suddenly raised slightly. Where do they get the confidence to think that the three-legged cat can get rid of me? Chu Yun touched his chin in surprise. Then, he raised his foot and was about to step into the gambling house. Suddenly, at the intersection of the street where the gambling house was located, a thunderous sound of horse hooves was heard. Chu Yun looked in the direction of the sound and saw a line of people in official uniforms, riding tall horses, coming to the door of Ruai gambling house. The leader did not even get off the horse, but rode directly into the door of the gambling house, knocking the two panicked servants out and smashing several gambling tables. The sudden appearance of this scene naturally shocked many gamblers in the gambling house, and Lao Song, who was standing on the second floor, changed his face. "Which government office are you from, and why did you trespass into my Ruai gambling house?" Lao Song went downstairs and came to the door. The official riding a big horse glanced at Lao Song calmly and said, "I am Sun Yi, the chief constable of the North City Yamen. I have been ordered to come and seal off the Ruai casino. All outsiders must stay away." As soon as the words fell, the panicked gamblers in the hall fled in a rush, fleeing through the two side doors of the Ruai casino. Soon, only Lao Song and the casino staff were left in the Ruai casino. "Captain Sun, my Ruai casino is located in the West City. Even if there is any crime, it should be the chief constable Lu from the West City who should lead the people. Why do you step in and arrest people in the West City?" Lao Song was angry and even more puzzled. Logically speaking, the Yamen in each district would not extend their hands to other districts without authorization. Doing so is not only not so in line with the rules, but also easy to offend the Yamen in the district. The reason why Ruai Casino was so prosperous in the XC district was that more than half of its profits went into the pockets of the officials in the West City Yamen. In exchange, the West City Yamen naturally had to ensure that Ruai Casino was safe. But now, why did the people from the North City Yamen come to West City to cause trouble for them? Stop talking about useless things. You've offended the wrong person. Do you understand? Captain Sun sneered Weiss. As soon as the words fell, a figure in gorgeous clothes walked leisurely through the door of Ruai Casino. As soon as he came in and took a look at the surrounding environment, he immediately smacked his lips twice. Old Song turned his head and saw the figure. His face changed immediately, because he recognized the identity of the young man, and his heart was struck by lightning. "Your Highness, Your Highness." Old Song stuttered, his eyeballs almost fell to the ground, and his heart was full of astonishment. If you ask who is the most distinguished person in Jingxia city of Daming Prefecture, people who don't know much may say the master of the palace, but in fact, it is not the master. In Jingxia city, the most distinguished person is the Prince Cheng of Chiwangfu. Royal family, direct lineage, prince. Just these keywords, ordinary civilians will be so scared that they can't even stand steadily. And the young man in front of him with oily hair and powdered face is the second son of Chiwangfu. Now kindly, Captain Sun patted him on the shoulder and said, "Now you know who your Ruai Casino has offended, right? Stop talking nonsense and take me to the accounting office in the back. His Royal Highness wants the account book of your Ruai Casino." As soon as he finished speaking, Old Song's eyes were full of despair, and his voice was hoarse. What did we do wrong at Ruai Casino that caused His Royal Highness to come here in person? So, Dao Qianli touched his chin, smiled playfully, and said, "We don't know what we did wrong yet, but if we check the account book of your casino, we will know what you did wrong." As soon as these words came out, Old Song's eyes suddenly widened, and his breathing became heavy. What kind of words are these? They didn't know what they did wrong, but they broke into the door? They said that they didn't know what the casino did wrong now, and they would know if they checked it out. Isn't it obvious that they came to the door on purpose to make trouble? "Your Highness, it's against the rules for you to do this," Old Song said with his eyes wide open. "I've already said it. Stop talking nonsense." Sun Yi frowned, stepped forward and pushed Old Song away with a big hand like a wall, then led a team of Yamen runners, rushed through the hall and walked to the backyard. In places like gambling houses, the main building mostly receives individual guests, and there is nothing important in itself. Places like account offices and silver vaults are usually built outside. As a police chief, Sun Yi is naturally clear about this. You can't do this, You can't do this. Old Song was pushed away and followed with red eyes. The group came to the backyard in a hurry. Police Chief Sun waved his hand and asked people to search one room after another. Search for me. Don't let go of any clues. Police Chief Sun said in a deep voice. Old Song guessed correctly that they came here to cause trouble today. At the request of His Royal Highness, no matter what, they must bring down the Ruai gambling house today. And to do such a thing, it is too easy for the yeoman. How can a gambling house be clean? How could there be a clean place? Even if there is nothing wrong, the government can find something wrong if they really want to investigate. What's more, there are not many clean places like gambling houses. Basically, as long as the account book is in hand, just flipping through it, you can charge Ruai gambling house with more than a dozen serious crimes, and there will be no problem at all. By the way, Zhao Qianli touched his chin, as if he remembered something, and said, I heard from my maid that there is another person named Ma San in this gambling house. He is guilty of heinous crimes. You must catch this person later. As for the charges, you don't have to sentence him too heavily. After all kinds of severe punishments, arrange for him to be executed in the autumn. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143 Coming and Going Without a Trace. After Zhao Qianli finished speaking, Sun Yi nodded habitually, but soon came back to his senses, and his expression suddenly became very strange. He looked at Zhao Qianli's face with an innocent smile, and wondered if His Royal Highness had any misunderstanding about no need to sentence too heavy, bringing people to the prison, giving them all kinds of severe punishments, and then arranging for execution in the autumn. This is called no need to sentence too heavy, ? However, Sun Yi thought about it again. Those blind bastards did such a thing. It's no wonder that His Royal Highness would be angry, and since such a big shot has come in person, it is indeed necessary to do things to this extent. I understand. Sun Yi nodded, indicating that he had no objection, and then paused and asked, then, what about the others? He was referring to how to deal with the people in the Ruai casino. You decide for yourself. Zhao Qianli gave Sun Yi a meaningful look and said, anyway, this matter makes me very angry, and the result of the treatment will naturally be how to relieve my anger. Do you understand? Don't worry, Your Highness, I'll leave it to me, Sun Yi said with a bow. Zhao Qianli patted his shoulder with a smile, and then walked around the courtyard with interest. Outside the courtyard, on the eaves of the three-story building of Ruai Casino, Chu Yun looked at the turbulent situation in the courtyard, and his expression became a little strange. He had just made a comeback and was ready to find trouble with Ruai Casino, but who would have thought that someone would get there first? How many bad things did this Ruai Casino do in normal times, so that the enemies came to the door on the same day, and now they have to line up and pay attention to the first come first served? Chu Yun was a little amused, and with his excellent hearing, every word of the conversation in the courtyard naturally fell into his ears. It seems that the prince of the Chiwangfu is here to avenge one of his maids, and he specifically asked for the man called Ma San. Chu Yun touched his chin. He was actually familiar with the name at the end, because in Zhao's story, the man called Ma San was the scoundrel friend who dragged him into the water. He didn't expect that this man would also have a role here. Could it be that Ma San did something immoral under the background of Ruai Casino and bullied the maid of the prince, so he was retaliated? Chu Yun had a reasonable guess in his mind, and if that was the case, then he probably didn't need to intervene in today's incident, because the prince was obviously not a magnanimous and kind person, and the people of Ruai Casino would not have a good ending if they fell into his hands. Boring. Chu Yun shook his head and prepared to leave first, but, at this moment, ding, task triggered. Task target, save Zhao Qianli's life. Task time limit, within 10 breaths. Task reward, 3 earth grade baits, 5 spiritual grade baits, and 10 ordinary grade baits. Chu Yun's face moved slightly when the prompt sounded. The system can issue such a task, which means that within the 10 breaths of the task time limit, Zhao Qianli will encounter a fatal crisis. At this moment, When Chu Yun looked into the courtyard, he saw that the prince was walking towards the room with a lazy pace that did not recognize his relatives. With Chu Yun's strength, he could already feel that there was a slight amount of spiritual power reaction in that room, which was forming a state of gathering and compression. Boom! The reaction of spiritual power suddenly broke out. The next moment, a figure suddenly rushed out of the room, smashed the wooden door into pieces, and rushed to Zhao Qianli at lightning speed. At that moment, Zhao Qianli's eyes widened, his pupils shrank, and his eyes exuded surprise and fear. He punched out instinctively. However, before the punch touched the man's body, it was blocked by the attacker's body-protecting spiritual power. The fist made a crack sound and almost broke. Huh? The attacker was obviously stunned for a moment, as if he was a little dazed, as if he had never expected that the prince who came from the Qi Wang mansion would be so weak that even his body-protecting spiritual power could not break. And the problem lies here. The attacker thought at first that the prince was very strong, and if he discovered his existence, it would be difficult for him to escape. So, he hid in the house and began to accumulate strength when Zhao Qianli walked towards him. Now, this blow is undoubtedly an absolute killer move. Now, the attacker is a little regretful, because if he had known that Zhao Qianli was so weak, he should not have killed him, but should have captured him and used the emperor to control the princes. With Zhao Qianli as a hostage, it would be easier for him to leave. But it was too late to regret. The attack had already been made. Forcibly withdrawing it would cause backlash to himself, and the spiritual power tied in his body would also be frustrated, so he couldn't stop. And Zhao Qianli, on the other hand, ended up with a dead end. Swish! The attacker heard a crisp sound, as if a piece of cloth was cut open, and it seemed to contain some sounds of flesh and bones being cut off, but it happened too fast, and he didn't have time to hear it. The next moment, the specific feeling came from his hand, and the attacker was surprised to find that the arm he punched at Zhao Qianli was gone at this moment, and his shoulder, a little below the upper arm joint, was actually empty. Only then did he understand. Oh, it turned out that it was his arm that was cut open just now. The attacker screamed miserably, and his body was kicked to the ground by a sudden whip kick. The moment his head touched the ground, his arm, which was cut off by a sword, finally fell to the ground. The sudden appearance of this scene shocked everyone in the courtyard, especially Zhao Qianli, who was hissing and sucking in cold air while covering his frustrated fist, and looked at the figure that suddenly appeared in front of him in astonishment. And this figure was naturally Chu Yun. Ding! Congratulations, the mission is completed. The mission reward: 3 Earth grade baits, 5 spiritual grade baits, and 10 ordinary grade baits, has been issued to your system space. Please check it. On the first day of arriving in Jingxia City, Daming Prefecture, a very simple mission, but the reward is extremely generous, which makes Chu Yun inevitably feel a little good about the city of Jingxia City. Catch him. Seeing this, Sun Yi, the head of the North City Yamen, was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly called his men to press the attacker who suddenly appeared to the ground. The attacker, who was missing an arm, had no intention of resisting at this moment, even though his cultivation was not low and he had the strength of the mountain and sea realm, because Chu Yun's attack just now was too terrifying, and the speed was so fast that he couldn't react. With Chu Yun around, he couldn't escape anyway. You are worthy of being the prince of the palace. You have such a master protecting you. It's not shameful for me to fall into your hands. The attacker closed his eyes in pain. On the side, Sun Yi led his men to control the attacker and locked him up with a special arresting magic weapon. Then he touched the cold sweat on his forehead and prepared to thank Chu Yun, because, if it weren't for this secret protector who suddenly took action and solved the attacker, once Zhao Qianli had something happen to him, the responsibility would be too great. But when Sun Yi turned his head to look over, he found that Chu Yun's figure had disappeared. Your Highness, it's amazing. The strength of your guard is simply outrageous, and he comes and goes without a trace. Sun Yi didn't care, so he came to Zhao Qianli and flattered him twice. However, Zhao Qianli was also confused. Guard? Who? The tough guy just now? Zhao actually have such a tough guard? Why don't I know? Could it be that my old father took the wrong medicine, So he sent such a master to protect me closely? Bullshit. How is this possible? Hero, where have you been? Don't leave in a hurry. I haven't thanked you yet. Zhao Qianli hissed and rubbed his fists, then hurriedly looked around, trying to find Chu Yun's trace, but in the end he was disappointed. Chu Yun just disappeared in front of him with a whoosh. Except for a vague silhouette, Zhao Qianli could hardly see anything clearly. The only thing that can be confirmed is that the hero's profile is not bad, and it is just a little bit worse than that of the elegant and handsome His Highness. Of course, this is what Zhao Qianli thinks, and the actual situation, that depends on one's own opinion. Sun Yi looked strange, seeing that Zhao Qianli had been shouting here for a long time, but he didn't see the master appear. He couldn't help but wonder if he had guessed wrong just now. But, if it wasn't the secret guard of the Prince Chi's mansion, where did such a strong man come from, and just happened to save His Highness's life? Your Highness, that person should not come out. Sun Yi cupped his hands. Thank you for telling me the answer. Zhao Qianli rolled his eyes. He shouted for a long time and no one came out. His voice was a little hoarse. Then, how should these people be dealt with? Do you want me to force them to tell you where the account books are? Sun Yi asked. Just now, they led the Yamen runners to search for most of the day, but they still couldn't find the account book of Ruai Casino. It was obviously hidden deliberately. It would be difficult to find it without some tricks. These bastards dared to touch me directly. The crime of attacking the royal family alone is enough for them to experience the full package of the Ministry of Justice. What's the point of looking for an account book? Zhao Qianli said unhappily. Sun Yi was embarrassed, and he could only nod his head, and then called the Yamen runners. Take them all away, take them back to the Yamen, and interrogate them overnight. Chapter 144 Tragedy. Chu Yun, who suddenly disappeared, originally intended to disappear completely. After all, he has nothing to do here now. All the people in Ruai Casino have been arrested. That bastard called Ma San will definitely not escape the search. This dirty place has finally evaporated completely in the sun. However, just when Chu Yun teleported back to the eaves and was about to leave directly, a system prompt sound suddenly rang in his mind. Ding. Phase mission triggered. Mission target: protect Zhao Qianli's life and safety. Mission time limit: 100 days. Mission reward: 2 pieces of heaven grade bait, 10 pieces of earth grade bait, and 30 pieces of spiritual grade bait. Chu Yun was stunned on the spot after hearing this. Good guy, he shouted. Good guy. When the first mission was released before, Chu Yun felt it was a bit outrageous. Just saving Zhao Qianli once. There were generous rewards of 3 pieces of earth grade bait, 5 pieces of spiritual grade bait, and 10 pieces of ordinary grade bait. This means that Zhao Qianli is very valuable in the eyes of the system. Now, as soon as this new task was released, Chu Yun's guess was confirmed, and he couldn't help but wonder, could Zhao Qianli be the system's own son? Why would they spend so much money to protect him? 2 pieces of heavenly bait, 10 pieces of earthly bait, and 30 pieces of ordinary bait. Only 100 days. In total, it would only take a little over 3 months. If Chu Yun could get this reward, his strength would undoubtedly reach a new level, or even make a qualitative leap. But at the same time, the more rewards, the more dangers. It can be expected that this prince named Zhao Qianli will encounter a lot of dangers in the next 100 days. Otherwise, I might as well just tie him up. Chu Yun touched his chin and thought to himself, in order to ensure that he could complete the task, should he just kidnap Zhao Qianli, put him in a safe environment, and then release him after 100 days? In this way, it should be very safe, but it doesn't seem like something a human would do. After all, Chu Yun is a person who cares about his reputation, and he was a little entangled for a while. While he was thinking complicatedly, Zhao Qianli and Sun Yi, the head of the police, had already escorted the people from Ruai Casino to the government office in the courtyard. Of course, it was not the government office in the XC district, but the government office in Beijing where Sun Yi was. On their way, Chu Yun had been following quietly. The idea in his mind was still stirring. If there was a suitable opportunity, Chu Yun really didn't know whether he would kidnap someone. After all, the reward was too generous. Moreover, it was just to kidnap someone for 100 days. And it didn't pose any threat to him. Chu Yun could even provide him with good food and drink. How great is that? Chu Yun comforted himself while following Zhao Qianli secretly. After a group of people arrived at the big government office, Sun Yi pressed the people from Ruai Casino to go directly to the hall for questioning. In addition to the serious crime of attacking His Royal Highness, which had been determined, Sun Yi was also interrogating the bad things that the casino usually did, and tortured many people in the casino. Under the old coroner's trick, the group of spineless people in the gambling house naturally spilled out everything they should and shouldn't have confessed. Not long after, the Yamen runners of the North City Yamen arrested a lot of people from outside. When they entered the door, they saw that it was the gangsters Ma San and others who were attached to Ruai Gambling House, and the people from the Ruai Gambling House headquarters, who were almost arrested one after another. Then, naturally, according to Zhao Qianli's instructions, Ma San and others were first tortured, and then the death sentence was issued. The one-stop service was very thoughtful. Okay, I'm satisfied. Zhao Qianli crossed his legs and watched for a long time, finally nodded with satisfaction, patted Sun Yi on the shoulder, and said, Captain Sun did a good job. I will remember you, Your Highness. Thank you for the compliment. If possible, I hope you can say a few good words for me in front of the prince and the eldest son. Then Sun Yi will be grateful. Captain Sun laughed and bowed to Zhao Qianli, the prince and the eldest son. Zhao Qianli's face was originally full of smiles, but after hearing this, a trace of sadness flashed in the depths of his eyes, but it was only fleeting. With an expression that did not change at all, he said to Captain Sun twice, of course, and then turned and left the North City Yamen. When he arrived outside the Yamen, Zhao Qianli came to a tea house. Before he approached, he saw a young woman standing at the door of the tea house from a distance. Your Highness. The young lady had a sad and worried look on her face. After seeing Zhao Qianli from a distance, she immediately came forward and knelt down with a plop 3 steps in front of Zhao Qianli, hitting her forehead heavily on the hard stone floor. She hit it so hard that when she raised her head, her forehead was already broken, bloody, and covered with a lot of dust and dirt on the ground. And that's not all. After the young lady hit her head heavily on the ground, she stood up and hit it again, and the force was no less than the first time. This attitude, if you want to say it's sincere, it's absolutely sincere, but it just seems that she doesn't regard her head as a head, as if it doesn't matter if it's broken. What are you doing? Zhao Qianli stepped forward, grabbed the young woman by the collar, and lifted her up, saying, You kowtowed so hard, and you broke the bricks. What if someone tripped? This was originally a joke, but the young woman's face was full of sorrow and sadness, and she couldn't laugh at all. After being helped up by Zhao Qianli, she quickly lost her temper and her eyes were full of tears. Alas! Zhao Qianli sighed and said, I hate to see women crying in front of me the most in my life. Stop it. As he said that, Zhao Qianli took the young woman and walked to the riverside. If he continued like this in this busy city, his reputation as the prince would probably be bad the next day. Walking to the riverside, Zhao Qianli glanced at the young woman and said, You've heard everything, right? I saw it with my own eyes outside the Yamen. The young woman took a deep breath and calmed her sad emotions, but there was still a heavy nasal tone when she spoke, as if she would burst into tears again at any time. Her 2 slender hands were clenched into fists, and her sharp nails pierced into the palms of her hands, almost making them bleed, but she didn't care. Alas! Zhao Qianli was not used to this kind of conversation. It was too depressing for him. After sighing, he scratched his head and said, The villain who led your husband to gamble, named Ma San, has been arrested. I had him tortured to death. He was scheduled to be executed in the autumn. Other people in the gambling house will not be able to escape this disaster. With a thump, the little woman knelt on the ground again, kneeling down to Zhao Qianli, with her forehead pressed tightly against the ground, crying, Thank you, Your Highness, for presiding over justice for me. This great kindness is beyond my ability to repay. In the next life, I am willing to be a cow and a horse for Your Highness. As she said that, the little woman quickly pulled out the hairpin on her hair, held it with her backhand, and was about to stab it towards her heart. But Zhao Qianli was a warrior after all, and he was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and grabbed his wrist. You are talking well. Why do you want to commit suicide again? Zhao Qianli was a little angry. He snatched the hairpin away and threw it into the river. Looking at the sad expression of the young woman, he could not help but said, "Besides, what do you mean by working as my slave in the next life? What if I'm a grass in the next life? People only have this one life, and when they die, they're dead. How can there be an afterlife?" Hearing this, the young woman burst into tears and closed her eyes in pain. She said, "Your Highness, please don't stop me. My husband was beaten to death by them and thrown out of the city. I myself was defiled by those beasts and lost my innocence. I desperately escaped from the people in the gambling house the day before yesterday just because I didn't want to die in a dirty place like a brothel. Now, my great revenge has been avenged. I have no reason to live in this humble body." When Zhao Qianli heard these words, he opened his mouth, but he couldn't say any words of comfort, because, although his life in the first half of his life was not good, it was definitely not as tragic as that of this little woman. He had not experienced such pain, so naturally he could not empathize with the little woman's emotions. At this time, the consolation he said casually would only seem so pale and powerless. The place where Zhao Qianli met this little woman was by the river. It was at dawn the day before yesterday. Zhao Qianli was lying on a small boat, drunk. He didn't know how long he had been floating on the water. Suddenly, he heard a woman crying in pain on the shore, and was awakened. He looked up and found that the little woman had thrown out a 3-foot white silk under a willow tree on the shore, preparing to hang herself and end her life. At that time, Zhao Qianli was very irritable. After getting up, he said, "Why are you howling so early in the morning? Who doesn't have some bad things in their family? As for hanging herself at such a young age?" The young woman ignored him, and the prince got angry. He rowed the boat to the shore with his hands and cut the rope that the young woman used to hang herself. "Look, it's a bamboo shoot." The young woman failed to hang herself. She couldn't stand Zhao Qianli's questioning, so she revealed her experience. After listening to it, Zhao Qianli sobered up on the spot, because it was really miserable. The young woman was born in a poor family. Her father died early. Her mother took her to remarry, but she met a bad man. She was often beaten and scolded by her stepfather in her childhood, and her life was extremely hard. After she became an adult, she finally met someone she liked. Although the other party was just a poor scholar with little money, the two of them lived a sweet life. But suddenly one day, her husband made some bad friends and got involved in gambling. At first, she said that small gambling was just for fun. But later she gambled more and more, and gambled away her entire family business. She lost all her money and owed a lot of gambling debts. In the end, her husband used her as gambling money and bet on the card game. The result was naturally a loss. Her husband regretted it and went to her house, but he was beaten severely and thrown into the wilderness, narrowly escaping death. As a beautiful and decent woman, she fell into the hands of the gambling house. It is conceivable what she would experience. Those days were simply not a life for this little woman, and after those beasts had their fun, they sold her to a brothel. In fact, at this time, the little woman no longer wanted to live, but the only remaining trace of self-esteem made her unwilling to step into a place like a brothel, so she desperately seized the opportunity and actually escaped. After hearing her story, Zhao Qianli was deeply moved and promised to avenge the young woman. Then the North City Yamen raided Ruai Casino. But for this young woman, although her great revenge had been avenged, her life had been ruined and could not be redeemed. If the young woman could still live for a little hatred before Ma-san and others were punished, then now she really didn't know what reason she had to continue to live in the world. Your husband is not dead yet. At this time, a calm voice came from the riverside. Chapter 145 Meddlesome. When this voice fell, the two people on the river bank were shocked at the same time. The little woman was shocked by the content of the words, and Zhao Qianli was shocked because he recognized the identity of the speaker as soon as he turned around. It was Chu Yun who saved his life in Ruai Casino. Chu, what did you say? The little woman opened her eyes wide, with a dazed look and a heart-wrenching hope, and looked at Chu Yun nervously. "My husband is not dead?" Chu Yun looked at her and said, "If your husband is the scholar named Zhao, then he is indeed not dead. I saw him outside the city this morning." The little woman's body was shocked, and her pale face finally showed a bloody color, and the whole person seemed to come alive. Seeing her like this, Zhao Qianli couldn't help but frown and said, "Your husband is better off dead than alive. He can sell you for gambling." This kind of thing that crosses the bottom line will happen a second time and a third time once it happens. As soon as these words came out, the surprise in the little woman's eyes dimmed a lot in an instant, but she still cried with joy, shaking her head and said, "Everyone makes mistakes sometimes. I know that he is kind by nature and he will change." "Very likely," Chu Yun nodded and said, "because I sent him to a place where people can repent." As soon as these words came out, Zhao Qianli couldn't help but be curious and said, "Where did you send him to?" "What a coincidence. It's in the North City Yemen." As Chu Yun spoke, he saw surprise in the eyes of Zhao Qianli and the little woman, so he narrated slowly. "This morning, an old farmer from outside the city brought his granddaughter and drove an ox cart into the city to sell vegetables. On the way, he saw a young man covered in scars lying on the grass by the roadside. The old farmer was kind enough to rescue him, but after the young man woke up, he kidnapped the old man's granddaughter and extorted money." "Yes, that young man is your husband Zhao Zi." As soon as the voice fell, the little woman was struck by lightning. Her body trembled and she sat on the ground, saying, How could he do such a thing? This is not him at all. He can't sell you. What else can't he do?" Zhao Qianli shook his head repeatedly, but soon he showed excitement and looked at Chu Yun and said, "So, brother, the reason why you went to Ruai Casino is because you heard about Zhao Zi's life experience and planned to get rid of this cancer?" "Yes." Chu Yun nodded and said, "What Zhao Zi did is despicable, but Ruai Casino, which lured him to such a state, is even more heinous. When I sent Zhao Zi to the Yemen, I also promised him that I would destroy Ruai Casino and rescue his innocent wife, but I didn't expect that his wife actually escaped by herself. This is fate." Zhao Qianli's eyes lit up. He looked at Chu Yun and said, "In this family, one couple found you and the other found me. This is the fate between you and me. I guess so." Chu Yun's mouth twitched, looking at the light in Zhao Qianli's eyes. He felt that there seemed to be something wrong with this statement. He paused, looked at the bewildered little woman, and said, "Although Zhao Zi made a mistake, fortunately it did not lead to any serious consequences. I sent him to the North City Yemen to give him a chance to be reborn. He was convicted of gambling. If he does not live in isolation for a period of time, he may commit the crime again in a short period of time. Even if he is determined, by then, he will not be worth saving at all. If you are willing, visit him more often in the Yemen during this period. With your care and support, it will be easier for him to overcome this difficult time. I know that because of those experiences, you think you are broken and incomplete, but your husband Zhao Zi is the same, and even worse than you. You are both incomplete. Instead of giving up on yourselves and breaking the jar, why don't you save each other, warm each other, and heal these broken days again?" After saying this, the little woman was shocked, and her eyes suddenly glowed with a bright light. Tears of hope emerged in her sad eyes. She slowly stood up, took a deep breath, and bowed to Chu Yun, almost touching the ground, and said sincerely, "Sir, your words are like a revelation, and they have completely awakened me. You are right. We should not continue to break the jar. As long as we are alive, there is still hope." Alas! Zhao Qianli sighed, and was also quite emotional. Thinking back to Chu Yun's words, he could not help nodding, and was deeply touched. He walked forward, patted the little woman on the shoulder, and said, "Since your husband happens to be imprisoned in the North City Yemen, it will be convenient in the future. If you want to visit him, just say hello to Sun Yi, the head of the police, and he will meet your request for my sake. Now, you don't have to go home, just go to my house and be a maid." "Your Highness, the great kindness and virtue, I will never forget." The little woman burst into tears again, but this time, the tears that flowed from her eyes were moved. "Go ahead." Zhao Qianli waved his hand, and after watching the little woman leave, he suddenly seemed to be startled, turned his head abruptly, and stared at Chu Yun with his eyes. To be honest, this action also scared Chu Yun, who took a half step back on the spot, and the spiritual power in his body surged, and he almost didn't attack directly. "What are you doing?" Chu Yun looked at him in surprise. Now Qianli seemed to be relieved. He chuckled and said, "I'm just afraid that you will suddenly disappear again. It was the same last time in Ruai Casino. I just turned my head and you disappeared in an instant." Chu Yun's mouth twitched. He rubbed his forehead helplessly and said, "Not this time." The reason why he showed up and told the little woman the truth was, on the one hand, to give her a thought to live and not commit suicide again, and on the other hand, to meet Qianli formally so that the two of them could get to know each other. In the future, when Chu Yun wanted to protect him, he would have a reasonable reason so as not to be suspected. "Brother, I don't know your name yet." Now Qianli was obviously a very outgoing person. Seeing that Chu Yun had no intention of leaving, he immediately became excited and said with great joy, "Let me introduce myself first. My name is Qianli. I am 21 years old this year. My birthday is September 27th. I have a wide range of hobbies, and quite a few of them are serious. I know a little bit about drinking, riding, and writing poems. What about you, brother?" Chu Yun's eyebrows twitched. What kind of words are these? Having a wide range of hobbies, and quite a few of them are serious. Doesn't this mean that I have many unserious hobbies? He shook his head and said, "My name is Chu Yun, and I'm the same age as you." As he spoke, Chu Yun saw Qianli staring at him with encouragement and expectation, as if asking him to continue what he said above. Chu Yun had a strange look on his face, touched his nose, and said, "My birthday is March 22nd, and I don't have any hobbies. If I have to say, I prefer to meddle in other people's business." "That's a coincidence." Now Qianli slapped his thigh excitedly and said, "I just have an idea that I like to meddle in other people's business." As he spoke, Now Qianli came forward and made a gesture of invitation, saying, "Good brother, why don't we take a walk and talk while walking? How about it? Okay." Chu Yun didn't know why he felt like laughing. It wasn't malicious, but a sense of nostalgia for some time and space dislocation. Although he had been in this world for a long time and had met many people, to be honest, each of them was very methodical, following a very old-fashioned set of thinking and sticking to the rules. As for a guy like Qianli, it was the first time that he had seen one. He felt like a silly netizen from the internet in his previous life. It must be said that he was quite suitable for Chu Yun's temper. "I haven't asked you yet, what is your background, brother Chu? Do you have a master?" Now Qianli asked indirectly. "Well," he asked directly, "yes." Chu Yun paused, then said, "But now, I am alone." "That's great." Now Qianli slapped his thigh, and then saw that Chu Yun's eyes were a little strange, so he quickly changed his words and said, "Well, I mean, that's too regrettable. But, as the saying goes, the old does not go, the new does not come. Brother Chu, you should still try to look forward." "That's right." "Then, do you have any good recommendations?" Chu Yun smiled and continued his words. "Isn't that the point?" Now Qianli cleared his throat and introduced solemnly, "To be honest, I am planning to set up an organization. This time, I am formally inviting you, brother Chu, with all my sincerity. I hope you can agree. Set up an organization?" Chu Yun was obviously stunned. It must be said that Qianli's thinking is like a wild horse that has run away from its reins. It is a mess and always gives people surprises. "That's right, my idea is to set up an organization that meddles in other people's affairs. Just like the affairs of Zhao and his wife, as long as it is something that should be managed, I want to take care of it." There was a strange light in Qianli's eyes. He looked at Chu Yun very seriously and said, "There are too many unjust things in this world, too many dirty and despicable people, and too many people who have nowhere to go and want to seek justice, but they can't get a fair treatment. So, I plan to set up an organization to specifically take care of such trivial matters. If someone comes to us, as long as what he encounters is worth helping, then we will help him. This organization is called Qianli Pavilion. Good brother, what do you think?" Not very good. Chu Yun was stunned for a long time, then rubbed his face and said, "So, are you planning to set up a commissioned union?" "Almost, but not entirely." Now Qianli explained seriously, "The people in the commissioned union are mercenaries who do things for money, but we don't just look at whether the other party has money, as long as his affairs are worth helping. We can take action. Dao Qianli's words made Chu Yun silent for a long time. To be honest, his idea sounded very absurd at first, but Chu Yun thought about it carefully and felt that it was very beneficial to him. After all, others might just use love to generate electricity and make no profit, but it was not necessarily the case for Chu Yun to do such a thing. In the process of accepting the commission, it is very likely that a part of it would trigger the system task. At that time, Chu Yun would find a way to stably trigger the task. If this idea was proven to be feasible, Chu Yun would naturally be eager to agree to it. But he did not. Instead, he looked at Dao Qianli with a serious look and said, "To be honest, I really appreciate your idea, but I must know the answer to a question. Brother Chu, tell me." Dao Qianli immediately became serious and asked impatiently, "Why do you want to do this?" Chu Yun got straight to the point and said, "Although I don't know much about you, I also know that you are the prince of the Qi Wang mansion, the sons of a prince. If your idea is just that the children of the aristocratic family are bored and want to find something interesting to do, then I'm sorry that I can't accept your invitation." Although Chu Yun has been doing things like meddling in other people's affairs, there is a huge difference between doing it yourself and setting up an organization to do it. If you really encounter some urgent things, if the person you cooperate with is unreliable, it is better not to have a partner from the beginning. So Chu Yun must know why Dao Qianli did this. The reason. Dao Qianli heard this, a faint smile appeared on his face, as if he was thinking about it for 2 seconds with self-doubt. Then he looked at the river and sighed, saying, "The reason why I have this idea may be because this is the only thing I can do, right?" Chu Yun raised his eyebrows, not understanding what he meant, so he didn't interrupt, and quietly waited for Dao Qianli's next words. Dao Qianli exhaled slowly and said, "Brother Chu, when you saw me today, you saw me breaking into Ruai Casino surrounded by a group of Yamen runners from the North City Yamen. I looked majestic and extraordinary, very much in line with the image of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, right? Then do you know how I drove the people from the North City Yamen to help me deal with Ruai Casino? You are the sons of a prince and have a noble status. Isn't it natural for you to want to drive some Yamen runners around?" Chu Yun asked curiously. "No. Haha." Dao Qianli smiled bitterly, touched his nose, and said, "Maybe my eldest brother is like this, but I'm not. The reason why I was able to persuade Sun Yi to take people to Ruai Casino is because I told him that Bai Kexia is his wife. She used to be a maid in our Qi Wang mansion and served my father. Now she is being bullied by the villains of Ruai Casino. If my father knew, he would be very unhappy. So Sun Yi went to flatten Ruai Casino in order to flatter my father. If it were me, the prince, who asked them to go, Sun Yi would not give me this face, because Dao Qianli, in the eyes of everyone, I am just a worthless dandy waste." Chapter 146 Uneven Building. I was born into a noble family and was born with a silver spoon in my mouth. However, the higher the position one is born into, the more strength one must have to match it, and I have never had such a thing as talent. As you can see, I am already 21 years old this year, and my cultivation has just passed the Wanshai realm. This level is not considered good even in ordinary sex and Daming prefecture, let alone being born in a royal palace. It's not that I don't work hard. Since I awakened my martial soul, I have been practicing hard. I have used all the methods I can and tried all kinds of efforts, but what's the use of working hard? With such a martial soul dragging me down, I can't even beat a martial artist in the Qianjun realm. Dao Qianli sighed, and the soul light around him shook. He summoned his own martial soul, which was a weak little grass. The soul power fluctuation was pitifully weak, almost non-existent. Chu Yun was silent. He stared at the grass spirit for a while and quickly made a judgment in his heart. The grade of this spirit is probably not even the first grade. It is the kind of spirit that cannot be condensed if it is weaker. It can't play any auxiliary role in combat and cultivation. In fact, many times, because it is too weak, the owner needs to pay for its existence. With such a spirit, there is no qualification to enter the martial arts practice. However, Dao Qianli was able to raise his own cultivation to the level of Wanshai realm. This is certainly because the palace has no shortage of cultivation resources, but Zhao Qianli's own efforts are absolutely not to be ignored. It can even be said that this is the main reason. However, even if Zhao Qianli raised his cultivation, it would not be of much significance. As he said, with this kind of ungraded spirit, he couldn't even beat a warrior in Qianjun realm. Chu Yun himself is a person who regards cross-level challenges as a routine operation, so he knows this feeling very well. I have tried and failed. These are just commonplace for me, until that day 3 years ago when I gave up completely and indulged in depravity. Zhao Qianli showed a strange smile on his face. He looked at Chu Yun and said, "To be honest, if you had met me a few days earlier, you would not be willing to talk so much with someone like me. During those 3 years, what I did was no different from the average dandy boy. Sometimes, I even did more extreme things than them. No matter what ridiculous things, I have done them. I have been numb. I'm tired. I've been tired a long time ago. I no longer know what the meaning of my life is, and what hope I have for my future. Until the morning of the day before yesterday, I met Baikexia who was about to hang herself by the river. I thought I was miserable enough, but I never expected that she was worse off than me. It was at that moment that I was awakened by her. She made me know that in this world, there are not only those people I look up to, but also many people who live a life far worse than mine. Some people are lonely and helpless, some people are hungry, and some people fall into the trap of evil people and their families are broken up. Compared with these truly poor people, what is my own situation? Those beasts who destroyed Baikexia's family are just little ants that can be crushed to death with a flick of my finger. I began to reflect on my past, and finally figured it out, and found my mission and meaning of living, which is, since God doesn't give me a talent to pursue the peak, I will no longer look up, but I might as well lower my head and look at the lives of those people at the bottom. The identity of the Prince of Chi Wangfu once gave me endless pressure, but now it seems that it can also enable me to help many people in need. Brother Chu, you asked me why I did this, and this is my answer. After listening to this, Chu Yun was very touched, but after pondering for a long time, he still shook his head and said, "Not good." Zhao Qianli's eyes flickered when he heard this, but they soon dimmed. He was very disappointed and a little sad. Although he and Chu Yun had just met for the first time, he felt that they were quite compatible and had a feeling of being like-minded. This was also the first time that he had spoken his heart out to others, but Chu Yun still refused. But this is normal, Zhao Qianli said to himself in his heart. After all, it's okay for me to be crazy about such a crazy idea. But what qualifications do I have to ask someone I just met to be crazy with me? Zhao Qianli knew a long time ago that the world does not revolve around a certain person, and it is not that as long as you open your heart, others will definitely be able to empathize with you. The name Qianli Pavilion is very bad. Others will not know what we do after hearing it. If I were to say, it would be better to call it Bupping Pavilion. How about it? Chu Yun smiled slightly and continued. Zhao Qianli was stunned for a moment, a little confused at first, then he opened his eyes wide in surprise and looked at Chu Yun. "So, you agreed?" Chu Yun touched his chin and said, "What an interesting and meaningful thing. Why not? Ha ha ha, I knew you would agree." Zhao Qianli laughed, stepped forward and patted Chu Yun on the shoulder, using an exaggerated laugh to cover up his panic just now. "Had I known you would agree? No way. Some people look as panicked as old dogs, but in fact they are worse than dogs." Bupping Pavilion. Bupping Pavilion. This name is good. Whoever has a grievance, come to Bupping Pavilion. Zhao Qianli muttered happily as if he had found a treasure. 10 years of sharpening a sword, the frosty blade has never been tested. Today I will show it to you. Who has a grievance? Chu Yun chanted softly. As soon as the voice fell, Zhao Qianli was shocked. He looked at Chu Yun in surprise and said, "I just said that I know a little about poetry and prose, but I was just bragging. I didn't expect that you, my good brother, know so much." As he said that, Zhao Qianli looked around, as if he was looking for something. Suddenly, he had an idea and tore off his robe, pulled a piece of cloth from the bottom of his hem, and then picked up a black stone on the ground and wrote the poem that Chu Yun had just composed on it. "What are you doing?" Chu Yun asked curiously. Of course I'm writing down the poem. I'll use it later. Now Qianli said that he had finished writing the poem. The more he looked at it, the more satisfied he was. He said, after I go back, I'll hang this poem on the plaque of the Bupping Tower. This is so cool that it's almost sky high. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 147, Shunfeng Escort Agency. Now Qianli's residence is not in the inner city of Jingxia City, but in the northern part of the city. After Chu Yun supported Zhao Qianli's idea, the prince could not hold back and pulled Chu Yun to his residence. In Daming Prefecture, the children of noble families have to go out on their own after the 18-year-old adult ceremony, so I haven't been to the palace for a long time. I have been staying here for the past 3 years. Now Qianli pointed to the magnificent mansion in front of him and the entire street around it, and said, those places are the property of the Chiwang mansion, and now they belong to me. How about we choose the most magnificent place as the headquarters of our Bupping building? I'll listen to your arrangement. Chu Yun nodded, and faced with Qianli's enthusiasm, he said that he would accept it all. Now Qianli is obviously a man of action. Once the idea is established, he will push it forward without stopping, and immediately called the housekeeper of the Zhao mansion. Master, you called me over. What's the matter? An old man with white hair and beard, leaning on a cane, slowly came to the gate of the mansion. He glanced at Zhao Qianli with a slit of eyes. Seeing that his master was still the same, he glanced over and landed on Chu Yun, who was still a new face to him. However, even without asking, the old housekeeper knew that this must be his master's new friend. He just didn't know what new tricks the master was going to play this time. Old Zhu, I plan to use a building to do something new. You can come with us later to see which places are more suitable. Now Qianli said, and suddenly seemed to remember something, and said, by the way, was there a woman named Bei who came to our house to be a maid just now? There is such a person. Butler Zhu sighed softly and said, I heard about her story. She is a poor person. Young master, you were kind enough to take her in. The spirit of the young lady in heaven will also be comforted by your kindness. As soon as these words came out, Now Qianli's expression paused slightly, and a hint of complexity emerged in his eyes, but he quickly changed the subject and pulled Chu Yun next to him, saying, let me introduce you. This is Brother Chu Yun. He is my lifesaver and will be my good brother in the future. As he said that, Now Qianli introduced Butler Zhu to Chu Yun again, saying, this is the butler of my house. You can just call him Old Zhu. If you need anything in the future and I am not here, Brother Chu, just tell Old Zhu and he will help. Then I'll have to trouble Butler Zhu to take care of me in the future. Chu Yun bowed his hands and smiled. Butler Zhu raised his eyebrows slightly. Now Qianli said that Chu Yun was his savior. Let's not talk about what this meant, but just based on Chu Yun's greeting, he gave Butler Zhu a very good first impression. He is a very polite young man. Butler Zhu thought to himself, okay, let's go. Now Qianli patted Butler Zhu's shoulder in a hurry, then pulled the elderly butler and walked towards the street outside the mansion. Master, all kinds of shops on our street are doing well. You want to give up a building. I wonder what kind of business you plan to do. The old butler followed behind Zhao Qianli. Seeing that he looked extremely excited, he knew that his young master was planning to do something, and asked with some concern for a while. After Zhao Qianli left the Prince Chi's mansion, he didn't even take a look at the properties that the palace had given him. He handed them all over to the old housekeeper to handle. He was very happy to be the shopkeeper. Now Qianli suddenly got interested and wanted to do something by himself. The old housekeeper, who was a decent person, naturally couldn't help but worry about it. I plan to establish an organization called Buppinglu. Anyone who encounters injustice can come to this Buppinglu to seek help, just like Baikexia. Now Qianli snorted twice and said proudly, you don't know yet, the Ruai gambling house that harmed Baikexia's family has been confiscated by this young master. This kind of justice, whoever hears it, will give a thumbs up. Hearing this, the old housekeeper couldn't help but smile bitterly. He was already old and didn't know much about the ideas and passion of young people, so he didn't plan to make any comments at this moment. Anyway, it didn't sound like he was taking any crooked paths. In this case, let Zhao Qianli go. Now Qianli's mansion is called Bacon Mansion, and this street is called Bacon Street." While the three of them were talking, they came to Bacon Street. As soon as they entered, they saw that there were all kinds of shops on the street, including restaurants, blacksmith shops, and grocery stores. But of course, some shops are not available, such as brothels and gambling houses. As the saying goes, people do what they do. Chu Yun strolled around Bacon Street and saw that the street was in order and there was no place for filth. He knew that the old housekeeper surnamed Zhu must be a man of good character. "Brother Chu, take a look. If you like that building, just say that we will use it as the main site of Buping building in the future." Now Qianli attached great importance to Chu Yun's choice and said straight to the point. Chu Yun looked around and found that the buildings on this street were basically the locations of some shops, and each business was booming. If he was chosen by himself, he would inevitably have to go through some trouble. So, Chu Yun walked for a long time before he finally saw a building with a sign saying it was for sale. He asked, "What's going on there?" The old housekeeper had been observing Chu Yun all the way. Seeing that he spoke for the first time, he asked about the place to be sold. He nodded secretly and explained, "That's Shunfeng Escort Agency. Last month, the escort agency escorted a convoy out, but was robbed. Neither the people nor the convoy returned. Now they can't support it anymore, so they have to sell it." As he said that, the old housekeeper added, "This Shunfeng Escort Agency signed a 20-year lease with us. Now there are only 13 years left. In addition to some items of the escort agency, the lease is also ours. However, it's hard to find someone willing to take over, so it's been delayed for so long." "Brother Chu, what do you think?" Now Qianli asked. "Okay." Chu Yun nodded. He didn't have any requirements for the location of Buping building. Since this escort agency was anxious to sell and couldn't sell it, he was willing to go with the flow. The three of them entered the door and crossed over to a spacious courtyard with a training ground. On weekdays, when guests came to the door, the first thing they saw was the escort agency's martial artists training in the courtyard. This would give people a sense of awe and reliability, and at the same time, it was also showing off their strength to the guests. But now, as soon as they walked into the courtyard, they looked up for a long time and could not see a single person. Obviously, the escort agency was in a very bad state. They walked through the training ground and came to a hall. A little boy half a person's height was doing a horse stance diligently, with his arms spread out. On each of his wrists hung an iron bucket filled with bricks and stones. In this posture, even an adult would be exhausted after holding on for a while, and the little boy was also on the verge of his limit. His body trembled several times, as if a gust of wind could blow him down, but he kept holding on. In sharp contrast to the little boy, there was a little girl lying next to him. She looked like she should be 2 years younger than the little boy. At this moment, she was lying on the ground, snoring. "Relang, where is your mother?" The old housekeeper walked into the hall, sighed softly after seeing the little boy, and then asked, "Grandpa Zhu, it's you." When the little boy heard the noise, the taut strings in his heart loosened, and his wrists could no longer hold on. With two bangs, the iron bucket hit the ground, and the noise startled the little girl next to him. She woke up with a pouty mouth and was about to cry out of grievance. "Zioken, don't cry." The little boy hurried forward, hugged his sister, and whispered a few words to comfort her. Chu Yun was watching from the side and could clearly see that the little boy's arms had been shaking because of the training just now, but at this moment, in order to comfort his sister, he still forced his arms to stabilize. When his sister couldn't see, his sore eyebrows trembled, but he didn't make any sound. "Grandpa Zhu, my mother is in the back hall keeping vigil for my father and my elder brother. Please sit here for a while. I will go and call my mother over." After the little boy comforted his sister, he whispered to the old housekeeper. "Okay." The old housekeeper smiled kindly and nodded to the little boy. After the little boy went to the back hall, the little girl who had just woken up rubbed her eyes, and then saw the old housekeeper, and immediately exclaimed in surprise. "Candy, Grandpa is here," the little girl said, and ran to the old housekeeper happily, looking at him with her big eyes eagerly. "You girl, I said it's Grandpa Zhu, not Grandpa Candy." The old butler shook his head helplessly, then slowly took out a bag of candy from his arms, handed it to the little girl, sighed, touched her hair, and said, "Don't eat it all, leave some for your second brother." "I know, it's so sweet." The little girl ate the candy and smiled heartily. The old butler took the little girl's hand and sat down on the chair in the hall. Then he looked at Chu Yun and Zhao Qianli and said, "This girl is Yang Xiuqan, and that little guy is Yang Jian." Their father, Yang Ningxi, is the owner of Shunfeng Escort Agency. Last month, 90% of the Shunfeng Escort Agency's manpower was dispatched, but none of them came back. This girl's eldest brother and her father both died on the Black Tiger Mountain. The two looked at each other after hearing what they said, and were silent. When they heard about this tragedy in the world, they had nothing to say except sighing. Chu Yun, on the other hand, saw Yang Xiuqan's heartless and innocent look, and recalled the little guy just now. In contrast, the latter was so sensible that it made people feel distressed. Not long after, little Yang Jian came out from the back hall with his mother. Yang Jian's mother was a very weak woman. She was wearing a plain white morning dress. She was thin to begin with. In this sad state, she looked even more haggard. Her steps were floating and she even needed little Yang Jian to support her. "Butler Zhu, you are here." Yang forced a smile on her face, then turned her head to look at Zhao Qianli and Chu Yun, and said, "Who are these two?" "It's His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and his friend." The old butler sighed, turned his head and looked at Zhao Qianli meaningfully. As the actual owner of Bacon Street, Zhao Qianli's face was not recognized by many people. It was simply laughable to say it out. "Please sit down first." The old housekeeper made a gesture to Yang, asking her to sit down, and then said, "We are here this time to take over your Shunfeng Escort Agency, to reclaim all of the items of the escort agency, as well as the 20-year land lease we signed before. As for the price, it will be according to what you said before, 210,000 taels of silver." As soon as these words came out, Yang's eyes showed a hint of surprise and joy. She had not expected to make a deal at this price, so she left room for bargaining for the buyer. In fact, Yang's mental price was about 170,000 taels of silver. If the old housekeeper wanted to buy it, the price could be pushed down even lower. After all, Shunfeng Escort Agency now does not have much property left. The only valuable thing is the 20-year land lease signed with Bacon Mansion. The total value is basically 10,000 taels of silver a year, and there are about 130,000 left in total. If the old housekeeper who held the title deed wanted to lower the price, then she could only agree. After all, the old housekeeper was her landlord. But who would have thought that the old housekeeper was so generous that he didn't even think about bargaining for the price of 210,000 yuan? This was obviously to take care of them, an orphan and a widow. "Housekeeper Zhu, I really don't know what to say. Thank you so much." Yang wiped her tears gently. "We are all neighbors. It's only right to help your family when something happened." The old housekeeper patted Yang's shoulder and said, "The person is gone. Please accept my condolences. You still have a pair of children. You have to look forward to the future. I will ask someone to bring the title deed in silver later." Yang nodded and was about to thank the old housekeeper again. Chu Yun on the side suddenly cleared his throat and said, "Housekeeper Zhu, I have an idea." As soon as he said this, Yang's heart tightened and she looked at Chu Yun with a worried look. If this deal is finalized, she, an orphan and a widow, will definitely get the upper hand. But if Chu Yun, the friend of His Royal Highness, doesn't like it and doesn't want her to get the upper hand, then she can't do anything about it. "What does Master Chu want to say?" The old housekeeper turned to look at him. Chu Yun thought for a moment and said, "I think if this deal is concluded, it will be too dangerous for them and their son. After selling the escort agency, this orphan and a widow will have so much money on them. If it gets out, it will inevitably be coveted by others. We must be on guard." Chapter 148 Arrangement. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the hall couldn't help but look at Chu Yun with surprise. Even the young Yang Xiuqan, who was still ignorant, followed her second brother and looked at the handsome big brother curiously. "That's a reasonable consideration." The old housekeeper smiled and nodded, with more appreciation in his eyes, and said, "Then what should we do according to Mr. Chu's opinion?" "Simple." Chu Yun paused and said, "We have agreed on the price now, and we will pay the money and deliver the goods at the same time. But we can't say that to the outside world. We have to declare that we have adopted an installment method, that is, the money is not paid to Madame Yang at one time, but part of it is paid to her every once in a while, such as a year. In this way, when others know about it, they will not have any crooked thoughts, and it can also give a warning to those evil people who want to take advantage of this orphan and widowed mother. Bacon Mansion will often take care of them. It's worthy of being my good brother, thinking is thoughtful. Now Qianli laughed and patted Chu Yun's shoulder very proudly, as if the person who came up with this plan was not Chu Yun, but himself. Good. The old housekeeper also smiled and nodded. Just this small change would save Madame Yang and her 2 children a lot of trouble in the future. What's more, Bacon Mansion didn't need to pay anything extra. It was completely free. Looking at Chu Yun, the old housekeeper was full of emotion at the moment. He looked at his young master again, thinking that after so many years, the young master finally made a reliable friend. Madame Yang, what do you think? Chu Yun looked at Yang. Yang looked ashamed. She thought Chu Yun was going to mess up her deal, but who would have thought that Chu Yun would give her such a huge help? For her, a widow, it didn't matter how much money the Shun escort agency was sold for, as long as the loss was not too outrageous. She could live with her 2 children. However, what worried her the most was undoubtedly the safety of her 3 children. As the saying goes, a man is innocent but guilty of possessing the treasure. If she got so much money at once, the news would definitely attract people's attention, and then they would be in danger. In fact, when she decided to sell Shun escort agency, Yang had already made plans. On the day the transaction was completed, she would take little Yang Jian and Yang Xiaokan away from Daming Prefecture. It was always better to leave home than to be safe here. But now, with Chu Yun's idea, the safety of the 3 of them was guaranteed, and she did not get less money than she deserved. She was making a fortune in silence. I don't know what to say, Mr. Chu. You are such a wise and kind person. Yang bowed her head deeply. On the side, little Yang Jian looked at Chu Yun, his eyes also shining with gratitude and yearning. Chu Yun noticed his gaze, and the corners of his lips suddenly curled up a little. He smiled and blinked at him, but he immediately made little Yang Jian blush and bowed his head. Okay, since everyone agrees, let's make it like this. For safety reasons, when I ask the accountant to come over later, I will do what Mr. Chu said. I will send the full amount to you later. The old housekeeper stood up with a satisfied cane and said to Yang, Housekeeper Zhu, I'll see you off. Yang stood up quickly. That night, Bacon Mansion signed a contract with Yang and took back Shun escort agency at the price of 210,000 taels of silver. The 210,000 taels of silver were naturally handed over to Yang that night. However, in the public announcement, it was said that it was paid to Yang at a price of 10,000 taels per year for 21 years. When this news came out, many people who were paying attention to this matter felt that someone was at a disadvantage. However, among them, some people felt that Yang was at a disadvantage, while some people felt that Bacon Mansion was at a disadvantage. Those who felt that Bacon Mansion had suffered a loss had a simple idea. They simply thought that the price of 210,000 taels of silver was a bit redundant to buy the plate of Shun escort agency. Those who felt that Yang had suffered a loss thought that she had dug a hole and jumped into it by agreeing to such conditions. 210,000 taels divided into 21 years sounded reliable, but in fact, in such a long time, who knows if there would be any accidents? Who knows if there would be any accidents in Bacon Mansion, and who knows if there would be any accidents in Yang herself? After all, the time was too long, and anything could happen. But, no matter who felt that they had suffered a loss, outsiders would always just chat casually, and they would never know the real inside story. That night, Yang took Yang Jian and Yang Xiaokan away from Shun escort agency. They had a private house on Bacon Street, which was their own mansion, only separated by a wall from Shun escort agency. They usually lived there, so it was easy to give up their place. Before dawn the next day, His Royal Highness Qianli had already brought people to the Shun escort agency with full energy and began to renovate and redecorate the large courtyard. There was no need to rush out to change the courtyard. But the first time he arrived at the gate of the courtyard, His Royal Highness personally went up and took down the plaque of the Shun escort agency. and then replaced it with a brand new plaque with 3 words written in large gold-plated characters, "Unbalanced Building." And below these 3 words, there are 2 lines of poetry, which are also engraved in large characters with flying dragons and phoenixes. 10 years of sharpening a sword. The frosty blade has never been tested. Today I will show it to you, who has unfair things. When the plaque was hung up, His Royal Highness laughed with great satisfaction, and then called the carpenters and bricklayers to advance into the courtyard, and planned a piece of land in the most central position. "It's right here. Start construction immediately and build a 9-story attic with 4 flying eaves. The speed must be fast, but the workmanship and materials must be perfect. This young master will be here to supervise the work in person." His Royal Highness the Crown Prince put his hands on his waist and directed his men to start working. He looked fierce and majestic, just like a contractor on a construction site. The regulations of the 9-story attic he wanted to build were almost the limit of what could be done except for the imperial palace. The emperor was the supreme ruler, so no matter how high a civilian building was, it could not exceed 9 floors. Zhao Qianli was a member of the royal family and the legitimate son of the prince. According to the specifications, he could build a 9-story building, as long as the number of flying eaves did not exceed 5. It would not be considered a violation of the rules. If it were someone else, no matter how rich he was, he would not dare to build an attic with more than 8 floors, otherwise he would lose his head. Chapter 149 Chile. On the night when the matter of Shunfeng's court agency was finalized, Chu Yun was arranged by Zhao Qianli to stay temporarily in Bacon Mansion. Chu Yun never had too many requirements for a place to live. He only proposed one point, that is, to be close to the water, which was also easy to satisfy. There were many gardens and ponds inside the mansion of Bacon Mansion, and Chu Yun could choose any nearby house. That night, Chu Yun took out his fishing rod for the first time in a long time and sat by the pond to fish. He got a very generous reward just after arriving in Bacon Mansion, which made Chu Yun feel very comfortable. "Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the martial arts experience of the Earth-grade skill Shadow Stealing Technique. Great perfection." "Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a copy of the Heaven Map Formation Record." "Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained 300 years of martial arts enlightenment." The 3 times of fishing with Earth-grade bait made Chu Yun feel a little surprised. Among them, the last reward of 300 years of martial arts enlightenment is needless to say. Whether it is a martial arts cultivation reward or a martial arts enlightenment reward, it is very valuable to Chu Yun, especially since Chu Yun still has heavenly grade skills in martial arts, but has not yet fully cultivated them to the state of great perfection. Now that he has gained the martial arts enlightenment of 300 years, he can immediately improve the Divine Yuan illusion art and the Sun Pure Yang Palm to the state of great perfection. In addition, the Earth-grade skill Shadow Stealing Technique is also very interesting. This skill has a strange attribute, which is to specialize in the shadow system, which is a very unpopular attribute in the entire Tangji dynasty. However, unpopularity can only mean that it is relatively rare, but it cannot mean that it is weaker than other skills. In fact, from experience, the more unpopular skills are, the more unexpected effects they can produce in actual combat, because the uncommonness means that other people know little about such skills, and it is more difficult to guard against them. The same is true for the Shadow Stealing Technique. The characteristic of this skill is that it can extend its own shadow from the physical body, just like an external incarnation, and attack the shadows of others. Although the battle between shadows cannot determine the life or death of the main body, it can cause a series of negative effects. Through the various points on the shadow, it can directly affect the opponent's sea of soul, causing spiritual losses and trauma. If it is put into actual combat, if Chu Yun wants to deal with someone, he can first release his own shadow to attack the opponent, causing a series of negative effects on the opponent, and then personally perform a thunder strike. This effect must be hard to guard against. As for this last reward, Chu Yun watched the ball of light fall into his hand and turn into an ancient book, and his heart was quite strange. From the information given to him by the system at the moment of taking over, this is considered an entry-level atlas of high-level array masters, with various array masters' experiences. key points to pay attention to, and a lot of array diagram production methods, from low level to high level, and it can be said to be all-inclusive. If an ordinary person got this heaven map array complete record, it would be like finding a door to the array road, but this thing in Chu Yun's hands, it seems a little different, because this thing, it needs to be learned and understood by oneself. How can Chu Yun have the time? If he could use his martial arts comprehension to directly max it out, it would be fine, but the problem is that array knowledge and martial arts knowledge are two completely different concepts. Chu Yun's martial arts comprehension is basically useless for this wave of blood loss. Chu Yun shook his head, holding this heaven map array complete record. He felt that it was tasteless to eat and a pity to throw it away. He could only throw it into the system space to collect dust, and wait until he was bored, and then he might be able to flip it through it, right? After that, Chu Yun went on a new round of fishing, but the bait he used this time was not as high grade as the earth grade, but some spiritual grade bait and ordinary grade bait. However, no matter how small a mosquito leg is, it is still meat. As long as he can hear the ding-ding-ding system prompt sound, Chu Yun's heart will be very satisfied. The next morning, a figure came to the guest room where Chu Yun lived in a hurry. Before he saw the person, Chu Yun knew who it was just by listening to the big footsteps. "Good morning, my good brother, a new day has begun." Now Qianli laughed. Chu Yun pushed open the door and said, "Looking at your dusty appearance, you must have just come from Shun's escort agency." "Hey, what is Shun's escort agency?" "That place is already our bupping building." Now Qianli put his hands on his waist, with a proud face, and said, "I went to find 300 craftsmen overnight and asked them to build a building according to the most luxurious specifications in Daming Mansion. It will be completed in less than a month. How about it? Do you want to go and have a look?" "Why not?" Chu Yun heard the words and also smiled and nodded to Zhao Qianli. Although the buildings in the fantasy world are not as practical and convenient as those on Earth in later generations, they are ingenious in terms of beauty and artistry. Now there is a chance to see a tall building rising from the ground, and this experience is definitely not to be missed. Immediately, the two of them rushed to the former Shun escort agency, now the bupping building. Before entering the yard, Chu Yun looked up and saw the plaque hanging outside the gate. He smiled bitterly in his heart. When he said the name bupping building, a poem naturally emerged in his mind, but Zhao Qianli forced it here. "However, I have to say, it is just right and very suitable." After entering the door, Chu Yun saw at a glance that hundreds of skilled craftsmen were already laying the foundation and preparing for large-scale construction. Zhao Qianli pointed to the spacious courtyard and said, "This used to be a training ground, which is very empty. Now that this uneven building has been built, the side cannot be left empty. I plan to arrange a corridor here and dig a water feature there, extending from the entrance. The effect is definitely good. What do you think, Brother Chu?" "All good, all good." Chu Yun nodded and echoed Zhao Qianli's words. He himself didn't understand this. When he saw those beautiful buildings in his previous life, he could only shout 666 in his heart, but couldn't see any artistic structure and value in them, at least in terms of design. Zhao Qianli, who was born in a noble family, was used to all kinds of big scenes and was influenced by this environment. He was definitely better than him. Of course, the most important thing was that Zhao Qianli paid the money and took on all the responsibilities. Chu Yun was at best a technical shareholder, and there were not many requirements to be put forward. At mealtime, Zhao Qianli ordered a large amount of food from all the major restaurants on Bacon Street. There were all kinds of fish, meat, delicacies from the mountains and the sea, and these were not just for him and Chu Yun to enjoy. The craftsmen present also had their share. The scene of hundreds of people eating together looked very spectacular. "Brother Chu, come and try this dish. This is the signature dish of Shunshan Restaurant on Bacon Street, Danhefen. It tastes very delicious. Just one bite will leave a lingering aftertaste." At the dinner table, Zhao Qianli enthusiastically introduced the dishes to Chu Yun. Chu Yun nodded while eating. As the capital city, Daming Prefecture, especially the former imperial capital, is indeed much better than the giant city of Linghai in terms of food, clothing, housing and transportation. The existence of tan rice noodle made Chu Yun find a familiar feeling among all the fish and meat. The smooth taste was a bit like eating crossbridge rice noodles. If I add some chili, some vinegar, and make hot and sour rice noodles, my bowl would be a killer. But unfortunately, I can't change it. Chu Yun shook his head with a little regret. Brother Chu, this chili? What is it? Gao Qianli claimed to be knowledgeable, but this was the first time he heard of this chili. Chu Yun paused after hearing this, smiled bitterly and waved his hand, saying, "It is a relatively rare ingredient, not available here. Its taste is similar to garlic, but it is spicier than garlic, so it is called chili. There are many disadvantages to coming to a different world. Many familiar things do not exist here, just like this chili. For a person like Chu Yun who likes spicy food, it is undoubtedly a huge regret. No matter how much fish and meat there is, it cannot make up for Chu Yun's desire for spicy hot pot and hot and sour rice noodles." Chapter 150 Special Mission. The day of supervising the construction in Buping building was very leisurely and fulfilling. This was the third day since Chu Yun came to Daming Mansion. On the fourth day, an important time node was created, that is, the day when the Rift Ruins were born. According to the information on the ruins map that Chu Yun had fished up before, at 3:45 on this day, a small earth dragon will turn over outside Jinxia City, causing crustal movement. In layman's terms, an earthquake outside the city caused a rift to form, and in this rift, there is a relic that has been silent for many years. Conservative estimates show that there must be thousands of years of history. After separating from Gao Qianli, Chu Yun returned to his residence in Bacon Mansion. He rarely stayed up all night, and at 3:45 on the midnight, he quietly left Bacon Mansion and headed straight to the northeast outside the city. Compared with the vast area of Jinxia City, the distance between the rift and Jinxia City is not really far. When Chu Yun flew halfway, he could clearly feel that the earthquake had occurred. Fortunately, it was just a very small earthquake, and the range of transmission was not too far, so when it reached the foot of the city, the shaking force was easily blocked by the city defense array, and no people were affected by the earthquake. Chu Yun stopped in the sky for a moment, and after seeing that nothing happened, he got up and flew away, continuing to fly towards the rift in the northeast. The reason why Chu Yun came to Jinxia City in Daming Prefecture after leaving Linghai Giant City was undoubtedly the existence of this relic. Now, this relic is opened on time, and Chu Yun naturally cannot miss it. He must rush there as soon as possible to see if there is any loophole to get in, because it stands to reason that a relic like this that has been hidden for many years, even if it is opened, will be guarded by an array, and outsiders cannot easily enter it, just like the relic in the Evil Spirit Mountains. If the relic in this rift is the same as the relic in Evil Spirit Mountains, then Chu Yun can only wait for others to come and open the protective array before entering, and this should also be a high probability. But, what if? Try your luck. If you can get in directly, Chu Yun will undoubtedly save a lot of trouble. It's free to try. It doesn't cost much. Not long after, Chu Yun flew to a group of mountains. From a distance, he could see the dust rising into the sky, and the scene of landslides and cracks was spreading. There was no doubt that it was the center of the earthquake, and it was also the entrance to the rift ruins. Immediately, Chu Yun flew over without any hesitation, and flew directly into this huge canyon along the cracks in the ground. After a long time, Chu Yun came to the periphery of a palace. He floated in the air and could clearly see that there was an empty space in the space of the mountain below. In this space, there were a series of undulating palaces hidden, which looked quite large. But Chu Yun's figure did not fall directly, because there was a protective power of the formation, which blocked him. And from the fluctuation of the spiritual power of this formation, the level of this protective formation was even higher than that of the formation in the Evil Spirit Mountains. At that time, Qin Wuji and more than a dozen Nirvana Realm Masters worked together to finally break the formation outside the Evil Spirit Mountains. And now this protective formation is more powerful than that one. If you want to break it, Chu Yun alone will definitely not be able to do it. You can only rely on the power of the people in Jinxia City. Well, it's a waste of time. Chu Yun shook his head helplessly. Although he knew that this might be the result, he couldn't help but feel disappointed at this moment. Afterwards, Chu Yun didn't make any entanglement. He turned around and left the Rift Valley and returned to Jinxia City. On the way back, he carefully concealed his existence, because any important city will be equipped with a special formation to sense spiritual fluctuations. The larger the city, the more advanced the formation is, and the wider the range of perception. After the crustal movement, the aura of the ruins itself has spread. It won't be long before the bigwigs in Jinxia City will notice it. If Chu Yun returns late, he may bump into those people on the road, which will not be fun. When the formation fluctuations appeared in Jinxia City, many bigwigs were shocked and followed the direction of the formation to rush to the Rift Valley. This was just the beginning for them, but for Chu Yun, it was already over. After returning to Jinxia City, Chu Yun returned to Bacon Mansion, took off his shoes and socks as soon as he entered the room, lay on the bed, and continued to sleep the sleep he had not finished until the next morning, when the news of the ruins' emergence had spread everywhere outside the city, and he woke up slowly. "Brother, have you heard? An ancient relic was discovered outside the city last night." Even the lord of the mansion was alarmed and went to investigate it personally. He said that it was a very ancient relic, which may even have a history of more than 5,000 years. Now Qianli came to Chu Yun early in the morning and said carelessly, "I just woke up, how can I know?" Chu Yun spread his hands and lied without changing his expression, and then asked, "Since the lord of the mansion has gone there in person, will there be a share of this relic for others?" "Of course there will be." Now Qianli smiled and said, "Even if you are the lord of a mansion, you can't monopolize this kind of ancient relic at will. Because from a legal point of view, things passed down from ancient times do not belong to anyone, and at the same time, everyone has the opportunity and qualifications to enter and explore it. If someone stops others from entering, it will cause public outrage. But the older the relic is, the more dangerous it must be to exist until now." Chu Yun heard this and nodded. Now Qianli saw this point clearly. "Can you help me keep an eye on when the ruins are opened? I want to go in and explore," Chu Yun said casually. "No problem." Now Qianli agreed with a smile. After having breakfast in the mansion, the two went to Buping building to continue supervising the construction. The foundation of this building has just been laid and it is ready to be built. There are really a lot of things to watch every day, but for Qianli, after the initial excitement, everything is on track, and his mind is no longer here. "Brother Chu, we should do something now to make our Buping Pavilion famous. It would be best if everyone in Jinxia City knows the reputation of our Buping Pavilion. Only when the reputation and brand are established, others will think of coming to us when they have any troubles." Now Qianli picked up a cup of tea, put it in his mouth and gulped it twice, but did not drink it. He rinsed his mouth and spit it on the ground, not paying attention to his image at all. "That makes sense." Chu Yun nodded, agreeing with this, and said, "Then do you have any good ideas?" He. Now Qianli laughed strangely twice, and said, "I do have a few ways to make you famous in a short period of time, but they are not serious methods. Even if they succeed in the end, I am afraid that they will not be a good reputation, so it is better not to talk about them." Chu Yun shook his head helplessly, and after thinking about it carefully, he said, "I don't think we need to rush this matter. It is normal to have low popularity in the early stage. We can take steady steps and go out to look for it ourselves. We can't expect others to come to us. Then how about I go to the river and sleep for another night? Maybe when I wake up the next morning, I can still see someone hanging on a tree trunk on the shore." Now Qianli said with a laugh. At this time, a noisy sound suddenly came from outside the street, accompanied by the sound of several horses neighing and wood being smashed, making a mess. Now Qianli frowned, stood up immediately, and walked out yelling, "What's going on? Isn't there something wrong with the wood that has just been transported? This is the high-quality wood that I transported from the Kingdom Mansion next door." As he spoke, Chu Yun also stood up. The two of them came to the gate of the courtyard together and saw that several workers who were carrying wood fell to the ground on Bacon Street, and a very long piece of wood was broken in half. The one who broke the wood was a black-haired horse. A young man in gorgeous clothes fell off the horse. When he fell to the ground, he didn't even care about the pain on his body. He was ready to get on the horse and run away in a panic. "Hey, stand there!" Now Qianli glared at him, seeing that he was preparing to hit and run. How could he let him go? Immediately, he stepped forward and grabbed the reins of the horse. He stared at the young man on the horse for a while, and suddenly he exclaimed, as if he felt that he looked familiar, "Are you from the Huoyan Chamber of Commerce? What's your name?" Song Yukon? Dao Qianli asked. Song Yukon looked anxious. Seeing the reins being pulled, he hurriedly tried to take them back, saying, "Don't get in the way, get out of the way." As he spoke, Song Yukon turned his head to look at the back half of Bacon Street, as if he was afraid that someone would suddenly appear there. And this world is so wonderful, what you fear will come true. Soon, several figures riding tall horses appeared from the end of the street, rushing over at a very fast speed, scaring the pedestrians on the street to avoid them. Some people were unable to dodge and were lightly scratched, and almost flew out on the spot, but fortunately they were caught by the people next to them. It's over. Song Yukon's face turned pale, and he grabbed the reins tightly, but he couldn't run forward anymore. He had just come here in a hurry on horseback, and after crashing into the wood, the horse was also affected. It was not realistic to start running again now, and the people behind him seized this opportunity to catch up. Dao Qianli looked at Song Yukon, glanced at the figures behind him, and said, "Are those people here to cause trouble for you? They want to seize the property of my Huoyan Chamber of Commerce." Song Yukon gritted his teeth. "Oh?" Dao Qianli raised his eyebrows, and his eyes soon lit up. He looked at Chu Yun with a laugh and said, "Good brother, did you see that? This business came to us on its own." "Brother Song, don't worry, I will help you." "You should still ask about the specific situation. We don't have to help with everything." Chu Yun said this, wanting to remind Dao Qianli not to be too sure, let alone promise anything too early. After all, there might be some secrets or situations in this matter. However, before he finished speaking, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Special mission trigger. Bupping building mission target. Complete the first commission of Bupping building mission time limit. Within 10 days mission reward. 5 earth grade baits, 10 spiritual grade baits, and 30 ordinary grade baits. As soon as the voice fell, Chu Yun's expression immediately brightened. "Help. No matter what you say, we will help." Chu Yun grabbed the reins, looked at Song Yukon who was riding on the horse, and said, "Brother, tell us what happened to you, and leave it to us." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.